laughing at the black community because it is. There's a lot of things going on where we are in the spotlight per usual. I don't know about y'all, but I kind of frown up when I'm around ratchet and ghetto folk. Even though I came from the ghetto, it's just something about it, man. I don't hold on to it. I never consider myself ratchet, but just being around folks that's just doing a whole bunch of crazy stuff, man. Does it bother y'all like it bothered me, or y'all just keep it moving?
For me, it depends. I don't really subscribe to identity politics, nor do I really give a fuck what them other people think. So when it's just us, I might feel a way about it. Like, come on, bro, you ain't have to do all that. When I feel like somebody judging them, then I don't get, like, outside of the ed group, then I don't give no fuck what they think. They can be mad all they want. That really don't make me no never mind. I care about the people like that.
I think one of the major issues is that I agree with Marcus where it's like, me personally, it's not one of them things that I'm not going to lose sleep over it. However, at the same time, when they tarnish one of our images, they tarnish all of our images. So one particular person that may represent us to the masses, or one act that could bring attention to it, will affect the way that people view you, but not only view you, but the way they treat you. And that's the part that I feel is problematic. So my treatment and things that I'm going to have to deal with on a daily basis is going to be based on what somebody else represented me as.
All right. Well, apparently got a 12-foot statue of a big black woman in Times Square. So we're going to go ahead and open it up with that, man. I'm going to play this breaking news, man. I couldn't believe when I don't even know who approved that. It's just, yeah. Let me go ahead and run this clip.
A new statue in Times Square we're told, turning heads. It's making people not only stop and stare, but also reflect. A rare feat in the middle of one of the busiest places in the world. Zinnia Maldonado shows us why.
At 12 feet tall, in the middle of Times Square, stands a bronze sculpture of a young woman.
It's instantly stood out. It's powerful.
It's so tall and big.
The sculpture, created by artist Thomas Price, was unveiled at Duffy Square last week, and in just a matter of days, it has stopped hundreds in their tracks. Who is she? Well, technically, she's whoever you want her to be.
Me being a plus-size black woman, I kind of looking at it was just like, oh, I wonder what me as a small child would have thought looking at something like that. Representation.
The piece is part of a series called Grounded in the Stars, which Gene Cooney, director of Times Square Art, says confronts preconceived notions of identity and representation.
To have this work here is making a statement, potentially asking questions about what we value as a city, as a society, and hopefully it's a tribute to our shared humanity.
Tourists and New Yorkers we spoke with expressed different interpretations of what she represents to them.
It's a plus-size woman. I'm a plus-size man. I'm African-American. It's an African-American woman statue. So just seeing another piece for me to stop and just have a moment with was very powerful.
If you look at the eyes, it's looking straight at something. It's focused. It's purposeful.
The sculpture proves to be a well-liked juxtaposition placed among the more traditional statues in Times Square, which is the goal, according to officials, of placing said artwork in such a significant area.
Coming from a person of color background as well, it's really nice to see something come across as like this everyday person that looks a little bit out of place. But I also think that's because of where we are standing. It might not look out of place if everything in our surrounding reflected everyday life more to us.
From Times Square, Zinnia Maldonado, CBS News, New York.
What message do you think this giant statue of a plus-size black woman sends?
I think we're putting too much emphasis on the fact that she's plus size. I think it's more so a reflection of everyday people, especially in America. I think nice, and they're showing that it's more diversity there, right? Like, we are everyday people. That woman is an everyday person. No matter the color of the person, they all went up to it and were intrigued. It stood out amongst everything else that was there. You see on a day-to-day basis walking past regular people in the streets.
Hey, this chat brutal. You see what they say?
I agree with you, Ty. I think that is kind of nice. I've never seen a statue that looked normal. Like, You know what I mean? You're more likely to see a woman like that on the streets than you are like some of the statues that I see even just in my own town. So definitely it is kind of nice to see something that's like different from society, what is deemed as society's beauty, and it just learns to accept yourself and for who you are. And like they said, I think the girl hit the nail on the head. She said it's out of place, but it's not. You know what I mean? Because this is what we see on a day-to-day basis. And so to see that that's put into something that's worthy of being on Times Square, especially as a statue, I think that's pretty cool.
I beg to differ. I don't like it, and I'll tell you why. That woman looks to be about 5'9", about 230. Her BMI is likely like 35. She's going to die, right? I don't think that we should put that up as a message to say that this is cool, right? I understand that everyone should be represented, but I would say you should be represented in a positive light. We don't want to reinforce the stereotype that black women are big. It's not cool. Or the truth is 2/3 of Americans are overweight, right? And I think it sets a poor example because you're going to die. That's the problem. She's consuming too much sugar. She's not working out. She's not aware of her calorie intake. She's going to die. And that's the problem. And when children see this and they see that as the norm and the example, they're going to die. So when we represent things like this, I understand that the inclusiveness, the diversity, but I don't like it. Why do we need to be represented in this way? Why couldn't they put a person that was in shape so people could be encouraged to be in shape? I don't think we should have plus size models on the covers of magazines. That's just my take on it because I don't agree with being plus size. And at least 90% of us can help it. We don't have to be big, and we shouldn't be big because it's not healthy.
So, I don't care about the statue, I guess, being big, plus size and stuff and all of that. You wanna dispel a stereotype and put a statue in the middle of Times Square? Why couldn't you just put a black family? That's one of the biggest stereotypes we have in our community is fatherless, broken homes. You want to dispel the stereotype? Put a black family up there, having a good time. You know what I mean? Or two black parents caring for their children. Why couldn't y'all put that out there? You put a black woman by herself just standing there at first, because I was waiting on them to say who she was or what the significance was. And if it was like somebody who was a part of a movement or something like that, I can understand that. But for them to say, oh yeah, this statue is just a statue to dispel the stereotype of and dispel what we believe to be beauty standards and all of that. Nobody gives a shit about that. That's not going to dispel shit. And that's of no importance to our community. It is of no importance to our community. If we cared about the white gaze or how people perceive us, that is of no importance. So that's what I got to say about it. You could have put a black family. I mean, okay. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm offended by the statue or nothing like that. That's not the case. I didn't even know this was a thing until you just brought it up here. But if I just listening to what everybody said about the statue and what it was supposed to represent, I'm like, if you want to represent the black community or have a representation of the black community, dispel myths or stereotypes, putting a two-parent black family household up there and two parents, one pushing the stroller, the dad picking up the kids, swinging them around or something like that would have been better.
I got a question for the ladies. If y'all could pick the image that you wanted the statue to be, would y'all have chosen that image or would you have chosen somebody else? And if so, who?
What do you mean somebody else? Like, would we have came up with a different idea for how we wanted to portray black people?
Yeah.
Or okay.
No, black women in this case.
Oh,
Or is
how do
that ideal? If that's fine, it's fine. I'm just curious.
I don't know. I think I would want to make her look a little different. I wouldn't want her to look like how society wants people to look like because yes, we do want to encourage health and stuff like that, but there are uh I don't know, I would want the statue to look more normal. Not saying that being a plus size person is supposed to be the norm or whatever the case may be, but I would choose someone that looked a little bit more normal versus someone that looked like a runway model or something like that. If it had to just be a single female, I would want her to look a little bit more normal.
So like the statue look, you like it to maintain the same way?
I think so, yeah, because I feel like we have a lot of skinny statues out there, and there are people that don't look like that, and so what's it to you to just make someone else feel good for being who they are. I think that's what it kind of stands out is just love who you are. Definitely, you can love who you are and still like work out and eat healthy and things like that. But there are women, especially when you get older, there are women that have health issues or that go through body changes that it takes them a little bit longer to lose weight or to get a little bit thinner. That would be what society deems as beautiful. So it makes them feel a little bit better about themselves, and I think that's fine.
I think I would have, like I think this artist did, made the statue look like someone in my family. So maybe my mother, my grandmother, who I see as everyday Black women. They're not necessarily perfect. They're not obese, but they're not extra small. I think this statue was created in essence of women that this person knew, right? That he grew up around. Just going back to what Trev said, I don't think this one statue is a full representation of what young people will see as the norm. I think what they see as the norm is the people that they grow up around first. And if we're being honest, if we want to talk about health and, how we eat and things of that nature, that starts in our households. It's not something that first starts in the streets. And we all know in the Black culture, we love soul food. We love things that aren't the best for us. So I don't think the control there would be just that statue. I think that statue was a representation of the Black women that artist sees and knows and has relationships with. And that's the essence that he wanted that statue to give. And if someone else has a different experience or representation, then they would make that statue look like that person. But I think the full essence of it was an everyday woman in America. Unfortunately, most of America is obese. Yes, it is, but that is also an everyday woman. So I don't know. I would still make it regular, but it would just be regular to what I'm used to.
But do you do you feel that because of what they made the statue of, it's because of what we presented ourselves to be as female or male? That's what we present ourselves to be. Hence the reason why society looks at us in this way, because that's what we presented. I think a lot of times that we, and I'm keeping it short so you can go ahead and talk, sweetheart, my fault. But I think a lot of times that we sit here and like, we want to say what another person, man, woman, Black, white, don't matter what color. But a lot of times like we sit here and like, oh, they misrepresent us, but we don't hold us accountable for the things that we do. Just like a lot of people will say, oh, Chicago, well, it's wild in Chicago. But if you are a traveling person, you'll understand Chicago is not a wild it's not a wild place. So it's what we put on it and what the media put on it. But that statue, if that statue is offensive to certain people, it's just like the same thing what people will say about Lizzo. And they would say that, oh, she was happy being big and everybody was cheering about it, but then she lost weight. So it's just the fact of, we can say, oh yeah, it's okay for us to be, eating Popeyes and doing this and doing those type of things. But at the end of the day, if she lost the weight, then obviously she understands what it is. So what's your excuse? And then are we holding each other accountable? And I think at the core of it, we not holding each other accountable for what it is and how other people look at us. Because obviously the statue was made based off of what we give them, not off of what they just came up in their mind about. It's actually what they perceive us to be, because we think being big and bold and beautiful is a thing, but really it's unhealthy.
Is the artist black or white? Do we know?
The artist is black. And you
Okay.
guys know I like to do my research before I speak on certain things.
Mhm.
So the subject matter of this art was bound in the stars. And the intent of it was to amplify traditionally marginalized people, which would be either plus size or black people, period. And he's made a variety of statues, not just this one that's in Times Square, of people of all black people of different shapes and sizes. So for us to focus on the fact that she's plus size and not focus on the fact that she's a marginalized person in
Mhm.
America and in the world, period, I think we're doing a disservice to recognizing the beauty in art. And I think a lot of times we like to look at the negative and not focus on the positive of a Black woman being amplified, period. Whether she's plus size, average, what have you, we have to pay attention to the fact that we don't have too many Black statues as there is. And the fact that it's a Black artist that created it and put it in Times Square, and he has that ability and that platform to amplify our community in general, I don't think it's a mockery at all. I think it's dependent on how you view it. And if you choose to view it in a negative light, that's your perspective because that's what art is about. But I think it's beautiful.
Thank you for sharing that, Casey, because that's what I thought going into this, that this is a Black artist and he's creating Black art from his perspective of what it is. And of course, like you stated, with art, it's all open to interpretation. That's the entire point of it. It's to start conversations, but to automatically think that it has to be something negative because you feel that she's overweight or that it's pushing an agenda or that we're assuming that the artist is basing it off society's perception of us rather than their own perception, I think is the problem. I think he built it based off of what he knows Black women to be. And like she stated, there are many different other statues out there because let's be honest, if they wanted to base it off of what society sees of us, that could have been a ratchet girl with a booty that was way too big for her, extra long nails, hair, all different colors flying every different way, and she yelling.
Would that have been better or
make it a
worse?
Stereotype.
Would that have been
would
better
have made
or
it
worse?
Right?
Why?
That would have made it worse because I'm just basing it off of what Rashawn was saying, basing it off of how society may view Black people based on what social media is constantly pushing out there. We started off this whole conversation with Lapeef talking about how he doesn't like ratchet Black people, right? How do we feel about ratchet Black people? Because that's what we think about because that's what society pushes out there, even though many of us know plenty of Black people that are not ratchet. Do
you think that statue is ratchet?
No, I don't think the statue is ratchet. I already said what I thought about the statue. I think it's a representation of everyday women, everyday people that you see, your mama, your auntie. She looked like somebody that know how to cook some good collard greens. You get what I'm saying? Like, we know these people.
You think Lizzo betrayed the movement by losing weight?
I think she was an example. I think that's what they do with a lot of positive Black people. They take them and make them pop on purpose. Like at first she was on every radio station at the R&B, you listening to her. But as soon as they're like, oh, she's going to do something positive, they take them and kind of put them in a white people community so she could, influence them more than us. Like they're like, oh, you pop now. You're not R&B. No, you're not soul. You pop. We're going to make you pop.
I think she did the same thing Monique did. Because Monique did it first. She was a representation of all oversized plus women and moving for that. And then they realized at some point that even though you want people that may be overweight to feel comfortable in their body, there's also a health factor to it. And if you want to live longer, you need to work out. You need to lose weight. You need to not have, complications. So they have to work out and they have to change their lifestyles. And I do think to a lot of people, it feels like they're a hypocrite. But I think with every good deed that you try to do, there's going to be some negative. And their whole motion was to say, yes, I'm big, I'm Black, I'm beautiful, even in the skin I'm in now, regardless if it's healthy or not. I'm still, you know, that one. I can still be that girl. But then they also realize I still have to live. I want to be here to spend my money. So I'm also going to push that a healthy lifestyle is okay, even for a plus size woman.
And I think spending time dwelling on other people's lifestyle and their health is just pointless, because unless you're a health guru and you do everything right and you don't smoke, you don't drink, you work out every day, you eat all the right stuff, you don't eat sugar, you don't eat carb, you know, whatever, what have you, you never had no problems with your health, you're never going to get cancer. Unless you can say that, I don't think it's productive to speak on somebody else's lifestyle or their health, because they have their own choices to make just as we do. And so you don't know how their body works, you don't know what they're putting into it, you don't know what they're doing to better themselves. So I feel like it's pointless.
And there are health gurus that still end up getting the same amount of like health issues that people do when they're heavier. It actually, there was a study that showed that like most people that are the most fit, they pass away younger. So it just really just depends on, and there's so many things that come with health too, like, you know, hereditary things that you get passed down from like your parents or your grandparents. But like I said, I mean, you do definitely, I'm not saying don't work out, don't eat healthy, right? But it's just because you're working out, just because you're eating healthy, doesn't mean you're guaranteed to live forever. No one is. We don't know when it's time for our ticket to be punched. It's just trying to better yourself every day, and, you know, do what you can to prolong your life is all that matters.
I think when I
So
first
that's
saw
it.
go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
No, if you're responding to her, go ahead. I don't want to get off topic yet. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was actually going to move kind of away from the topic. That's why I was telling you to go ahead. But if that's if that's the case, then can we control our height
No.
in
You
which the
can't.
things? And the reason I say this, because we again, my bad, my guy, for, you know, I ain't trying to change the subject of what, you know, you actually have going on. But, you know, even if we look at Emmett Till's statue was made by a white man. But that's neither here nor there. But my thing is, when the things that you was actually talking about, I was just thinking about, like, dang, like the things that we consider for other people, we don't consider in our life. And I think a lot of times that we try to project a lot of things that's going on with someone else and don't realize that the things that we have going on, we have some things to work on as well. So that leads me to the question of the fact of, like, okay, if you say that about people in general and the things that can't change, we can't change our height. But because we can't change our height, we're being criticized about it.
Exactly. You're going to be criticized regardless. And we see it every day we go on these podcasts. It doesn't matter what you say. You can say all the right things on here and the chat will still cook you and say cap, 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 cap. So it doesn't really matter what you say or what you do with your life, because people are going to judge you regardless. And I was a victim. I'm not a victim. But I experienced that multiple times on multiple platforms, on multiple podcasts. So it's just like, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. So my dad used to always tell me when I was younger, you came in this world alone, you're going to go out this world alone. I'm going to go out this world regardless. And at the end of the day, the only person I'm going to, not even a person, but the only thing I'm going to have to answer to is God. So as long as I'm not hurting the next person near me, as long as I'm trying to live right as far as treating people the way I would like to be treated and just treating people with kindness, that's all you could do, you know.
I guess the only difference is, did nobody erect a statue of a short black king saying, swinging legs on a stool? Like,
well, maybe people should
mean,
make one. I think we should have more statues like that. I think that we should have one in a man's aspect as well.
And
I
if
think
you
that
look at
statue of
some of his
Kevin Hart
other
as well.
statues, he does have some short black kings. So I think that goes to doing research and
what's his
understanding
name?
the artist and understanding the reason why he's creating that art. And I also think that in the Black
What's
community,
the
we
name?
spend a lot of
Casey,
time.
real quick, what's the name of the artist on
Thomas
Instagram?
Stone. Let me tell you his IG.
And the name for the Emmett
It's
Till was Matt Glenn.
It's TSQARTS.
TSQA.
TSQARTS.
I say this. I'll try to give my little 2 cents on what I see.
But like I was saying, I think a lot of times in the Black community, we spend a lot of times judging and projecting some of the things that we're uncomfortable with, maybe within our own family or within ourselves, instead of uplifting each other and understanding that not all representation is good representation, but to be represented in any way is a step. And then with art, we can decipher how we want to perceive it. And I think because it was created by a Black artist, we as a Black community should support the fact that he not only made just a statue of a Black woman, but it's in the middle of Times Square. So it's hard to overlook us. And so I feel like if we spent less time judging and critiquing and more time uplifting and finding the beauty in things, we could have more productive conversations and we can change a lot of stigmas.
Well, I see. Well, first of all, I don't give a damn if it was created in Times Square. It doesn't get a pass because it was created in a significant city. What I see is a fictional. It's fictional. I see a fictional overweight woman who was turned into a statue. She didn't build anything. She didn't lead anything. She didn't contribute to society in a measurable way. She was created.
You feel the same way about Aunt Your Mama?
She was created to make people feel represented. There's no accomplishment there, aside from creating a conversation around controversy. This statue is not about honoring excellence. It's about promoting emotion over responsibility. And I think we need to talk about why society rewards visibility instead of virtue, and why women who meet real standards are being pushed aside for a narrative that requires no effort or accountability.
What are the real standards, Darwin?
What are the who?
What are the real standards?
The real standards is
real standards.
they could have put a statue of a woman, a representation of a woman who's raising a family, supporting her husband.
Okay,
For
so
example.
that's
So
the
who's
only
to
part
say
I'm gonna
that
have
this?
to disagree
Go
with you with
ahead,
that, Darwin.
Simone.
Yeah, that's the part I'm gonna have to disagree with you with. I think that was the whole point in putting that type of Black woman up there. That's the type of Black woman they used to draw pictures about during slavery time. You know, the big butt, the big lip, the big breasts. You know, the woman that used to raise their children and clean their
You say
household and do
that
the
woman
duties.
was that?
I'm
You say
sorry.
that woman is that? Like the
I'm
Sarah,
saying
saying
she favors, no, not specifically that woman, but she favors that. That's what I'm saying. How they used to exaggerate our pictures during slavery with the big butt, the big thighs, the big breasts. You know, that's the woman who was the mother of America, especially during slavery. That's the woman, like the women on the panel said, that's the woman that a lot of us have seen as an auntie or grandma. That's the woman that's not with the long nails. And that was that homely woman. And it's like that older woman. But I'm not gonna lie, when I first saw it, my initial thought was like, what the hell? What the hell? That was my first thought, but then I'm like, wait, that's a conditioned thought. Like that's how I felt. I felt like it was conditioned. I'm like, what could this possibly mean? Because when it comes to art, like KC said, you have to look at the artist's perspective and what type of artist is it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I did say that. I was like, what the hell? But when I looked at it, I'm like, oh, okay. Like, okay, she normal. Like, okay, I could try to see where they going with this, you know? Yeah, that's my perspective. And I feel like, yeah, that's it.
But it does look like that woman could be like a mother or an auntie or
And that's
someone
what I
that
was
you would
gonna
go
say.
to for, like, that woman does look like a woman that you would most likely see as a mom or an auntie or someone that you would like, someone that's like, I don't know, it just gives off that like that type of person. Like I can't really describe it, but like I lived in my dad's side of the family, they're all from Memphis. And so when you go to Memphis, Tennessee, a lot of my family members do look like that. And they're married and have been married for 10 plus years, have a husband and everything. And so it's like, I think it's more so just praising a Black woman. I think that's what I got from it. And who's to say that that Black woman isn't a wife? It's just admiring a black woman and not being portraying a black woman as a stereotype with like this Coke bottle shape. Like this is more so, you know.
Well, let's be clear. Let's try to get one thing clear. This isn't about attacking her body. It's about refusing to celebrate unhealthy standards. Yeah, I don't support body positivity when it's used to normalize poor health, lack of discipline, and physical decline. Like if you want to be honored publicly, start by honoring your body with the basics. You know, eating clean, movement, and self-respect. And I'm against handing out recognition for visible struggle. You know, we respect women who take accountability and take care of themselves. That's what should be represented, not excuses.
And I think when we speak on,
go ahead.
I think when we speak on body positivity, though, it's not about exacerbating the issue of poor health. I think it's about letting people in general know that you should still love the body that you're in, because in order to want to take care of that body, you have to love it first and foremost. And you have to understand what needs to go into taking care of your health. No matter where you are in life, you should still be able to love yourself. And I think that's what body positivity is about. I don't think it's about promoting bad health.
I think that in this day and age, Casey, body positivity has turned into just let me wear whatever I want to wear, no matter how I'm shaped. I'm just going to call a spade a spade. And although you think that this message somehow exudes body positivity, Callie died. None of us are on this panel. If we stand up, none of us are built like that. This is 2025. That lady is unattractive. She's an unattractive Black woman, and we all seen it. And I hate when y'all get on this panel and be disingenuous. This lady is overweight. She has a fupa. She's unattractive. Her braids ain't even cute. Like, they could have at least gave the lady a decent hairstyle. Like, which one of us are coming out here with our hair like that? None of us. The man who created it is not even from America. So to me, no, it's not body positivity. They literally shitting on Black women. Like, they could have put a woman up there. We're not saying that they should have put a woman up there with a BBL, but they could have at least put a woman with a decent physique, with some long, beautiful braids. Like, why would I want that lady to represent Black women? She don't even represent me right now with my natural hair. I look better than her. Like, no. I want to see a woman, when I look at her, I'm like, dang, that's what we doing. She's not doing that for me. Under the guise of body positivity, ain't shit positive about how that lady up there looking with that t-shirt on, them ugly shoes. It's ugly. Let's just call a spade a spade. It's not a good representation of what Black women should look like. And y'all sitting on this panel trying to act like that's cute. It's not. Ain't shit positive about I don't look like her. Okay? I'm just gonna call a spade.
Well,
let's go to the gym every day. So I don't look like her. If you're fat and you're out of shape, go on a diet. Do what you need to do. I'm not going to encourage you to not look good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's just not my stilo. Even with my friends, if I tell my friends like I'm fat and I feel fat, you know what my friends tell me? I should go to the gym. Like, I ain't shit positive about that. I don't know why y'all let Lizzo and them make y'all feel like that's okay. Now she on those. It's not okay.
I don't know if you
missed out of shape and to be fat.
I don't know if you missed what I said, but when I felt the meaning of the statue meant, it had nothing to do with body positivity.
I don't think it has to do with body positivity.
Anything. Yeah, that's not. When I looked at the statue, I kind of tried to gauge, like, okay, where could he be going with this? I don't even think he even thought the topic would be positive body.
Why didn't he make her?
I'm pretty sure he thought the topic would have probably been more of a racial white versus Black thing.
He has other
would have thought he
statues
would have thought it was a
that
white
are
versus Black type thing, but I don't think that was the point of that wasn't the point of it. It wasn't for body positivity.
Why she didn't have on the
It was for the Black women that came before us. I understand where we want to be, but it was about where we're at now and loving where we're at now. So in order to get somewhere better, Lizzo
None of
didn't
us
love
look like that on
herself.
the panel. Where we at now?
Lizzo didn't
Yeah,
love
none of us
I
herself.
mean, but
Lizzo
Aisha,
didn't
we
love
can't say
herself.
that none of us look like that on
But,
the panel. Aisha, you
but
have
let
on
me
a
finish.
t-shirt right now with your hair not done.
But
So
not
you
even
can't
that.
say
I look
that she's
better than her.
unattractive.
And I'm not out of
Aisha,
shape, and I look better than her.
none of
I
us
mean, but
look like
if you
none of us
stand up
look
right now,
alike on
you
the
might
panel.
look like
I got
her.
a drop of makeup on
But
my head.
Aisha, for
I'm
you
a
to
beautiful
say that
black
none
woman.
of us
Right.
even look alike on the panel, so black
That's the
women come in
point.
different shapes or
But
forms.
you're calling
Like
her
I said,
unattractive for what?
Very unattractive.
So
like I
then
said, when
everybody could say that you're
Statue
unattractive
wasn't
as
meant to
well.
show that.
Okay, let's do this.
Why
What
are
would y'all
we
rate
Not
on a
for her
scale
to be
from 1 to
attractive
10?
though. The statue wasn't meant for her to be attractive. He didn't create that statue for us to be like, oh, she look good. You think so? Because he
I
did.
think so. I think so.
Girl, you're being disingenuous.
when
He
I
did
see
not
that
make
It's
that
it's
statue
entirely
if
for
I'm
being
you to
genuine to
like,
myself.
she
when
look
I
good.
see
In
that type of black
2025,
woman,
he
I
knows she
think
don't
of
look good.
Big Mama House. I think of Soulful. I think of someone who took in the family and did the homely, wifely things that used to be done in the black
I don't
community.
think about none of
That's
that.
what
I
I
think about
see
a
when
regular
I
I
see.
see
walking
that.
on the street.
And
I
that's the
don't
whole
care.
thing
I
of
don't care what
art.
they should look like in the future. First off, all black people that's big don't just have eating problems. They also have health problems. A lot of them are related to health problems, especially at an older age. That's how a lot of our
Genetic
black women
because
look.
of what they
So
grew
for
up
you to
eating.
be like, oh, you don't. Yeah, at our age, we're not going to look like that. But at 70, a lot of black women be more over like heavier than what they are when they're smaller. So it's like, who cares
I
if she
just
looks
think
like
I just
every
think for it
like
to be a
looks like
statue of a
something
black
appealing?
woman,
Like, what about her
regardless,
essence? What does the essence
yeah.
represent? That's
So
the
so
thing.
let me
So
just
for
add
y'all to
this.
be like, it has to come in a package. And then Darwin said he would rather recognize people that's what? He said it. Mothers, people that's aspiring to go for a certain image. That's that woman. That one woman reminds me of the woman that had morals and values back in the day. So I'm confused. I'm confused.
All right, so let me
They
just add
wasn't
this.
wearing
Hold
t-shirts
on,
and
hold on, hold
jeans
on.
and chucks
Let me
back in
add
the
this
day.
context.
You
Let me
seen
add
how
this
they was
context.
dressing and it wasn't like that.
But
But I
you
just
quite
feel like
literally
My
have on a
family was.
t-shirt
I
right
had
Let me
family
add
now.
this
like that. My
context
family
for
was.
Aisha. Let
And
me
they
add
was
this
I said
taught
context.
they
good
wasn't
moral
wearing
standards
t-shirts
Let
and
and
me
jeans
values.
add
back
this
in the day
context for
though.
But
Aisha.
Aisha,
All
you're
right.
wearing a t-shirt
Hold
today.
on, hold on,
He
hold on,
said
hold
they
on,
didn't
hold on,
wear
hold on, hold on,
t-shirts.
hold
Ladies,
on.
They
Ladies,
didn't.
ladies,
ladies.
I'm
ladies,
talking about they're representing us
ladies.
today.
Aisha, relax. I want to add this context because I feel it's missed. I know exactly where you're coming from and why you're saying what you're saying. And I think that should be added to the discussion so that they can understand this. Aisha, are you of the mind that the person that created the statue is not is a person from Britain and there's a
Exactly. That's
diaspora
where
war
I'm coming
going on?
from with it.
So you
Yep.
feel as though that they're playing in your face by creating that statue, and that is why you're giving it that type of energy.
Exactly.
And it wasn't representative of a black family or a positive image of a black woman that you would have liked to see. And it seems as though it was ridiculing black American women. Is that how you took that?
That is exactly how I took it.
How I see it is that art can be perceived in many different ways, and I don't think that it's being disingenuous for how you feel or how you perceive a piece of art. I may have different views than you, Aisha, when it comes to what I look at, but that doesn't mean I'm being disingenuous. It just means that that's what I get from it, because that's the whole point of art. And just like what you're saying is how you feel, because that's what you got from it, you know. So I think that we all got to understand that, you know, for someone that is an artist herself, when different people look at things, we're all going to have different perspective as to what it is that we're looking at, and you know, it is what it is.
Callie, do you feel that statue is beautiful?
I think it is. It reminds me of my Aunt Betty.
Would you
Hey,
trade
check
places
this
and
out.
look just like the statue?
Huh?
Would you trade places and look just like the statue?
No, because I love who I am. I don't want to look like anything. I don't want to look
Okay.
like anybody or anything or any celebrity or anything. It doesn't matter what it is. I am who I am, and I'm going to stand on who I am, and that's it.
Oh, that's sad.
So check this out, right? I hear a lot of serious reaching to try and rationalize what's going on here, but I don't think we could really rationalize what's going on here. We're hearing that it could be art, and you know, most people don't really dig art like that, right? And it's not in a museum. It's in Times Square. This is for everybody, your average people who aren't black, people who don't dig it. They're going to see it. They're going to judge. I'm having a serious issue with that, right? That's a problem. So we could say that it's looking surface level, but guess what? The average human is going to look at that and take it to surface level. It's in Times Square, not a museum where people who understand or are interested in learning about art. It's in pretty much a world stage, so we can forget that point, right? So I also heard that fit people could die too. I get it. Fit people can die, right? You can die in a car accident any day, but guess what? You still put a seatbelt on, right? You still put insurances in place. You still do things to mitigate risk on a daily basis. So we can't just say that, okay, some fit people die and it's not at a higher rate. We can't even try to put that nonsense out here. Most people who are not fit do suffer from hypertension, high cholesterol, and all the other diseases that you can think about because they're fat, because they're not disciplined, like Darwin said earlier, because they won't put in the work, because they won't calorie count, because they don't care enough to think about it. And that's what it is we can't even try to put anything out there like that. And to go ahead and say we should accept it because he's black is ridiculous. What if he would have put Kanye out there with his KKK outfit on that he had for his album he promoting? Would we accept that because he's black? No, nonsense is nonsense. It is what it is. Like, so I don't think we should. Go ahead.
Round of applause.
So Trev, I was gonna say if we reverse that, right, they put an image of something that as black men we don't want to see ourselves as. So say they put a man in a dress or an extremely effeminate black man, we would be mad as fuck about that.
True.
I don't. That's why I was asking y'all opinion, and I wasn't really giving mine.
But why am I wrong for liking something? Like, just because you guys feel no, but it's just like, it's just tiring. Like, just because I like something and I'm like, okay, like that looks like someone that I know, that looks like more some hell. It could be the person that he created could have been a family member that he adored, that he wanted to make us to a statue. And now we're all hating on it. We don't know who this person is, but the artist does. So to me, that just looks like a regular person. I said multiple times, yes, you definitely want to eat healthy. You definitely want to take care of your body. But shit, we have hella skinny, beautiful statues out there. So what? We got one. There's hella other statues that are black statues that are different things. And I've seen them multiple times in Oakland and San Francisco. So it's like, I don't know. It's one freaking statue. Why are we sitting here like, because I think it's nice. It's like, I gotta be patronized and now I'm getting cooked in the chat because if I think it's a great statue. Like, what the fuck?
To the ladies' credit, they did
I
not
don't like
criticize.
it, but I understand it.
To the ladies' credit, they did not criticize anybody who disliked the statue. I will give y'all that. Y'all let us have our opinion on it.
Yeah, so I think art is based in opinion. And so for us to even think that it's smart to criticize somebody's opinion of art, I think that's ignorance. And I think especially as a black woman to hate that statue or to say that that statue is unattractive, it protrudes self-hate. And I mean,
now you're airing in the comments. Now you're airing in the category.
That's what I was gonna say. They did Aisha like that when she gave her opinion on the statue.
No, I gave Aisha Aisha like that because she was critiquing our opinion and saying that it was disingenuous. And I feel how I feel, and I can respect your opinion, but don't say that my opinion is disingenuous, and don't say that the statue is unattractive when you are sitting there looking like the statue. That doesn't make sense.
She don't look like the statue. I seen her in real life. Look like
no, I'm not saying size wise. I'm saying in terms of having on a t-shirt, having on something, regular. That's an image of an everyday black woman.
Aisha, you're muted.
You're matching that as well. Go ahead, Aisha.
First of all, I don't look like the statue, baby. I come out here with no makeup. You do. Okay, let's be clear on that. But I understand
the statue didn't have on makeup.
You do though.
The statue didn't.
I understand what you're saying. I'm a black woman. I have a t-shirt on, but I don't look like that. My shape is not like that. I don't wear my hair like that. So let's not do that. Okay. Let's not go there. Because to me, what exudes self-hate is the fact that you don't understand what they're trying to do to your own people. That man is not a foundational Black American. He has no reason to be painting his perception of what we think, what he feels like we are. Because I'm not going over there. We're not going over there sitting pictures of who we think they look like in the middle of London. We're just not doing that. So he did that for a reason, and he did that to be disrespectful and to say we walking around here like mammies. Baby, this ain't 1960. I'm not a mammy. I'm not Rosa Parks. We're not walking around here looking like that. And I understand what you're saying, Callie. Maybe your auntie did look like that, but she's your auntie, right? Right? She's your auntie. We're not walking around here looking like mammies. When I think about mammies and I think about the people that he's trying to portray, we have moved past that. We are progressive. He's putting us in a box, and I don't agree with that.
Thank
I
you.
wasn't saying that all black women look like this or all moms look like this. I was just saying that
Black women
there
aren't a
are,
monolith.
who's to say that she's, because I was just addressing that because one of the person said that, oh, we want to see black mothers or this and that. And I was just making the statement, who's to say she's not a black mother? Who's to say she's not an aunt? It's just a picture of a statue. We don't know the context. We don't even know if the person
I'm not saying she's not a mother.
But that's why I made that statement, was that because I was like, it does look like she could be a mother. It does look like she could be an aunt. Hell, any woman could, because why? Any woman could be a mother and any woman could be an aunt.
Why would you dress her like that instead of just
Aisha,
in a
I do have a
business?
question for you though. Are you saying that black women don't wear box braid bobs?
I don't know what that was on top of her head.
It was a box braid bob.
This is my first time even looking at it on here, so no, no.
Let me say this though.
My point wasn't to just throw shots at you. My point was to relate that black women oftentimes can look like that statue, whether it's the box braid bob, a t-shirt and jeans, very casual attire, and oftentimes everybody is saying that black women look unattractive because of the way their hair is, the way they dress, the way they act, the way they operate. And for a black woman to come on here and say that the woman is unattractive for those specific things, it didn't make sense to me. And I felt like
I feel like she's unattractive to me, and my
right. But for us saying
because she's overweight, and I feel like
they're wearing them all the time
in a stereotypical category.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it was purposely done.
Let's try to look at it from this angle.
I agree to this.
What we gotta do is, and I get it. A lot of y'all are saying that's what your grandmas, that's what our aunties and back in the days, and what we got to do is stop trying to rewrite history. Our grandmothers may have been heavy, but they were also married. They were disciplined. They were feminine, and they took care of their homes and their husbands. They weren't out here demanding praise for being overweight. They were too busy raising families and respecting their men. You want to invoke their legacy? You want to talk about them? Then act like them. Don't use their bodies to cover your current flaws. And this is to whoever, a hit dog holler, whoever it applied. They cooked, they prayed, they submitted, and most importantly, they stayed. This statue doesn't represent that. It represents modern entitlement. And I don't give a damn who created it. They wanted your opinion on it. For sure.
Real quick, Darwin, our BMI, listen, it's a little different. In the 1970, right? The average BMI of black women was 25. Now it's 30. So in 2020s. So they weren't fat. Our grandmothers weren't as fat. It is what it is.
And if they did get big, they got big later in their age. They wasn't big in their youth. If you look at your grandmama picture back when she was a young whippersnapper,
exactly.
She wasn't a big one. They became big mama after 13 kids and 30 years of whatever. But before that, no.
Like that.
These women look like that don't have no kids.
I'm just, my thing is,
like there aren't people that look like that.
My thing is, you are very beautiful, right? And when I look at this, I just feel like they are just not giving us the beauty that we deserve. That's just how I feel when I see that, in my opinion, right? I feel like they could be they could still have a regular sense of beauty, but it didn't have to be like that. That's what I'm saying.
Have we ever thought to maybe?
All right, so Aisha, I'm gonna challenge you to do something real quick. I'm gonna challenge you to do something. I want you to search up a picture of your idea of what you would want that statue to be. Actually, as a matter of fact, all of y'all.
I can't do that because I'm not the artist. But
send it to JR. No, I'm just saying,
he has multiple different sculptures. And have we ever just thought about for a second that
he does have
choose that sculpture, that maybe whoever was over the project and chose him as the artist chose that sculpture? Because he has many different sculptures of black women. Small, long, pretty ponytails. Some look like they reading. Some look like they're walking. It's all different.
I got a question though. I really got a question. I think we're talking about a lot of things. That's great topic, very elusive, very opinionated, very subjective. But I beg to ask this question: what if that's what is given to us in society? What if that's the image that he thinks that females is giving us as a society of what he thinks how we look at females?
Now
And again, it's a lot deeper. I'm not just speaking on just how she looked, her hair and her weight, even if that actually plays a part. A lot of men like natural women. So what if it's just like he just played the part of, oh, y'all like natural woman, and this is what we saying we want. This is the image that I want to show you of natural, of what the example is, because y'all looking at social media and we keep saying we want you to be natural, but you keep doing everything that's unnatural, which makes you fuckable, don't make you wifeable. Ooh. So let me create something to make the person just say, I still like this, and this is natural. It don't have nothing to do with nothing, just the fact of, if I see her, I prefer her. We don't think that far as being an artist. I think that far as being I guess you can say a spiritual being, that I understand that sometimes you can hear things that people can't see, and you can see things that people can't see. You can see things that people can't hear. So my thing is, maybe it's something different. We don't know. We all don't know. We all just assuming. That's cool and great. But instead of bashing, let's compare it. Instead of saying the man is this, the woman is this, and try to put it against each other, why won't we say the man is this and the woman is this because of this? Not to go against it, but to go to the grain of it. So I think that if you think on the outside, maybe this is thought of, this is how us as a black man, this is what we would look at, and then to start a conversation like this and be like, oh, she not cute, she not this, she not that. And that black man that created it is just like, oh, this is a conversation I want to start. Because we trying to tell y'all this is what we like. And y'all trying to tell us, nah, you need something better. What if that was the option? Not saying that it is, but everybody putting up hypotheticals. But I'm just saying maybe that is.
In that case, though, then wouldn't the man directly contradict what he was trying to push as far as men wanting natural women? Because every man on his on and talked about how she was unattractive, how her body was a representation of unhealthiness, how she wasn't consistent. She didn't look like the average woman that could be married. She couldn't be a representation of women who actually should be in happy families and things of that nature. They tore the woman down. The women did nothing but talk about how we saw that as an average woman, an everyday woman, someone we saw in our day-to-day, walking past, going to the store.
Got it.
I'm just saying, to your point, if that's what the artist was portraying, the comparison of what's being pushed on social media as Black beauty and what actually men find as beautiful, then this entire panel just went against the entire representation of the sculpture, or every man on the panel.
I get it, and you're partially correct, and I'm not going to demise what you actually said. You're partially correct, but I will say this: most men nowadays forget what she actually looks like to you. What does she give me? Right? So again, is the determination of being a wife and being somebody that's fuckable. So you're right. You're 100% right. Like, why?
They said she didn't get
it don't matter, because I ain't finished my point. You're still trying to cut me off. I ain't finished my point.
Sorry,
so what I'm saying is that regardless of how a female looks, we're attracted to looks. That's the first thing we're attracted to is looks. However, what keeps you is how you think, what's your character in you. So maybe I'm just throwing a hypothetical out there. We both don't know. Hell, nobody on this panel know what he was thinking about creating it. However, I can tell you, he didn't create a woman that has a BBL. He didn't create a woman with lashes. He didn't create a woman with any kind of makeup. He didn't create none of that. He created a person that's just normal. So at the end of the day, we can speculate all we want to, men and women. We both do it. You human just like me. We both do it. However, when it comes down to it, what if it's just a symbol of y'all doing all that, but y'all saying y'all want to be a wife? How you want to be a wife and still put yourself in a situation in which you compare yourself to a person that actually is not even wifeable? You putting the lashes on, you getting the BBLs, you getting this, that, and the third, and every man is telling you we want natural women. Maybe, just maybe, you thinking of the natural, the hypotheticals, I'm gonna go there with you. Hypothetically, let's just say he just created a natural woman that he wants to see. The woman on the panel, or some of y'all actually saying, oh, well, she's not attractive, she's not this. But honestly, the man don't cheat because she's attractive. He cheat because she's filling a void. But you don't know that because you don't understand the void that he's trying to fill. Because you don't even understand him. But he downsized because he's talking to this ugly chick. She ugly on the outside for you. But she helped him on the inside of him. So you can look at it for that reason. That's cool. You're entitled to that. However, what I get from her, you can't give me because you're so used to being the spotlight. You don't care about what I actually feel, but you want me to be emotionally intelligent. Just saying. So at the end of the day, you are correct about what you're saying. I'm not negating. I'm saying, however, in addition to, if you looking at this specimen, this character, this statue, and you have things to say about the statue, then what does that say about you? Because if you can judge this, then at the end of the day, if men was to be what men are, if we was to judge your baby daddy, then we would look at you different too. Just like if you was to judge our baby mama, you would look at us different. So therefore, it has nothing to do with the looks. It's about the void that person feel within me. She can be ugly, but she give me something different that you don't give because you all about self. She's all about me. It's a difference.
And I just say, if we're shout out to Sweeney for pulling up if we're being honest, this statue looks more like a warning than a tribute. It's everything men are tired of seeing: overweight, fictional, attitude heavy, and symbolically empty. If the artist wanted to hold up a mirror to modern womanhood, he did it. This is not who we want to build with, build for, or build under. This is the outcome when you abandon discipline. If you're offended by this, fix it. Don't tell us to celebrate it.
Well, I don't think that's what it is. And I got to give Casey credit. She said, if you want to understand what the art means, go to the artist page. All those pictures I just showed y'all were all that artist's work. That wasn't anybody else's. That was his work that he put on display in several different places, not just Times Square. He put it in. He had whole studios dedicated to his artwork. He had he's placed this art in public. So to be fair, he does have images that show Black folks in all their different sizes and shapes and what they're doing. One of them, in which was a Black woman that was reading a book. One of them looked like a Black woman that looked fit and she was in workout clothes. Another one was of just a casual Black girl. Another one, so to be fair to him, I don't know, and when I'm looking at his page to figure out what his message was behind his art. And basically it looked like he was just juxtaposing it against the two white statues that was in Times Square. Where he was like, y'all always post these, it doesn't have to be a figurehead. It doesn't have to be somebody that is representative of, you know what I mean? And he referenced them being pedestalized. So it's these two statues of these two white men that are on a pedestal. And he was like, just to bring everybody down to earth, he was like, here's a statue of somebody that's on the same ground as you. There, you know what I mean? It's just supposed to represent the everyday person. So, I mean, I get it. I thought that the whole, but I thought the whole message was to dispel stereotypes. That's why I had my opinion on it earlier. But when I looked at what the artist said about it, it had nothing to do with that. It was just everybody's interpretation of his art. That, you know what I mean? They interviewed the white people and the blue and the one dude and a bunch of other people, and that's what they got from the art. But that wasn't. I don't think that was his intentions. It wasn't to dispel stereotypes on the woman's figure or any of that. It was just.
Yeah, I got you. Good research there, Sweeney. Rashawn, I'm gonna bring you back up in a second. Let me just introduce the next topic and get these super chats out the way. If you haven't already, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. AP Accountability Partner, $5 says, Rick, that's a lie. Chicago is wild as F. Thoughts trotting in the middle of the street and got to see a car getting stolen. Come on, bro.
I'll take him to the hood with me. That's the only reason he's saying that, because he was in the hood with me.
AP again, $10 says, my dear sweet sisters, I love you. I love y'all, but the image of angry, bigger black woman posture in anger. Come on, y'all. We all know Felicia Rashad too, but they do this though. Prophecy, $10. KC, so quick to question. Let's say you are right about this being a body positivity. Why do we only portray this body as body positivity? Why is it never a fit woman being portrayed as body positivity? Prophecy again, $10 says, the soul food movie had Big Mama refused to lose weight and lost both legs and ended up dying. We thought the moral of the story was to always come together and try to demonize healthy eating. Prophecy again, $10 says, also, Callie, Lizzo was all about body positivity. Yet, once she started working out, all those so-called fans of hers started getting mad. She started losing weight. Shaka Carter with the $5 super sticker. Thank you. Prophecy again with the $10. The truth is that America is one of the most obese countries to exist. We got to be honest. We need to start promoting healthy lifestyle. Also, KC, no need to defend the statue feelings. It's a statue shaking my head. AP, $5. There are 6 beautiful sisters on the panel, and that is not a bust or a statue that represent any of you. I don't know how y'all don't see it. What's going on, brother? Viz with the $4.99. It's the opposite of what as we see every day on social media. Prophecy, $5. We have to be honest. If you don't want to believe no one in the chat or on the panel, the CDC have the stats for the BMI obesity percentage. Prophecy again, $5 says, Ty, you can be healthy, weight, and natural. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. And lastly, raw talk. Real deal, $5. It's not about us and the artists. It's about how them white people take it and weaponize everything against us. Get on.
JR, can I address something really quick?
Mm-hmm.
So, somebody asked the question, why did they choose that statue? And sometimes we have to stop and think about what we say. They didn't just choose that statue. They've chose several statues to display throughout the city. The question is, why did that statue get our attention? Because the reality is that if nobody got triggered by the statue, we wouldn't even know about it. Just like nobody knows about all the other statues. That's why we just found out about this artist, is because somehow that one statue garnered so much attention that now we're talking about it right here on Lapeef. But none of his other statues went viral, and he's placed those in other areas of the city. He's placed those in other areas in the world, in other countries. So ask yourself, why did the statue go viral?
The other statues were kind of flattering, like the one in Florence or whatever. That was flattering. That woman was statuesque. She had like a regal elegance to her. I'm one of the people who say I like bigger women, not in that physique, but with actual shapeliness to them, like no stomach and ass and titties.
Well, try to think about it like this, Sweeney. This is a panel that is derived from conversations that speak on relationship topics, dating, market value, qualifying for relationships. If it was any other panel like art panel, it wouldn't be this type of conversation. It would be praising the work. Oh, that looks like a real, actual black woman. But we have to tie it into our consistent perspectives we have on a daily basis on this panel. And me specifically, I like to tie it into the perspective I usually lead within my content. And when I see statues like this, I don't see empowerment. I see why so many women are struggling in the dating market. You know,
No, I don't dispute
this body
that.
type is consistently being rejected from a particular type of archetype that we talk about. So it only makes sense to kind of address it from that angle.
No, I don't dispute that y'all are actually addressing the statue and how y'all feel about it. I dispute the claims where they try to make it seem like there was something nefarious behind it, why the statue was put out there in Times Square. He just put a statue out there in Times Square, just like he put a statue everywhere else. It wasn't nothing nefarious about it. There wasn't nobody overhand that was like, oh, let's put this big ass black woman on display so niggas could be mad. Like,
well, did he put was it a panel or a carving of any information that gave the purpose or the reasoning for the statue?
They did have something on there.
Yeah, they did have some literature on it.
Over there.
Or did he leave it up to everybody to use their own oversight and opinion?
No, I don't. Yeah, I think he may have put it up there and left it to everybody's opinion. People's opinion on the statue wasn't what I was contending. Wasn't where my contention came into play. My contention is when people say, well, somebody put this up there on purpose. I don't think that was the case. I don't think there was some person that chose and was like, hey, look, big black woman.
You telling me?
We got to move on to the next topic, y'all. We spend a lot of time on it.
Can I speak to the
I
questions
don't
that were
think that
asked to
anyone
me?
is saying that he put it out there on purpose. Like someone told him to put it out there. I didn't hear that narrative. Nobody said like somebody told him to put that out there.
I thought you said they was playing in our face.
I said that there was a personal decision that he did. Nobody told him to do it. He's from London. His ancestors are clearly from Africa. He could have chose to put African people all over the city. He did not choose to do that. So I want to know why. That's all I'm saying.
I think y'all being disingenuous.
Who's she's not African though?
Sweeney, you gotta be real.
That lady looks FBA to me. Marcus, does that lady look FBA to you? Does those statues look a little FBA to you? Are they dressing like that in Africa? I'm just saying.
Yes, they are dressing like that in Africa.
Oh, they're eliminating FBA culture in Africa right now? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely dress in casual clothes in Africa.
Man, we gotta be honest.
To speak to the questions that were addressed to me, I never said the statue was about body positivity. That wasn't my perspective on it at all. And then also, I wasn't defending the statue's feelings. I was defending my perspective on the statue and it being called disingenuous. I didn't have I wasn't defending the statue's feelings.
So y'all don't think the guy that was creating this statue, by the time he was maybe 50 to 65% of this finished with the statue, or even drafting up the blueprint to make it was dawning to him like, you know what, motherfuckers ain't gonna like this statue. I guarantee you, he already knew that this was going to strike conversations on this type of level when he was creating. Therefore, he had to have some type of foreknowledge or some type of intentionality on what he was doing.
Even if he did, that's not the only statue that. My bad, JR. Go ahead.
Go ahead, JR.
Yeah, hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. AP did come with that last super chat. It's always on purpose with the $2. Thank you, AP. Our next topic. So this happened out in Atlanta. It's your neck of the woods, Darwin. Group of women turned Lululemon Atlanta store into Magic City. You guys saw that? Here we go. Ty, you just be doing your own thing, huh? I hear you. Here we go.
See what's up with Lulu. Let's go and get the fuck out of Lulu. Let's go see what's up with Lulu. Let's go and get the fuck out of Lulu.
He want me dead or he a dog can't get no out the queen. Put some Lulu on his butt. Lululemon! Put some Lulu on his butt.
We got to cut the sound out of the music, man.
I don't hear shit. I don't see shit.
Hold on.
What?
I love that in it. I love that part.
But that Lululemon is so dumb because they literally could have said true religion. Hey, get the out the queen, put some horseshoes on my jeans. The true religion. They could have said that. Yeah. They could have said that. Why not Lululemon again? Cause it's fucking racist. They probably Confederate flag. That's what I hear.
Yeah, the queen put some Lulu on his butt.
He want me back or he a dog and get no on the crib. Put some Lulu on his butt. Lululemon.
As a former employee of Lululemon with a lowercase L, let's just preference that. Lululemon they're very strict on their brand. They are not spelled capital L. They're always lowercase L, and they are never to refer themselves as Lulu. Never. We were not allowed to say Lulu, and we were not allowed to use a capital L. The brand is lowercase, okay? Just throwing that out there. But a few years back, the CEO had mentioned about the type of people that he wanted in his clothes. Now, I remember the whole Tommy Hilfiger situation, and I understand that he thought that people of color basically cheapened the brand.
Now, that was a controversy around Tommy Hilfiger back in the day, but I never heard Lululemon say they weren't making clothes for Black people. I did hear him making comments about not making clothes for plus size people, but I never heard him say Black people.
I do not agree that people of color cheapen the brand. I believe that some people of color cheapen the brand. Because why are we in the store twerking to a song in this nice store? You know, I mean, I will stand by it 10 toes down. Lululemon is probably one of the best workout clothes that I own. I'm wearing the pants right now. And working for them, I understand that they put a lot of work into the brand. For this to be happening, if I was in there with my kids, I would be mortified. And if I was the brand owner, I would definitely not want this to be the representation of my clothes. Some rapper throws in Lulu, and all of a sudden, this is a whole, we got to do better. We have to do better. I'm going to say it publicly. We have to do better because this ain't it. And I wouldn't want them in my clothes either.
I think you guys saw the situation in the Lululemon store. The girls twerking. It was ignorant as It was ignorant. Why are you doing that in an establishment? Was it a protest? It's just like the flight attendant that was twerking. Why are we doing that? I'm tired of this do you. No, girl, do you. No, do you understand that shit is fucking stupid? Yeah, that was corny. Why are you in an establishment doing that kind of shit? There's a time and place for everything. I didn't say you can't twerk, but why are you twerking in an establishment that doesn't allow, it shouldn't be. Now they're going to be putting signs up there. No twerking, no loitering, no shoes, no service. And by
all right, I'll stop it there. What do you guys' thoughts about this, man? A group of women turned Lululemon, Atlanta store, into Magic City.
Of course it was in Atlanta. Of course it was Atlanta. That's what it gives me. Atlanta.
Is it TikTok, y'all? Is it TikTok to blame? Like social media is making people do the weirdest things. Like
they was doing this shit before TikTok.
It was, but now that they can.
Because what did we have? What was that challenge? What was that challenge when everybody was doing mannequins everywhere? That was the cool one. They was doing that in Foot Locker, the mannequin challenge. But this shit, I don't even look, y'all. I must buy cheap workout clothes because I did not know what Lululemon was, and I'm not paying $125 for pants. Okay,
for leggings, they're not even pants, Aisha. They're leggings.
I thought you said you make $80K or something. You won't?
I make more than
$125.
No, I don't want to pay for workout pants. Like that is why the rich, rich stay rich and the poor stay poor. Because why? Why when Target has Burlington? Have you been to Burlington? Have you went to Burlington or Ross for your workout? They got
why when Shein has full sets? What are you talking about? About $15.
$15.
A whole bunch of them.
It's not about what you make; it's what you keep. One great.
I feel that. I feel you on that in white.
And
but
the second thing is, old girl in the brown who's doing the splits, she was thick as fuck. I just want to add that. Outside of that, that was a damn shame. They shouldn't have been in that store twerking and throwing. As somebody who appreciates thickness and watching people do a split and twerk, I couldn't appreciate it in that moment. Just
Yeah,
want to
but
say,
you did though.
Well,
You still
speaking on
appreciate it.
thickness, the CEO of the company said that he doesn't even want thicker women in his clothes. And he said, right there, he said that the models that they're putting on his brand look sickly and they're not a good image for his brand. And I just feel like it was distasteful and it lacked decorum to do that in a store, period.
she was double cheeked up on a Lululemon Thursday. I just want to say that boy was heavy.
I'm wondering if they're wearing Lululemon. Do you think they have on Lululemon?
Yeah, they all had on Lululemon.
Oh, what is it? Lululemon.
You sounded so old seeing Lululemon. But you know what? This just makes me think about, and I know we're done with the statue conversation, but how most of you guys felt that we should feel some type of way about that statue. No, I feel some type of way about this video. When I see this, I think this is a terrible representation of Black women. I'm tired of seeing Black women shake their butts for cameras and being over-sexualized, throwing their legs up, doing splits, showing all the sexual things that they're able to do. It should not be publicized. It should not be for the streets. Like, I don't understand what happened to a freak in the sheets and a lady in the streets. Like, we just don't do it anymore, especially not on social media and what's being pushed with young Black women. And if we looked at them, most of them, for the most part, I'm not going to say all because I know y'all saw a few, but most of them are nicely built women. They look good in their clothes. They look well put together until they started all shaking their asses together in unison in the middle of a damn store. Like, and then it just makes it worse, honestly, because it's a predominantly white store, right? It's a whole bunch of different white people around, and you already know that they probably have this preconceived notion that you're going to come in there and act ratchet, and then you do exactly what they expect. And because you do it, unfortunately, one Black person becomes a representation of our entire community. So if I had to pick that statue that's a little overweight and standing still, it looked like she got a little bit of an attitude over those women shaking their asses, I'm going to pick the statue every time.
Look, I don't mean to break this up, and on topic, kind of off topic, but if you feel that way about them shaking their ass out there in the store, how you think we feel about you posting the side pic in your bikini every other week?
Why do you keep saying you as if you saw a picture of me in my bikini?
Not you. Don't take it personal. I'm talking in general. I'm talking in general, sweetheart. I don't know you. I'm talking in general, sweetheart.
That don't even correlate with what we're talking about right now.
I was going to go to a point, but never mind. You got it. You got it.
How did you go to a big?
That was just a huge jump. I see where you're going with that, but I think that was a huge jump.
No, obviously not. But you got it. Y'all got it. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Also, for the delegation of men that do appreciate that, you would be very happy if I posted that damn picture. Very, very happy.
You know what? This is one of those instances where we need to bring back shame again and forget what the men say. Forget what the men say, right? Because they're just gonna be like, oh yeah, whatever. But the women, y'all need to be hating. Y'all need to be downvoting. Y'all need to be spamming. Y'all need to be reporting, shunning these terrible women. Because I'll be honest with you, I don't know. There are far too many of those, but this is not an accurate representation of most Black women. Most Black women are civilized. Most Black women do not behave like this. But the people who gain the most traction on social media are Black women like this. So y'all have to do what you can to eradicate these type of people from social media, right? Whatever it is that you have to do. Like I said, hate, spam report, downvote, everything. Don't sit there and share that. Be like, oh, this is red. Nah, just downvote it. Just hate. Report them every time. Just spam report them so they get off the internet. That's the only way to fight nonsense like this, because the problem is when you go in Lululemon Now they thinking just because you're black that you're gonna act like these savages, and it's not true. So y'all gotta eliminate them. That's all I would say.
These women not coming up on my timeline. I think they coming across men timeline who be looking at ass shaking. These women, they don't care about our opinion. They don't. These the type of women. Just from my experience with these type of women, they be like, I don't have female friends. I don't get along with females like that. Like they don't care. They're not here for us. They're not coming across my timeline. I can't even report it, but I'll do it today for you, Trev. I'm gonna go report it if I'm gonna find it, and I'm gonna report it today. But because it's not usually targeted to us, like they said, this is my first time seeing this. I didn't even know this was a trend. I don't know nothing about it.
Never even heard the song.
Yeah, I never heard the song nor seen that video either.
I've heard the song and seen the video, and I just didn't understand the song in the first place, because if the person that created the brand is, like Ralph Lauren said, he has a certain demographic that he's targeting his clothes to, why are you making a song about a white-owned brand that doesn't even want one of the artists in his clothes? It didn't make sense to me.
Do you think they did that on purpose?
Did what?
Did that on purpose? Like, oh, you don't want us to? You think we're gonna misrepresent? You talk this shit about us, so we just gonna go ahead and fuck it up. Like, you think we're gonna fuck it up anyway? So
no, exactly. I think it was a viral song. I don't think it was in protest. I think it was a viral song. I think they went in Lululemon and they wanted a viral video.
Got you.
Well, no,
okay.
that's what a lot of them. No, that's what a lot of them said when they asked about it. They said it was in protest of the owner who said that he didn't want black women, or they say he said that. He never said that, but that's what they believe. So
well, in protest would not be, you wouldn't be wearing that person's clothes. You would be in Aloe. You would be in a different brand. To protest is still have the product.
No, that's what he want. He don't. They like, if you don't want us in it, we're gonna do exactly what you think. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're gonna do it.
I'm not saying it was a smart protest. I'm saying that's exactly why they did it.
All the black women did was corroborate what the owner's fears. They knew what they were doing. They knew that, hey, look, if we put his shit on and we take our taboo behavior and associate it with his brand, it's gonna bring down his market. And other people who see the brand is gonna associate it with this content and with this type of behavior or with this type of person who wears the clothes. So they knew that them getting into his clothes and acting like hyenas was going to bring his brand down. So that was an accurate protest to wear the clothes. So
I can see that.
I don't think this video is not necessarily something that we needed. This particular video, I don't think anybody on this panel particularly needed to see this video and the behavior associated with it to know that this type of behavior from these type of women is going on. It's like, we didn't need to see this video to know that, oh, I don't know they'd be twerking like, we know they'd be twerking like that. We know they'd be acting like that. This video was just a conversation starter, I think, for this particular topic tonight.
I think that someone just died. Like, someone was twerking on the hood of a car and died. Like, got hit by like an ambulance or a fire truck, or they definitely
they were hit by her friends.
Yeah, she was twerking in front of the car and her friends just ran her over.
Yeah.
And dragged her body. Yeah.
What the hell do they got to do with it? Hold on.
No, but I said we know they twerking because they literally dying.
They're dying to twerk, literally.
Yeah, so we know they acting like this without it necessarily have to come across our timeline. We know this was going on. So I think whoever made the point of mass reporting it, I think the point still valid, and I think it still stands, because you ain't got to necessarily mass report that one. You can, be aware and mass report what you see if you want to strike some type of change. But I think I'm kind of with y'all on that. I don't think it's going to do anything.
There ain't nobody about the mass report twerking. Like,
I think the women who
Marcus just said he appreciates his occasional twerk video.
I would look the video. I would look the song.
The men ain't mass reporting that shit.
Yeah, they're not gonna mass report it and then the women are not gonna mass report it because they're undercover twerkers themselves. So, like, why would they even go against a?
What's an undercover twerker, darling?
Somebody who be twerking, but they don't be showing themselves on video.
Oh, okay.
Like, ain't nobody about to do that, bro.
Come on, man. All the women. I think every woman is an undercover twerker for real.
Yeah.
And
I don't. Not listen. I don't.
I don't think they see
I
it
don't
enough
think there's
like we
anything
see
wrong
it.
with it. It's just dancing.
I walked in on my wife. She was in the kitchen cooking some chicken and checking that ass.
Working. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's
Nobody's
when you associate that type of setting. I mean, maybe, but it is what it is. I don't think nobody complained about no ass cheeks moving, right?
And like seriously though, you gonna go mass report some random chicks who decide to twerk in a Lululemon? Like nobody gives a shit. Like,
He don't like me. She just said he don't like us anyway, so I don't give a damn. Go yep. Send a ratchet straight to the motherfuckers that don't like us. Yep, go fuck up they shit. Don't come over to our brand. Like do that stay stuff.
I don't know if he actually said that he don't like black women and his stuff though. I don't think that like there's no evidence.
You think they made that up just to validate their reasons for doing it? They was getting criticism, so they like.
No, it's not that. Like, have you remember like sometimes people say things like there's a story that goes out there, like for instance that Michael Jackson beat up Tupac, and then everybody goes to start believing it, and it creates its own lie. That's the same thing that happened here. Is like somebody said that, oh man, they posted a picture of his store, put his face up there, and said owner of Lululemon said such and such about, and then it was all downhill.
It was like, oh, I got some Lululemon. He said that.
Yeah,
Watch
you know how it is. Yeah, people ran with it, so it is what it is. Like, I don't think that's actually what he said or anything. There's no evidence out there that he actually said that. Now he did say he don't like plus size people and his stuff.
I'm not gonna say.
He said he don't make your shit for big people.
So when it comes to ratchetness,
he said you should lose weight.
Yeah, he said you got to lose weight to wear my shit. He said his shit is not for big folks, man and women alike.
Some of them was plus size though.
Yeah, I know y'all seen a heavy one. I mean, I gotta let y'all know, just because she got a huge backside don't mean that she, ain't.
Hey, what we not gonna do is slander the thickums. We not gonna slander the thickums today.
You just slandered the thick ones. This girl was bigger than a statue.
Didn't I say proportioned right?
She was top heavy.
The girl in the brown tights.
Yeah, that wasn't proportion right, bro.
What?
There was two of them in brown tights.
How you know she ain't had a BBL?
Hold on, put the video back.
It looked like a BBL.
Put the video back up there.
It looked like a BBL.
We are getting off topic.
One of them
here.
looked like a BBL because I was.
Hey, y'all got us talking about ass. Now we talking about ass.
Oh hell.
Y'all was talking about ratchetness earlier, and y'all was like, y'all don't like
go down a rabbit hole. Now we want to see the ass.
And I like ratchetness in a certain environment. I do like ratchetness in a certain environment.
We had damn, that is a pause.
Not that type of environment though.
This man said, "JR, put."
I'm surprised Trev ain't catch it.
Wow.
Yeah, that is a pause.
I was like, put the video back up.
Yeah, put the Lululemon video back up.
Oh, say it the way you said it first.
Nah, man, you ain't gonna give it to that twice.
Pause.
It'll be a quadruple pause if I said it twice.
Man, y'all crazy.
Why you find the video?
You talking about
why they have to talk like that though? Why they can't just?
That's how they talk in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Pause it right there. That's too big. That's too big. That girl in the brown. That's too big. Trev.
That ain't no BBL, bro. That's a natural booty.
I'm not in the fupas, bro. But that it is what it is.
That ain't no BBL. That's natural.
Wait,
flat.
right here. That look good to you, Marcus? With the white, she's like a marshmallow, bro.
Brown didn't have a fupa.
That steak puff marshmallow.
Yeah, the girl on the right look like a sack of potatoes.
Y'all niggas lying.
Hey.
Hey, she
got a bonnet on?
She does.
Hey, that song, she sound like a young Gucci man, though. I ain't gonna hold you. The girl that's rapping this song.
Man, why they put that edited clip?
That's
to that song.
Are you talking about the lady that was in the car rapping the song?
No, I went.
They had Beyonce dancing to her that song.
The girl
That
named
wasn't
Pluto.
Beyonce dancing.
Song name Shim Sham or something.
Oh, I thought it was Sexy Red that did the song.
It's a ratchet video. They don't look right doing it, but Yeah, so you saying that girl in the brown fat? Not her in the white, but the one in the brown. You saying she fat? Are you on mute?
We can't hear you, Trey.
There was two of them in the brown. One of them was leaning
The one I'm
forward.
talking about. Is she fat? You think she fat?
The one
The
that
one
was
in the white,
leaning
yeah.
over, not the one
The
that was
one that
standing
did the
straight up.
split and was standing straight up. The one that did the split. You think she fat?
No, not her. The other joint. The one that was.
Oh,
leaning
he talking about
forward.
the one in the
And the one in the
foreground.
white. Yeah, and the one in the white, but it was both nasty. That's
Yeah,
why
they
I didn't
both-
say they all were overweight. I said some of them.
Oh,
It was
okay.
her and yeah.
Yeah, the one that when she turned around, she did have a big ass gut. Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, Sweeney. That the one in the white probably with your speed, right? I mean, ain't no shade. I'm just saying a proportion.
Hey, if the ass and the titty, hey, look, like Marcus said, if the ass and the titties poke out
more than the stomach,
more than the
Yeah, I
stomach, that's
feel
all that gotta happen. Your ass and your titty gotta poke out more than the stomach.
If I can't pick you up, I don't know. I got to be able to live.
I'm
Yeah,
too
I don't
old
care
for
about
that.
that picking their ass.
I'm too old for that.
If I can't put you up against the wall, pick you up,
Go buy you a sex swing or something.
I have to go to the weight room just to compensate.
Hey, no, that's coming out there. That that motherfucker ain't standing.
Well, they support up to 900 pounds.
You talking about a swing?
I ain't say the
Up to
swing support
900.
won't do it. I'm talking about
You
the
gonna have to
damn
catch a beam.
Where you get a swing from?
beams that you got up there ain't gonna
White.
hold that shit.
Swing, you got to swing
Anywhere you go to anywhere online.
Man, I'm too big for
you go
some.
to
We too big for
Christopher
some.
Street.
Boy,
a couple spots in
boy,
Philly.
Sweetie,
It's a lot of spaces.
you and your girl get on
eBay-
that swing, boy, y'all drywall gonna come down.
Don't sleep
boy.
on eBay. eBay got a lot of stuff you be surprised, man. You find you a swing or two on eBay.
We got a swing in the box. I'm gonna do that this month if I get around to it.
You gonna buy a
I
swing?
wish I would get on a damn swing up, tangled up, and hung myself on that motherfucker.
Hey, bro, it's
You
not
not
for you.
on a swing.
You
It's
don't
not
get
for
on
you,
the
bro.
swing.
What the?
All
Oh,
Bruiser
for
want
you.
to be ass up in the swing, bro.
God damn, son. Yo.
He said, Bruiser said, put him in a swing.
Yeah,
man.
Bruiser, you know you vanilla,
I'm
bro.
mad that you gotta know you in the swing, bro. What's going on over there?
Yo.
Damn, what the hell just happened? What did I say?
Yo.
Said he
You
wanna
said
be
you
in the
wanted to get on the
swing.
swing, bro. Oh, man. God damn.
No. I retract that statement. Strike that from the record.
AP Accountability Partner $2 says it's always on purpose. Prophecy, the savior, $5. Quick question, Sweeney. Are there any other statues in America by this artist?
Yes. Well, all his statues are temporary. It ain't like they gonna be up there forever. It's only up there till June, and then he goes to a different city.
Dub Will 499 says none of these famous brands in reality want blacks to represent their brands, but they will happily take our money. Prophecy to Save It $5 says, how do we always scream about proper representation, yet videos like this keep showing up? A damn shame. What happened to morals? What the hell? What the helly? Just Blaze. Y'all expect dirt to be clean. Them chicks dirty. Duh, Will. 499 says Marcus right. Thicker than a cold bowl of grits, but wrong location. LOL. Just Blaze 499 says then get mad when the stereotype sticks. Those are today's black women. Effing shame. Prophecy. Save It $10 says Ty. The problem is it's not one black woman doing the representation. This is happening in different states, cities, etc. Trevor's right. Black women have to be the ones to condemn this. Prophecy to Savior again. $10 says, so protest is making yourself look like a damn fool. Also, are we saying twerking is the new form of protesting? So black women was protesting that owner of the restaurant twerking on tables. This is insane. And lastly, Wilma Flintstones, $5. The only reason our black queens did that is because they had to be oppressed. White supremacy made them do it. Black women do cheapen brands. Black lives matters forever. Thank you everybody that contributed to the platform. Does fight that like button. Also make sure you subscribe to the channel. Let me do a well-being check. Everybody good? Y'all good?
Kelly, you all right?
Is there?
I gotta check out my gaming, homie. We ain't got on the sticks yet, but we gonna get on them one day because I got the PS5 and the Xbox over here.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. What games do you play?
Trev pause be so low key. He was like, pause.
Whatever you want to play. I mean, what, not like that, but
I play
Natalie, you
everything.
game for real? You play COD?
Yeah, I play Call of Duty, Resurgence, the big map.
Okay,
It's
I'ma
crazy because
add
I'm better on the big map than I am on Resurgence.
I like to play multiplayer unless I have a squad. I don't like to play with randoms.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, definitely have a squad because those randoms will get you murked. I mean,
Yeah.
they'll get you like they'll get you like
And I like the fast kills. Like I like to get up close and personal and do all that. So I'm gonna drop my name in the chat. I'm gonna drop yours. I'm gonna
Yeah, for sure. I'll for sure roll with you.
What games?
I play Call of Duty, Repo, Marvel Rivals,
So
Warfare.
PS5.
I pay everything. I'm on PC, so pretty much every game that's on PS5 and Xbox, I have the capability of playing. I actually built my PC when I was 18.
Yeah, so that means you could really play COD for real. So we gonna be locking in. I got some content too, so I'm gonna follow you on Twitch too.
Okay, yeah. I'm still like Resurgence. I'm not that good at, but put me on the big map, I got you. But Resurgence, it's just so small that everyone's just.
We're gonna build together. We're gonna build together. Because I don't know how to do that part, but multiplayer, that's what I usually use.
Y'all talking a different language.
I appreciate the vibe session they just had though. That was dope.
I was shocked that Di had time for video games. I thought she was in a therapy session or something like that.
Was that Kuba's Hawk over there? Okay.
And yeah, I do have therapy, but this is my home therapy.
Sir Shaggy.
Bottle of Taylor Port over there.
Like wine bottle.
I love Hello Kitty.
Call of Duty salute.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, you ain't getting paid for that. Now put that down.
Sorry.
Down
I know that's right.
Yeah. Make sure I'm gonna
get
a couple bottles for me.
They need to hurry up and drop this GTA 6, man. Quit playing with us.
All right, hit that like button. Y'all. We'll go ahead and move on to the next topic, which is how are white women getting men to marry them? This is another viral clip that was going on. Here we go.
This message is for my white women, my snow bunnies. What are y'all doing to get these men to marry y'all? And y'all getting these millionaires and then y'all suing them and becoming multi-millionaires. Like, help me out. I ain't no hater. I'm a congratulator. Help me. How are y'all getting these men to marry y'all? Because I don't have no kids. I'm fit. I'm cute as a button. I'm submissive. I cooperate. I'm not mouthy. I'm supportive. I'm not the type of woman that, you got to take me to the 5-star restaurant. You got to make 6 figures. I'm good with 70,000. I mean, I go to the gym. I cook. I clean. I let them touch my nasty parts. I mean, what are y'all doing? Y'all need a class to help me. I'm not afraid to say I need some help with white women. I'm not afraid to say. What are y'all doing? Because y'all getting these men to marry y'all. And y'all are being married. Y'all don't got that many baby daddies. Okay, cool. Help me. DM me. DM me, fellas. DM me and let me know what else can I do to find my husband. Because, I mean, I don't know what else that I can do. Like, I make him lunch. I mean, what? I cook like 4 times a week. I give up my nasty parts.
What?
I wear lingerie. I mean, I don't have a problem with getting them. I'm just having a problem with them not wanting to get married. Can y'all white snow bunnies help me out?
Why are some black women asking white women how to get the ring? Why is this happening?
I think that it's exclusive to her and her own ignorance. I would never ask a white woman how she's getting married.
I agree. I ain't never asked a white woman how to dress, let alone how to keep a man. That's just, I don't know where she coming from with that rhetoric.
Don't y'all want to know how they got married?
Why would I ask a white woman for any type of advice on relationships when I exclusively date black men? That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, according to the video, apparently they may have the answer.
Yeah, a lot of
I
white
think
women
if she just
exclusively date
watched her
black
video
men.
back, she'll have an answer.
I would say
I
say
think she
for
was
starters,
specifically asking.
If you notice the situation she described, she said you marry them and divorce them. So they're probably marrying black men that ain't shit. I don't want their advice for them. No,
I wouldn't
You
even say
can't
they're
say
marrying
that.
black men that aren't
Yeah,
shit.
I don't think
I'm gonna
that.
say that she's
It
probably
could be.
choosing the wrong people and she's probably doing the wrong things in those relationships. And she
Okay.
repeated time and time again that she's giving up her nasty parts. So I think she needs some more decorum. I think she needs some self-respect, and I think she needs some standards. And maybe that will help her in her future endeavors.
I was talking about the white woman when I said that.
I
not-
think too, it's more of like, sorry, Ty, you can go ahead.
Go ahead.
love.
No, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say, I think too. I mean, one of the things that really stuck out was when she said, "Y'all are dating these men, marrying them, divorcing, and coming up." And I think that that's the thing right there. She's not looking for love. She's looking for a game on how to play and come up. And when you're that desperate, you're gonna wear it like you wear your everyday clothes. You know what I mean? You're gonna wear that desperation, which is why she's posting that. That's the issue right there in itself. Her morals and what she's looking for is so off. It's all off, and she's wearing that. And I'm sorry, men are pretty smart and can smell a gold digger when they see it. Most of them can. Some of them can't. But so I think that, she needs to really look within herself and start realizing that, hey, that mentality that you have, baby girl, it needs to change first. There ain't nobody that can save you. No man, no white woman, no black woman, no Asian woman. It doesn't matter what race they are. They can't save you because you don't want to be saved. You want to come up. And if saving means coming up, that's all you want, you're going to wear that like a cloth and everyone's going to see it from a mile away, especially from this post that you just posted. So, at the end of the day, it's like the answer within itself is right in that video. Change that mentality. Start respecting yourself more. Start going into relationships for the sake of true love and being genuine with your intentions instead of trying to just come up on the next person because whatever reason you feel like you can't come up on yourself.
That ain't gonna help her get married. These guys is not really, from my understanding, not really compelled to get married due to the circumstances of woman always having that card to play in their back pocket to pull the trigger on.
A lot of times when a woman is able to stay in a relationship long enough to get divorced and take all his money, she played the role of pretending that of being a certain way, so that way, and being less argumentative, not saying anything, allowing him to do whatever he wanted, endured whatever it is she had to endure because she knew she had to stay in the relationship for X amount of years in order to get that money. Women like that. I'm not saying all women are doing that. What I'm saying is the women that do that, that's typically what they're doing. They're staying in these relationships no matter what happens within this relationship, simply because they know if they stay in there long enough, all they need to last is 7 years. And then after 7 years, they come up like that. They play the role of, I'm going to completely not let anything faze me and do whatever he asked me to do. Whatever he asked me to do. If he tells me to be quiet, I'm gonna be quiet. He tells me to go do this, I'm gonna do this. Whatever it is that the man wants, they're literally gonna do hands and feet, simply because the end goal for them is not to be with him, it's to take everything that he has.
Well, maybe the white women are actually doing all of those things that the sister in the video said after the ring. And she just showcased that she was doing all those things, giving away her nasty parts, making sandwiches, cooking 4 times a day, and she wasn't getting married. Maybe she was putting the cart before the horse, and the white women were putting the cart after the horse.
Or maybe at the end of the day, what she's describing is not just white women. It's just the women that know how to play their role to get what they want. Who's in the city? Sorry, I hear alarms. But like, I feel like for her, she thinks it's just white women because she probably sees it on TV, but it's more than just that. It's many different types of women. It's just women that want to come up off of men that do it. We see it every day. You know what I mean?
When you describe what you think the white woman was doing, I think you said they were cooking and cleaning, being quiet, playing their part, not nagging them. Is that something else you said?
No, I said that they're playing. They're doing whatever it takes. If the man goes out and cheats, they're gonna pretend like, even though they know full heart, they're gonna pretend like they don't. Pretend like everything is fine and dandy and everything is rainbows and sunshines. It's not just about not nagging and cooking and cleaning. It's more than that. It's more than that, because you can not nag, you can cook, you can clean, but at the same time, it's like not doing whatever it takes. If that means he got to go out there and cheat, they're doing it. I see it day to day. Like, I live in California, and there's a lot of women, especially out in LA, that have these type of dynamic relationships where they only just want to come up from the man. And it's sad, really sad, because it's like it takes away the love and the genuinity from real marriage. And then I don't want to get long-winded, but then it just taints the man, because now he thinks that every woman's going to come after him for his money. And then we end up being on podcasts talking about how women ain't shit. Like, that's what happens. And it just recycles itself. So that's what I'm saying. It's not just white women. It's just any woman that has the intention of coming up on a man. They're typically going to paint themselves as the perfect, pretty little picture, because their end goal is to take every little thing that you have.
So minus the cheating, would you do the other women agree that that's what they're doing?
What, cooking and cleaning and stuff like that?
Do all the stuff you said? Because it kind of sounded like you gave an archetype.
That's what Darwin said.
Okay, I was gonna say it kind of sounded like you gave an archetype minus the cheating. That's what the perfect woman would be for men.
Yeah, that's what they do.
I just regurgitated what she said she was doing to get a man.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what she said.
And I was saying,
literally,
perhaps maybe what the white women are doing is doing that after they get married.
So check this out. I think Callie made an awesome point by identifying the woman being disingenuous. It does sound like the homegirl is on a come up. I also think she's being disingenuous about where she stands and what she might actually qualify for. I mean, me personally, I find her demeanor to be annoying. If back in my scumbag days, I probably would have gave her like 8 days before I could hit, and if I don't, I'll cut my losses. Right? That's just what I get from her. Being like, you have to understand, when you are around people, she is likely annoying. Like, I just couldn't stand just a few moments that she took to say what she had to say. A couple of things wrong there. She said she was cooking like 4 times a week. Maybe she should up it to like 6. She probably is running into men that would marry her. I'm pretty sure. I would guarantee you she's cute enough to attract a lot of people. So she's got to be doing something very wrong, right? Because there's dudes that will put a lot of that aside. We coach men all the time about, what the hell are you doing? Why are you about to marry her? There's somebody who she rejected, who she probably qualified for. But she's saying 70,000. The average man doesn't make 70,000, right? Particularly the average black man not making 70,000. Maybe she might have to go down a little bit. Maybe she might have to get somebody who's not as attractive as she would like. I'm pretty sure she's rejecting somebody because there's men that's going to run down and try to marry her, right? Now, the dudes that she's probably getting access to, which is where she thinks she is, are going to reject her. They're going to hit and then they out, because she's likely not wifey material. And I'm not even sure if she's capable of performing the way that she should perform as a woman in the first place.
She got gray hairs too, so can you pull that up? Those gray?
It was right on her part. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
that's not a big deal. A lot of people will look right past
I know it, but I know it's not a big deal. But I'm just saying, like, she don't.
And she
have
showed her whole body. She's in shape and stuff. She looked like she's about to go to the gym.
I'm making your point. She done had her time. She done had her fun. She done had her shot. She blew it off.
She late to the party.
Now she want to get married.
I think instead of turning to the internet for whatever she's looking for, she should probably turn to a legitimate life and relationship coach, or maybe even a therapist, to really dissect some of the things and ask the right questions to really get into the nitty gritty as to why maybe some people aren't liking her. Because it's like, everything she's saying, nothing she's saying is like, I'm the problem. Like, at what point are you going to look within yourself and be like, man, fuck it, I'm the fucking problem?
You know what the problem is?
She's
trying to cosplay a wife.
Yeah.
Right? She's doing all the things, she's trying to check boxes, but she's not really a wife. Right?
Yeah.
There's probably a lot of things that men see in her, probably from her past, like Darwin pointed out. She got gray hairs, and I think she's trying to hit a buzzer beater now. And it doesn't always work out like that.
You're shooting prayers right now. And
So-
if I was on the market and if I'm the typical 40-year-old guy, got his shit together, I'm not looking at her as an option. Just not.
Yeah.
So
Or she's passing up on the
Why
wrong
not,
men.
Darwin? What's wrong with her, Darwin?
I'm not looking at her as an option based off of the stuff she said. She out here sucking and fucking. No, I'm good. I would go for a younger woman who probably got less mileage on her.
So
if y'all look at her content, she's pretty much spouting every talking point from the manosphere that men say. I'm looking through and scrolling through. It sounds like maybe she was being crass a little bit when she said
Oh yeah, she was being crass.
In that one, I'm just saying, I looked at like 10 of her titles. It's why nobody in her family have a man. If you're not a BB, if you got a BBL, you're not tricking, you crazy. If you pregnant and you get an abortion, they like now she all right. I done went a little deeper.
I mean, I think when we look at the title of this entire panel about they're laughing at the Black community, she's a prime example. And I think that when we focus on videos like this, we're forcing the issue for them to laugh at us.
So
what videos should we focus on?
Maybe the
some-
woman that is doing well and has a husband and is raising kids and is doing
Yeah.
things that we project that should be the wife. You know, I think that a lot of times it's sad because it's like these are the clips that go viral. These are the clips that everybody wants to see because it gives them entertainment to see. And then we talk about them on podcasts and make light of them. And then that makes people think this is how all Black women are. And it's not. It's just how a specific group of Black women are. They just blew the fuck up because everybody wants to be entertained. Everybody likes drama and everybody wants something to talk about. Nobody wants to sit there and watch a housewife knit some clothes or prepare outfits for their babies and do all this stuff for the husband because it's not going to bring views. It's not going to bring attraction to people's panels. It's easier to find something that's a little bit controversial that we can add a little bit of spice into so everybody can talk about and engage with. And that's what we need to
Is that
start
why
doing.
you managed to wind up here?
So I think
No,
Is that
that's
why you
not.
managed to wind up here?
I managed to wind up here because I want to change the narrative that there are good women, good Black women, good white women, good Asian women. They're just good women in general, and a majority of good women in general that don't fit the stereotype that everybody loves to talk about.
And
So-
don't
There
you
are.
think that's what? And don't you
hold
think that's the reason why we had these conversations over here? Because we want to attack the issue, the problem.
Yeah.
Well,
And
that's
this
why
is
we-
the solution. This is the solution. But I was just answering Casey's point as to
and
this
I
is what
also-
goes viral.
So
I also think we can attack the problem by showing positive reflections instead of negative reflections as well. I'm not saying that we shouldn't talk about the negative, but I also think that one way that we can attack the problem is by showing positivity.
I think y'all are being a little unfair to her, speaking specifically to the ladies. While okay, I get the part where she asks white women and that aspect of it kind of triggered y'all response, but I'm gonna be real with you. She's no different than a lot of the women, a lot of the single women we spoke to on these panels, and they've all said that when you walk down while they're single and they talk and they all do the same thing that she says, man, I do this, I do that, I'm this way, look at me, I'm not like your typical, I don't act like them, I'm working on myself, I'm doing this, why can't I get a man?
Well, someone that doesn't
mean,
act like that won't need validation from somebody else on a
exactly.
panel that they
No,
don't
no.
know. And also, the reason why I attacked it wasn't because she is asking help from a white man. It was because she made the statement that why do white women get to be with these men that and last this forever and take everything they got? That was the statement that triggered me.
Fair enough. What I'm saying, I just said that the part where she said white women triggered y'all. I didn't say that she was whether y'all want to take whatever part of that y'all want to. I'm saying I think that part triggered y'all, but she's no different than a lot of single women that we specifically spoke to on this panel, on
last night,
King Fatty's panel, last night's panel, on Bruise's channel, on what's the dude name? Goddamn, shameless plug. DJ Hamp channel. We've seen countless, and matter of fact, and then we got several dating shows. We got Kendra G, you got Arlette, you have You have what's the other chick? She wears the makeup. She does it for BET. She does like consultations for women online. We've seen her shows, and countless times we hear a lot of women say the same exact thing. They and they say what they not this. They cook, they clean, they do this for a man. They are willing to suck him whenever he wants her to. And they ask the question, why am I here?
And Sweeney, I think a lot of times those women aren't doing enough self-reflection in order to come on a panel and ask a group of individuals why they are not married. It doesn't make sense. You have to reflect upon yourself and your actions and your history and how you operate within relationships. And nobody can come on a panel and tell you why you're not married except for yourself,
Well,
whether it's because of your decision to not be married or because of your actions. And I think that when women come up on the panel and try to validate how good they are versus the next individual, or they're not doing this, they're not doing that, I think that speaks volumes.
Well, I don't think that, I'm not saying that all these women come up here and ask for advice for why they're not single, but the conversation tends to circle around to that when a lot of times we hear women say that I'm not that type of woman. And then we dive into the conversation about, okay, well then if you're saying that, like for example, like this woman self-aggrandized. She said she was everything perfect and her standards weren't that high. We've heard countless women say the exact same thing. I don't.
And
I'm
did
not.
all the men on
Wait a
the
minute.
Go ahead, Sweeney.
And all I'm saying, I'm not that. I don't have no type of high standards where I need 6 feet, 6 figures, 6 this. And also, look, I'm nice. I'm this. I'm in shape. I'm that. And we say, well, what's going on? And I often say, be careful of people who self-aggrandize. I've had that. Me and Bruiser just had this conversation with a woman yesterday, whom several women on this panel have supported when she was on this panel. And I was like, either the things that she said, I said one or two things is true. Either your standards aren't what you say they are, either you're not as liberal with your standards as you say you are, or you're not the woman that you say you are. Because there's no reason why you can go this long and be the perfect archetype of what a woman should be, specifically a Black woman, in shape, beautiful, and all these other things. You're willing to submit and do all these other things. And you say, oh, I don't need a 6-figure man. I'm cool with the average man and all of this. And then at the same time, be like, then how the hell are you single for 10 years?
Now, Sweeney, I have a question for the men on the panel. From that video, did most of the men on the panel see a problem with the woman? Any problem, whether it was the way she talked, the way she looked, the way she operated, the question she was asking. Did you all see a problem?
You should have asked that before we
I saw a problem. I saw a problem. She clearly communicated that she lacks discernment. And she's done it for a while, given her gray hair. She's been lacking this. She haven't been married. Any woman that can become 35, 40 years old and can't be married, that looks like that and claims she's doing all that, there's some hidden things disguised about her that's self-inflicted or self-disqualifying. And I know she knows it. It's just that I know that a lot of those women that talk like that lack accountability on a level to where they
would never say
try
what's
to
actually
appear like
wrong with
they're
them.
oblivious to the reason why they're being rejected, but they actually do know. They just don't give a damn about changing it. They want to sort of like words beat you or push men into submitting to accepting them for who they are and the value they currently have. And men are just not doing that. And I'm not ever going to promote that. So it's a number of things that's wrong with that.
So for me, her listing her things that she do, she probably shouldn't have listed that. That is kind of a problem to be online listing that. But more so, it's an archetype that really bothers me within women. It's the same archetype that gay men have. It's like the loud, flamboyant, trying to be funny and overextending themselves in every conversation. You know what I'm talking about, Casey? Are you familiar with the archetype I'm talking about? So I could detail it more if you don't know.
Marcus, you mind throwing her link in the chat?
Okay. Yeah. It's after I finish this, I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah.
So
Gotcha.
that archetype to me, especially with all the he she's that exist, I be completely turned off in general when I like see that Medea archetype. That shit just don't do anything. So I would think a man that would want a wife, because she might be funny. It come off like, looking at the content, it come off like she trying to be funny, and I get that that's for content or whatever. But when I think about my wife, that's not really my go-to. So I don't know if other men are vetting that same way. But that would be all things she said. You know, I agree with the giving, you know, one that has sex on demand, cooking for the man, cleaning, doing all those things. That's all pluses. You're gonna win doing those things, like Sweeney said, especially if you do it consistently. But the archetype of what a lot of women subscribe to, even if they do all those things, and then they had a Medea gay man archetype, they all in the same category to me, no matter how fine you are, once you start doing that. So I think she kind of is she's not all the way into it, but she like half into that archetype by the way she acting on these videos.
I think Ty was trying to get in there a little while ago. No, I thought you were trying to say something earlier.
It was just to double down on your point. Oh, go ahead, Ty.
Go ahead.
But just double down on your point on the list thing. I mean, I don't understand why women don't just, instead of having a list set for the man to come fit it, or for him to vet you, it's almost like you trying to have him a list to vet you out instead of figuring out, okay, how can I accommodate the man that I desire, or the man that I can potentially qualify? What is his needs and what is his desires? How far away am I from meeting that criteria to fit this man, what this man want and desire? I don't understand why women don't take that approach. Instead of saying he can make 70K, like, damn, bitch. I mean, excuse my language, woman. To Trav's point, yeah, probably go down 55K, because now you got exposed to more options and the higher chance of being selected. But
it also starts with being the person you want to be within the next 5 years. If in the next 5 years your goal is to be a mother, is to be a wife, is to have a good job, is to have this type of lifestyle, well, you have to be a certain person to obtain and manage and handle that and have it successfully. So if you're going in through life thinking that you're perfect and the problem isn't you and you're not willing to grow, I always say you need to remain a student in every single thing that you do. What you know now, you really don't know. And what you think you know is really probably wrong. You need to be willing to keep your mind open and be willing to be around certain people and lifestyles to really fully understand what it takes to get to where you want to go. And if you don't have the mindset to be that way and put in the work it takes to obtain that, then you're always going to find yourself in predicaments, whether it's in relationships, whether it's in your job, or whether it's in life in general. And this whole poor me, why am I not getting what I want? Well, you're not getting what you want because you're not becoming the person that it takes to get what you want. So,
But,
you know, it starts with yourself.
How can that be accurate? And I you hit some good points, but how can you explain to the women listening to you say that as a woman who's not getting the results she wants in real time?
So if you're not getting what you want in real time, you got to sit down and say, what does it take to get to where I want in real time? What am I not doing? Because what you think you're doing is not nearly enough as to what needs to be done to get to where you want to go. If you want to have someone that is a certain type or whatever the case may be, well, you got to look at what it is that they look for, right? If that's really what you want, if your main focus is, I want a man that's of this, then all you do is have to sit up there and ask yourself, like, hey, sorry, my Discord chat is like.
I think you read what I said wrong.
Uh-huh.
So let me paint the picture again. There's women in the chat listening to you make some really good points that actually can be substantial enough to make a difference and potentially get them selected.
Mm-hmm.
But who they're hearing saying it is a woman who's also struggling.
What am I struggling with? Did I ever mention I was struggling?
I mean, I thought
that's based off of perceptions.
I thought from earlier conversations you were struggling to get married as well.
No, I never said I was struggling to get married. I said that's something of a goal of mine. I'm not struggling to get married. I need to be in a certain place in my life. I'm not struggling in anything.
Do you want
I tell my story. I do want to be married, but I'm not struggling for it.
How long have you been wanting to get married?
That's always been a goal of mine. One day I want to be married. But here's the thing. at the end of the day, I know that in order to get to where I need to go, I need to be a certain, there's things that I just need to find my person. And I don't feel that the person for me I've came across yet. That's not a struggle. That's a journey. Just because I'm on a path does not necessarily mean that I'm struggling within that path. It just means that I need to take the necessary steps to get it. That's not all that I'm focused on right now. I have a lot of other things that I'm working on. I really don't even have time to be in a relationship right now. I have auditions I have to do. I have an album I have to release. I have these streams that I'm working on. I just got through with the freaking casting call yesterday. It would be wrong of me to try to be in a relationship at this point in my life because I wouldn't be able to put in the amount of time and effort it takes to someone that would be deserving of that. And I don't want to rob them of that attention, of that affection, of that love, all because I'm sitting here trying to be on TV or trying to do what it is that I'm doing. So for
you
me,
don't want to be married.
That's not true. I do want to be married one day, but right now, what I'm doing within my life, I have an opportunity and I need to focus on that right now. I'm not focused right now on being married. I want to be married one day. I want to have kids one day. And yes, but
Okay, I'm sorry. So what's
doesn't
more
mean I'm
important, you being
struggling.
married or you pursuing your music and all this other stuff?
I mean, I think it speaks to her taking accountability for where she is right now, her mindset right now,
could
and
have
saying that
answered
she
it if
wants
she
to
wanted.
be
She could have
married.
let her answer it.
Saying that she wants to be married one day is not her saying that she wants to be married right now. And I think the woman in the video is saying that she wants to be married now.
Okay, so what's more important to you, Callie? Getting married or playing video games?
I'm not just playing video games. That's the misconception. I'm not just playing video games. Like I stated, there are other opportunities that I'm not addressing on this panel because I want to address and
Okay, let me
how
rephrase
I
it.
want to address it.
What's more important? The
Right
opportunities you're
now, what's
pursuing or
more
marriage?
important to me is making sure that I'm in a place, in a headspace to where I can have enough time, effort, and do what it takes to sit there and involve myself in a relationship. When you are in a relationship and you're not where you want to be in life, that can be dangerous simply because that point, I'm not really ready to get to, if I were to be in a relationship right now, he could be the best man in the world. With my schedule right now, I barely even have time to sleep. My sister has to tell me to eat because I'm forgetting to eat because I'm so freaking busy. So why would I involve? But my thing is, why would I involve a man in a relationship in my life right now and know that I'm not going to be able to give him the time that it takes, the attention that it takes, and everything that's required of me to be the woman that he deserves? And then he'll end up painting me wrong because.
So what's more important? The opportunities you're pursuing or marriage?
Right now, what's more important is getting myself to where I need to be in life. Right now, at this very moment, where I am in my life right now, the opportunities that just presented themselves within this first week, the stuff that I have committed myself to with other people and the businesses that I've committed myself to, that is important to me. That is important to me.
So by default, by that logic, you will struggle to get married.
That's absolutely not a struggle. That's a choice, and I think you're baiting it into being a struggle.
It can be a choice.
I think you're baiting it into being a struggle.
Just because she's struggling.
Hey, Darwin, I want to ask you a question
I have
too.
a
Darwin.
question too.
Hold on real quick. I want to ask Darwin a question. Do you think that there are a lot of marriage-minded, qualified men walking around?
Do I think there's a lot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, give me
when I come into a relationship, but my thing is when I come into a relationship, here's the thing.
Callie.
Hold on 1 second. I just want to get Darwin's because I do think we do have an audience, and I can kind of sense some of the questions that they may have and the questions that I may have heard. So you said that there are marriage-minded men walking around. Can you give me a percentage of what do you think as far as marriage-minded men that's ready to marry that's walking around?
I would say around 70 to 80% of men.
Hell no.
Or I would say 70 to 80% of men, everything that they do, every step that they take, every decision that they make is so that they can build stability enough and pursue a woman to create a family.
80% of men are walking around.
I would say that's the bottom line to the breath that's in their lungs. And I would say women, on the other hand, is the opposite. They're pursuing their careers, the opportunities, video games, for the sake of their own pleasures and individual stability. And then later, you know what I'm saying, they may try to find a man that can fit or might be able to accept them. But men is coming into this thing trying to build a kingdom so he can have a legacy, so he can have a family, a bloodline.
Okay.
That's the whole reason why he's going out here doing what he got to do, busting his back and busting his ass 10, 20 years, 30 years, so he can go and see his little ones come in and have the lifestyle that he probably never had when he was a child.
Okay. And then my other question, my last question, I'll go to you, Dad. I know you said you had a question. What is a woman, if you had a daughter, you got a daughter? You don't have a daughter, right? You got sons? Darwin?
I got two sons. I got a 3-year-old and a 2-year-old, about to be a 2-year-old.
If you had a daughter, what advice would you give her? Let's just say she's in her 20s. Would you tell her to be positioning herself for marriage? Would you say she needs to do what she has a passion for, what she like? Like, what would that look like in the real world for you if you had a daughter that was in her 20s?
I had a daughter. She would be raised to be positioning herself for marriage in her early 20s.
Okay, what does that look like?
It would be, well, she's obviously, I would say any woman that's decent looking, fit, are going to have a high chance of attracting a lot of options in their early 20s by default. So I would say capitalize on a particular option. You know, get your vetting assistance from yours truly, your father, and get married as soon as possible. If this man wants to marry you, don't push him off like a lot of these women that's in their early 20s at the top peak of their value, wanted to play around with fire, want to play around with pursuing their opportunities in their careers, and then ending up left over and at the wall. I would tell my daughter to make sure she capitalized on building with a man young and early.
And then what if she comes to you and say that she doesn't see any qualified suitors? Then how would you?
I would say that's false, because you don't have the capability of being able to see that. That's why I'm here. If you have somebody that's pursuing you, you need to involve me in the vetting process to be able to make to use the correct discernment to deem whether any of these guys that you are vetting now or trying to vet you out is actually a suitable mate.
Okay. And if a woman father wasn't present in her life, or she didn't have any male figure, what advice would you give to her?
She would try to go to an older brother, a mentor, maybe a pastor, somebody, a spiritual leader, somebody that she could trust in, some male figure that give her the right oversight and understanding of how the male mentality works out here, so she can have an understanding of what his intentions are. I honestly don't think women have enough discernment accurately to be able to determine what a man wants, and they don't even have the emotional intelligence and endurance to be able to accept the truth from a man. Complete honesty. It's a lot of guys that just don't want to be straightforward and honest with women for the sake of not hurting their feelings.
Okay, gentlemen, do you guys agree with Darwin? Do you think his approach makes sense? Or would you say something else different when it comes to what you would tell your daughters, or the advice that he would be given?
I agree with his approach as far as what he'll tell his daughter. But after they got past 25, they did not have anybody that looked like they was gonna marry. I would say continue to chase your dreams, because you may have to support yourself. So you're gonna have to realistically continue in that way. But I would encourage them to do that. I'd really disagree with that 80% number. I don't think 80% of men is looking to get married right now. Like the single men, 80% of them, bro. But I could be biased because of the men that I was around. Because the men that I knew, the moment they decided to get married, they could have got married the next day. They had women around them that they had been dating or vetting or long-term dating and could have got married the next day.
Are we saying whether they have it on their mind? I'm speaking to that specifically. A lot of guys I talk to, watch my content, they have it on their mind.
I agree with you because that's a niche segment. I would say the majority of the men that be in these chats probably like maybe 80% of these men, but this ain't the entire representation of, you know what I'm saying, of how black, like the people who be in these chats usually care about relationships, maybe looking for tips on relationships, in a relationship, trying to figure something out, maybe trying to figure out how to vet because they just got out of a relationship looking for their next. So I say 80% of these chats. But in the general populace of men, I think that number is like 40.
Well, I
maybe.
will say to your point
So
that
wait,
there may be some type of fear behind it of getting married due to the circumstances in the courts. But the bottom line to, I think, any man's purpose and goals, it's not only to get on his purpose and his passion and the work to create stability, but it's still it's even amidst the behavior that women are portraying in the society, men are still willing to be in a relationship with these women and procreate with these women, even though we're getting dragged through the mud and they're have this emasculation type thing going on. We still, and like I'm going to use Sweeney words, in the belly of the beast, in the Western culture, probably the worst part when you talk about the dating market, still sitting here trying to go work and find a woman and have a family.
So to kind of fine tune, hold on real quick, to fine tune the numbers, right? So we can put some facts to it. Roughly about 55% of men, of single men are desiring marriage, and about 50% of women are desiring marriage. But to Bruiser's credit, I would argue that the men who are seeking marriage are more marriage minded than the women when it comes to how they move and how they operate in society. Like they're more likely, because the mindset is that they're doing what they're doing to make themselves more suitable to the women that they want to get, versus women, when they go out there and they grind, they prepare themselves to just be able to sustain themselves, whereas more men are more likely to prepare themselves to sustain the family or the women that they choose out of the people who are marriage minded.
And once the man get his mindset, he won't even stop. Specifically, the man here in America, they won't even stop here, knowing that the dating market is so polluted the way it is with the women we have to deal with. They are willing to travel abroad and risk, having to go through the degree of difficulty of learning a culture and a different language to still get to that bottom line. The bottom line ain't never going nowhere. We're just figuring out workarounds to it. And then if we can't figure out a working around with it, we just gonna keep our peace and we're gonna just be alone. And we're gonna toss them $40, $50, get some head every now and then.
All right, let's go get Casey in there real quick because she's trying to get in there. Then we'll go to Trey.
So what it's sounding like, because you said you want your daughter to go ahead and choose the man that's trying to marry her in her early 20s, choose him instead of looking for other options or choosing a better suitor. You want your daughter to be fully dependent on a man, because in her early 20s, that doesn't give her much time to pursue tenure in a career. So based upon that thinking, you expect your daughter to be fully committed and dependent on this man for the rest of her life, no matter what he does. Because what if something were to happen in a relationship? What if he were to pass away? What if he were to abuse her? What if he goes broke? She should stay with that man because she didn't have any other options, and because she didn't.
How can she stay with a man who passed away? How can she stay with a man who passes away?
Besides that,
or why did you mention that? If you want, I'm going to pick the most foolish statement you made out of the group. Like I told you, what I'm here to do is refine you. I make you a better.
You keep trying to make me a better person, and I think you need to focus on that with your wife.
The statements you make are making you
cannot
better.
refine you because you're not the type of man that I would pursue.
Okay, so
you can't make someone better when you have no context as to who that person is. How can you make someone better?
You hear her say, "What if he passed away?"
But what you're doing is you're trying to nitpick for something that doesn't exactly instead of really it's just like when you say something.
Whichever one I
want. We talking over each other. We're talking over each other, and they cannot hear us. And every time you guys talk with Casey is unmuted, it's coming with static. So we got to make sure we talk one at a time. We also got to get Trev in there too, as I know he's one of the most quiet folks on the panel. So I know you're trying to get in there too, but one at a time, just so they can hear us and we can hear y'all on the panel as well.
Okay, so removing the statement of if he passes away, you can answer the question.
Thank you.
I know it's hard for you to decipher.
No, I just like whenever you come polished, and the woman needs is just be.
I
But
think
you
I
didn't
think you
come
lack a
polished
lot
when
of
you
polish and
addressed
class.
me.
Okay, what?
You didn't come polished when you addressed me. You made
Darwin, what
assumptions
I
that I'm
said was,
struggling to
I
get
said
married.
I think you lack a lot of polish, and I think you lack class in some of the things that you say. But I clarified it for you so you can answer the question.
Okay, so
Do I like polish too, Casey? Yeah.
so look, it's in her best interest to get married young when she's at the top of her prime, when she's at the highest point of her peak value. She could still pursue her career while she's married. You agree with that? You agree with that?
I disagree.
Okay, well, there you have it. And that is
All right.
probably why you are alone.
But you don't know my relationship status. So let's continue.
I could smell it.
You can't.
Okay.
Tell me my relationship status.
Anybody else have any questions? Callie?
My question is,
No,
how is it polished when you're making assumptions on other people based on no actual facts? You're nitpicking on what people are saying. You don't know my entire life. You're making assumptions off of a couple of things that I've said, but not one time have you actually taken the time to get to know me and pick my brain as a person. All you're doing is passing judgment and telling me what I should do and what I shouldn't do. But at the end of the day, you don't know my situation. You don't know my lifestyle. You don't know what I'm going through in my personal life. That has nothing to do with relationships. I feel that when someone is in a relationship, they should come into a relationship with their best foot forward. They should come with as less baggage as they possibly can. You don't have no idea what I've been through in my life and what I'm still going through to this day. I could have health issues you know nothing about, but all you're doing is making me look like I'm just another lady that needs to get married, this, that, and the third, all because of your assumptions. That's not coming polished. Coming polished is understanding the person that you're talking to get a better context of how to go ahead. I'll stop.
Okay, so let me try to understand this for you. You're struggling, you have this baggage, and you're trying to heal from it. You also have these opportunities that you're pursuing. You also had a relationship that was distant, that didn't work out. Is that at least true so far?
Aside from the baggage, yes, I had a long distance relationship that didn't work out. Okay, everybody has relationships that didn't work out.
When you mentioned come in with your best foot forward.
Yes, I want to come in with my best foot forward. I want to at least be in a position where I'm steady in where I need to be. And so when I come to you, I'm coming to you with someone that has what she feels that she needed to have. That's just how I feel. I want to come to you with my best foot forward, just like anybody would want to come to me with their best foot forward.
Okay,
and
so
that doesn't mean I'm struggling. That just means that I have some stuff that I need to take care of before I hop into a relationship to commit. That doesn't mean I'm sitting here and I'm focusing on what I need to focus on for me as a woman and for what I need to do with stuff that I do not want to address online. And so I'm trying to be very vague because I don't want to address this online. But what I'm going through in my life and what I'm doing right now, that doesn't mean that I'm struggling. It means that I have a goal. I have a path that I need to do first. So when I sit here and I go on a date with someone, I'm able to, and I am in a relationship, I'm able to give them the full version of myself. I'm able to put in the amount of work and effort it takes with no distractions. Because when you're in a relationship, it takes a lot of work.
Keep in mind that Darwin made his wife leave her education and give up her dreams and everything else to marry him.
Okay,
for him to get on panels and rage bait.
Okay, back to the matter at hand. So all of those entities or all of those things that you mentioned, Callie, is it safe to say that those things are an obstacle or impeding the next step that you want to take to get married?
It's opportunities that I created. It's opportunities, because that's not an obstacle. The things that I'm doing with my life right now, things where I'm going right now and the opportunities that I have right now, it could be probably one of the best things that's ever happened to me in my life. And right now, I got some people in my family that I really want to pay it forward to. Now, is that to say that I don't want to get married? Of course, I do want to get married one day. I'm not struggling to get married. I know I can find a suitable man. I know that I can find someone that's going to want to marry me. But at the same time, relationships take a lot of work. They take a lot of effort. And it would be disingenuous of me to know that I don't have the time right now to sit there and play with someone's feelings and sit there and neglect someone of their feelings and what I could provide to them that their value all because that I'm solely focused on what I need to do. It's not fair.
So what if I told you?
Darwin's so angry.
So what if I told you because of your time, because of the bandwidth you have, is allocated to your pursuit of the opportunities you created for yourself, impedes you getting married? What if I told you that right there is going to prevent you from getting married, and it's indeed a struggle to get married?
No, it's
any
not.
man who's trying to vet you for a wife sees that.
It's not, because this is not something that's going to be for the rest of my life. I'm giving myself a year tops. I'm giving myself this year to really do what I need to take care of and create that routine and get, I literally am doing this thing. I'm not going to do this forever. Like, I'm not going to sit up here and be like, oh, my career comes first forever. This is just for right. I put a timestamp on everything that I do. So for this particular period, for this year, I need to lock the fuck in and do what I need to do. The reason I made that statement about the other woman was because her goal was different than mine. My thought process, my belief is, I don't give a fuck what your goal is. Whatever your goal is and whatever it is that you truly want, you need to lock the fuck in and do it. So if your goal right now, right at this very moment, is to find a man, to get married and to have kids and to have that whole lifestyle, then you need to lock the fuck in. You need to really do what it takes to be that person so you can have that lifestyle. My lifestyle right now, what I'm doing, I need to lock the fuck in and get this done so that I can have the time, so that I can have the resources, so that I can be the woman for my man that he deserves. Not because I'm thinking that I'm perfect and I need a man right now. I know right now where I'm at, I need to go ahead and do this. Let me do this real quick. And I promise you, Darwin, I promise you, I'll come back to you in 5 years. I will be married and have kids. I promise you that. I promise you that.
Claim, but I'm telling you, the only problem with what you're saying is oftentimes women run into the same issue that you have in thinking that you have to go check the box on all of these aspirations you have in order to be suitable or ready or fully prepared for marriage when you don't.
I have to do that for myself.
It
has nothing to do with anybody else.
You
This
just
is
made
for
my
myself.
point. The things you're doing is not for the best interest of qualifying or optimizing yourself for marriage. It's for you optimizing yourself for individuality.
In order for you to be optimized for marriage, you have to be satisfied with the life that you're living.
Not true.
In order to be optimized for marriage, you have to be satisfied with who you are and the life that you're living. That's why a lot of men get into relationships and get on the internet and rage bait and are angry because their wives are unhappy at home and you don't have a happy relationship.
That's not true. In order to be optimized for marriage, it's all subjective to the man that's vetting you out, and that is to wife you.
And that's the thing. I think you think that the man holds the power in a woman's life.
Yourself against the criteria he presents to deem you suitable to be his wife. But see, y'all think y'all got this blanketed criteria, and y'all think that fits every man, and you're gonna run into a problem whenever.
Darwin, did your wife finish her education?
Yes, my wife has a master's degree.
And
so so that kind of
let me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
My wife had a career. She had a bachelor's degree and master. Go ahead and finish your point.
And you said that she had a career during that relationship, correct?
She pursued her career
maybe that's not the life that Callie wants to live. Maybe she wants to pursue what she's doing now, finish her degree, finish whatever career she's having, and then have kids later on in life so she could stay at home and be a nurturer.
Now that you understand the truth behind me and my wife, now let's do the refining. Like I said, I'll kind of make you better.
Okay. Or
so
maybe
you make your wife better. Let her finish.
Let's redo some refining for you, because you know my goal is here to make you better. So now you can
you have to make yourself
now
better.
You can retract the statement you made that said that I made her quit her career. Or
you did. No, you made her leave school.
No, I didn't.
That's what you said. You said that when you approached your wife, you said, what can she do to become your wife, or what does she need in order to leave school, focus on your marriage, and focus on kids?
I met my wife in her junior year of college.
Yeah.
She was on her first degree. She graduated with a bachelor's degree. She went to college again. She went to she went and got her master's degree.
So at what point did you all get married?
How could I possibly?
Hold on, Darwin. What point did you all get married?
Okay, so you can't bombard them with questions.
Let's try to address this one step.
It's all one step at a time.
Well,
Okay,
you
so
gotta
look,
let them get it out. You can't start bombarding them with
I
questions.
mean, before he gets to the next point, I'd like to ask a question that's relevant to the current
Well,
point.
he has to answer the
Well,
first
why-
question that you asked.
yeah. So I'm just trying
Continue,
to answer
Darwin.
piece by piece. So now that you know that my wife was able to finish college, doesn't it make sense to retract the statement you made to mischaracterize me as a person who made a woman quit her career or her pursuit of her education?
No, absolutely not. Because what you said when you approached your wife is that what can you do to make her stop focusing on her education
No,
and
I did
focus
not
on
say
getting
that.
married and having kids? Now let's move on to my next question.
But
What
you,
you
but you
said
don't want
was
to. You
my
don't want
next.
to. You don't want to correct yourself now that you have the truth.
What's the
See,
truth?
and people that's
And
listening,
that leads to my
the
next
people that's
question.
listening,
That leads to my next question. At what
people
age
that's
did y'all
listening,
get married?
this is a
At what point
showcase
did y'all get married?
of a lack of accountability on a woman
It has
in
nothing to
real
do with
time.
lack of accountability. It's about the
I
points
just
that you
giving you
made
the truth,
previously.
and you can't take accountability
Mhm.
right now and say that, hey, look, you know what? I was wrong about your wife. She
No, I
got a
didn't.
bachelor's
I
degree, a
didn't.
master's degree.
I
All
didn't
of her
say
student
anything.
loans
I
are
asked
paid
you a
off.
question. I
She's
asked you a
married. She
question.
has 2 children.
I
You should
asked
be
you if your
honored.
wife's
You should
finished
be
her
honored
career.
to share a
Mhm.
conversation with me
Why
because
would I do that?
I'm a black man who was able
Mhm.
to help this woman get to be the token black woman that most
Mhm.
black women most black women in our community fail to live up to. You should
Mhm.
be proud and honored to talk to a black man that's still holding it down, married in a nuclear
Mhm.
family, no kids out of wedlock, all
Mhm.
of his kids by the same woman.
Mhm.
Retired. She's retired. She do whatever the hell you should be honored to be having a conversation with me, man.
Yeah, I'm proud of you, but you also made your wife work. So
It went from she didn't make. He told her that she couldn't do it.
no,
Then
I
that's
asked.
another
I asked a
mischaracterization.
question. I
So let's
asked
do
a
some
question.
refining. Let's do
I
some
asked a
refining again, because
question.
again, I like to
Go
make
ahead,
you better.
refine it. I wish you the
I
best
like
in
to
that.
make you better so you can retract.
Refine it
You can be a better communicator.
quickly.
I never made
Mhm.
my wife work. My
Mhm.
wife worked on her decision. She joined the Marine Corps. She did it
Wow.
on her own. That's what
Wow,
she
your wife was a Marine?
She came from a family of military. Her dad
Mhm.
was a military officer in the Air Force,
Mhm.
retired twice. He was in the Army
Mhm.
first, and he went to the Air Force second, retired, and then he worked DOD civilian and retired. He
Mhm.
helped me with a lot of things on that side.
Mhm. That's
So
very
now that you
aggressive in my
know this,
perspective.
for an accountability test,
Mhm.
why don't you retract your statement on what you just said, saying that I made
Which
my
one?
wife work, so that you could be a better
Okay.
person, Casey?
While you were in a relationship, your wife still worked. Is that
Yes.
better for you?
Yes, my wife worked while we was while we were married. I married her.
Okay.
I married her as soon as we got out of college.
As a Marine,
At
the
the end of the
toughest
day,
branch in the
She
military.
was going into the Marine Corps.
Mhm.
at the end of the day, to Darwin's point, apparently because of the lifestyle that I'm living right now, I will never find a suitor. I'm struggling to get married. And maybe I should just be a 50-year-old cat lady and not do anything, because chasing my dreams is not important. I need to be married right now, or else I'm just going to die old and happy. Well, guess what, Darwin? I'm going to die regardless. So if I'm going to live the life, I just want to at least experience what the fuck I can experience. I'm just not like I'm out here dating multiple men or anything. I'm literally honing in and just trying to at least accomplish something by the end of this year. And if that's wrong, then I'm wrong. I don't care. I really don't care.
So Dara,
I'm
my question, hold on, Callie, because you don't have to explain your life story to anybody on the panel.
But you
But Dara,
asked him
my
about
question
his life
was,
story.
look, she doesn't have to. If she chooses to answer, she chooses to answer, but she doesn't
What the
have
hell
to
is going
explain it.
on here?
But Darwin, my question was while we were in the middle of the conversation was, during her education, at what point did you all get married? After her master's or after her bachelor's, or
We got married
before the
after her
Marines?
bachelor's, in between her transitioning to the Marine Corps.
Gotcha. That was my question.
Okay, now that I answered your question,
Mhm.
can you retract your mischaracter?
You're adamant about me retracting the statement. I've corrected
Don't
the
you think it's
statement that
fair
you wanted
when you
me
make
to
a comment
correct.
on somebody's spouse that's inaccurate? Don't
Mhm.
you think it's fair to them now that you got the new
Okay,
family?
no, Darwin, what
accurate
I'll do is, what did you say when you approached your wife about marriage at the very beginning? You said
Before I won't
something.
answer that.
Hold on,
I
let me
won't answer
finish.
that. I will
You
grant
said
that.
something in my memory
Before I give you
about
any more
her leaving
information
school.
to be so I can feel safe giving it to you,
Mhm.
and I can feel at ease giving it to you, can you at
Mhm.
least take away the mischaracterization So that I don't feel like I'm gonna be mischaracterized again in the future.
In regards to
The two statements you made. You said that I made my wife stop pursuing her education.
Mhm. I said you asked her to.
And then I made my wife go to work. Can you at least take away
I
that?
already clarified the second one, so let's not harp on points that have already been corrected. I clarified it for you. I refined it for you. Now, back to your first point, I said you asked her to. So that's the only thing I can clarify on what you asked her. And that's what I'm asking you now. What
Okay.
did you ask her specifically?
When I first met her and I vetted her out,
Mhm.
and I pitched my plan, my direction, my vision on what I wanted to offer to her in
Mhm.
exchange for her hand in marriage in the future.
Right.
I said, I get it. You're on your path. You have a roadmap set. Your father helped you with it or whatever. You're going this direction with it.
Mhm.
What is it gonna take for me to get you to come and be under my wing and go this direction with me? And she told me what I had to do, and I did it.
Gotcha.
So now that you have an accurate analyst of what I did,
Mhm.
can I get an apology for the mischaracterization on record?
You just clarified. So thank you for your
No, I
clarification.
get it that I clarified it. I'm aware that I'm very good at
Mhm.
clarifying. I don't need you to compliment me on that.
I didn't compliment you.
I'm asking you, can you apologize for the mischaracterization?
Of saying that you asked your wife to leave school?
For the statements you made, yes.
Yeah, I'll clarify that, or I'll give you an apology when I go and look at the other clips of what you said before in the other videos. And then I'll give you your
Like I
apology.
said, y'all, you can't make this shit up.
I mean,
Alright.
you could be making it up. That's why I'd like to go back, run the tape back, and see exactly what you said.
So I'm gonna try to bring it back. I know we had a lot of probing questions paused, so I'm try to get back to the original point. So Darwin was correct about 80% of men being married. According to the CDC, 80% of men are married by 40. Here's the problem. When you get to black men, there's a serious fall off, right? It gets a lot closer to half of men that are actually married by 40 when you're talking about black men. So those are the facts. Now, that being said, if you are a female, right, and you say every other guy is marriageable, then those are still decent options if you're intentional about it. The main issue that most women are having is they don't prioritize the marriage. And guess what? For some people, it's not a priority. And who are we to judge them for that? There's some people who just check out, or some people don't want to be married. That's fine. If you don't want to be married and it's not a priority for you, and the career is your priority, that's fine. But you just have to understand that if you wait too long, you can't want to be married and then move like that, right? Because for whatever reason, I said this a couple weeks ago, every other culture realizes that they can find a man in college, ring before spring, right? And they do it. And they don't ever say that, oh, I have to focus on my career. This is why we get back to the homegirl I was talking about. Why are they getting these men? Because they start early enough and they don't quit their careers. Most people actually are working from a dual income. Most people have the dual income households. So it doesn't mean that two things can't be right at the same time. You can make your money, you can focus on your career. And if you have a husband who aligns with you, he's probably going to pour into you. You know how many people who were men, like I've poured into my wife, like, yo, you was doing your schooling. Let's get some books. Let's do it. I help with the studying. This is just what it is. Some people will help build you. It's going to make it easier. It's not going to be an obstacle. It's not going to be something that's worse for you. It's not going to be a worse situation. I mean, you might be looking at the wrong types of guys if you feel like it's going to be a worse situation. There's no reason why you can't get with a dude and it be easier because they're pouring into you. And if you focus on your career, that's something that they're going to understand. And another thing is, people, what Drake say, people make time for the things that they want.
Who
And
said I'm not focused? But it's like at the end of the day, I'm on my path.
Callie, we're
like-
not going on you.
But you are. The whole chat is cooking me. Darwin just made it easy for everyone to say that I should be off of the panel, that I'm an L, the L black women. Look at what this does. Look at what this does. You have no idea who I am as a person.
I wasn't finished though. So Callie,
you're taking it. Let me just say this to her. I want to make sure we understand it's not easy to come on these panels. It's not easy to be vocal about your life. It's not easy to be as transparent as you are. I appreciate you coming up here consistently and saying and giving your piece and blessing us with your presence. We all go through things in life, and I know sometimes it gets harder. Some of these conversations might get harder in the moments. And I just want you to know that you appreciate it privately, publicly, and all the other in-betweens.
So Callie, I just want you to understand this part. If you weren't on this panel tonight, I would likely be saying the same damn thing. Nothing is directed towards you. People have heard me with this rhetoric. People who understand and watch shows with me on it before. This is the same stance that I take pretty much every time. I don't switch up, and none of this is directed at anyone personally. When I feel something is wrong with a particular person, I direct them. I'm the type that's going to call you out by name. If I disagree with your point, I'll call your name. So while your point might be somewhat the opposite of mine, nothing that I'm saying here is directed towards you. This is women in general. In this particular case, we're talking about the failure of Black families, whereas the men have to take some onus in what's going on as well. It's not just the females, because a lot of dudes ain't ready for marriage either. Right. What the first thing that I started this with was to say that, 50% of Black men are not married. So we understand that we both have to take onus on this particular issue. It's not just women, it's men too. And there are things that men can do better. Men could get themselves set up better to be able to support a family. They have to be also marriage minded too. But the problem is slim pickings. If you don't have females who are ready because they want to focus on themselves and their careers, there are obviously some reasons that are valid in some cases, but what I'm here to say is that I don't believe that that's the majority of what we see going on a day-to-day basis. From what I see from people that I talk to, people who come and ask me for advice, or people that I see on a regular basis, I can easily pick apart or walk it down, like Sweeney would say, and figure out what is wrong with their particular issue. And I always say, well, damn, you could have did this instead, or why didn't you do that? Right. And it's the inability to self-reflect that's causing these failures. Right. Everyone wants to say that, oh, this is a choice. But guess what? What happens is women don't age at the same rate as men. Right. Even if you're saying biologically, maybe it's close. But what I'm saying is that desirability is absolutely different, right? A man that's in his 40s, if I'm 45 right now, if I decided that I wanted to do a Shannon Sharp right now, I could. That's not my style, but it's a lot more difficult for women to do the same thing as they age. So with that strike against you, then you have to adapt and realize that it's competitive. And women don't prioritize it, and they don't feel like they need to be competitive most of the times. They think that a dude has to, like a person who they would perceive as high value has to pursue them. But it's actually the opposite way around. And if you want to be successful at marriage, then you have to approach it with that same energy that you would a career.
Yeah, it's just, we see this so much, and Callie, this isn't about this. It is actually, I'm gonna be honest with you, it is about you, and it is about someone we spoke to yesterday, Kimberly. It's about her. It's about a lot of women we done spoke to who prioritize, oh, I got to get this done first. I got to get this done first. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. And then marriage is an afterthought. But then we run into the women who done the same thing, who walk the same paths that we've seen a lot of women walk. And then they have the same questions at the end. Well, I'm doing like that one woman. I guarantee you, I don't know how old the woman that we reacted to is, but she had gray hair, so I'm assuming late 40s. I'm assuming she had the same mindset in her 20s, in her early 30s. Let me get this done. I'm gonna focus on this, and then after that, I'll go ahead and get married. Then I'll go and have the kids. And as crass as Bruiser was with it, all he's simply saying is you can do both. You can do both within the safety of a marriage. It's not one or the other. People do both all the time. I think, like Bruiser said, him and his wife did it at the same time. Me and my wife did it at the same time. I know a friend, him and his wife are both psychiatrists. Went and both of them got their doctorate. They were both married 15, they were both married 10 years ago. Just after their master's program, but they were together since her sophomore year in college. You don't have to put, I got to do this first and then marriage. I got to do this first, then I can focus on men. I got to do this first, then I can focus on creating a family. It don't have to be that way, but that's what we run into. And it's not, and now I'm about to pull it away from y'all, take it away from y'all, ladies. In general, this is what we hear women teach other women and parents. I've seen fathers teach their daughters this. I've seen mothers teach their daughters this. Focus on your career. Focus on your money. Get what you got to get. And then oftentimes marriage is an afterthought. A husband, kids are an afterthought. Then next thing you know, when that girl is 30, 35 and she's focused on her career, now mama coming down asking her, where are you going to make me some grandbabies? When you going to find you a husband? When you going to do this? And that's unfair to y'all that people have put that in y'all mind that marriage had to be an afterthought to your career. It had to be an afterthought to your growth as a person. It doesn't. In fact, the most successful people, the people who find the most success, tend to be in marriages because there's safety in that. It's safety in having somebody that can pick up the slack when you don't have it. When you gotta go, when he's working and you can go to school. There's safety in that. There's safety in having somebody do life with you than to try to do it by yourself and then find somebody on the back end. I don't get why we keep. Go ahead.
Sweeney, I agree with that perspective, and I wasn't saying there was anything wrong with getting married while you're in school or what have you, but I was also saying that you cannot try to refine and dictate somebody's life or their decisions if you don't know their experience. And that was the main perspective that I was coming from. I agree with you that a lot of people get married in college and are very successful, but also if you were to get married and have kids and want to go into the Marines, it's a very hard task to be pregnant and going into the Marines. So that was kind of the idea that I was basing it around. There are some things that you may want to do in life that you cannot have a family attached to you. I can't dictate what it may be, but there are some things that you may want to get done. And considering the fact that Callie is still in her 20s and still has her youth, we can't address her experiences and what she's done in life and what she's accomplished yet, or what she still feels she needs to accomplish. Like she said,
I'm sorry, Callie's not in her 20s. She stated her age weeks ago. She's not in her 20s. She's in her 30s.
well, what have you? I'm still in my 20s. So I'll speak to that. But a lot of people have some things that they would like to get done in life that they cannot do while pregnant, and that's women specifically. And I think it's even less so about marriage and more so about the having kids and having a family part. And I think men can agree. There are some things that you may have done in your life that you would not have been able to do with having a family attached to you, or some decisions that you've made in life that you would not have made had you had children. And I think that's the main perspective on my part.
Yeah, and the thing is that's why I said kind of take it away from y'all a little bit, because even like if I would, in those type of conversations, I would much rather people be honest when they say that, just simply say like, no, I'm not prioritizing marriage right now. It is an afterthought. That way we can date it right there. But sometimes when people say, yeah, I care about marriage, I really care about it, I really
It's a
want to do it,
contradiction,
it's a
exactly.
living contradiction. So it
Well,
contradicts the conversation.
I think it became a battle when it was that, and she did say, "Hey, I'm not focused on marriage right now. Hey, that's not something that I'm doing right now. I'm focused on other things." And it was still you're struggling to get married, you're struggling to do this, and she stated, "Yes, I do want to get married later on or in some time, but that's not what I'm prioritizing right now." She stated that. She said she's prioritizing her career, and it was still a back and forth conversation about it's a struggle, it's a battle, it's a problem,
Well,
and she already clarified.
Well, no. Now, once she clarified, he did change what he said. He said that's how it becomes a struggle, because it is a struggle once you admit, yes, I'm only prioritizing my career. Now that's a different conversation, because now at that point, once you admit that you're prioritizing your career, it then does become a struggle, because now you're expecting somebody to come, like, because then like right after somebody says that, we see the other side of it, where then you see women struggle with relationships later because they're trying to figure out, well, where did I go wrong at? That's why he kind of made the statement of, and that's the reason why it's going to be a struggle for you, is because we've seen this. We've seen many of women time and time again come up here and say the exact same thing. And what happens is later on down the line, you see the hiccups that they run into after the fact. And what he's just basically trying to do is get her to be mindful of, this will be a struggle that you're gonna deal with going forward when you're trying to find someone later on in life, is because you prioritized your career first. But when you do that and marriage is an afterthought, it becomes very difficult to find yourself in a marriage later.
100% facts, Sweeney. You said it perfectly. Trev said it perfectly. Bruiser stated his point of view perfectly to me. First of all, good evening, everyone. I miss you. Hope you're doing well.
Hey, are you dropping the baby
up,
before my
Casey?
birthday?
What's up, Trev, Darwin? What'd you say, Sweeney?
I said, you dropping the baby before my birthday?
I'm dropping the baby around your birthday, so I will not be around. So send me a little bottle, send me a shot in the mail.
I just FaceTime you. We'll take a shot for you.
I think so. This conversation, yes, we've oh man, we've beat it over the head so much, but I think so much clarification is being brought to light. And um this is the thing. The guys are talking about what is ahead. Y'all, the devil comes to steal, kill, and destroy. And the stealing part, the stealing of your time and making you believe that you have all the time in the world to check boxes at different times in your life whenever you choose to. That's not how life works. And this is coming from someone I've lived multiple lives. I've been in the movie industry, I've been in the dance industry, I've been a professional dancer. I put dance aside. It came to a crossing the road. I danced for 3 professional teams, and I saw my age of being 22, 23, and I said, I do not want to end up like some of my mentors, and that's being 100% real. A lot of the dancers that I looked up to were dancing for Christina Aguilera, Justin Timberlake, Usher, Beyonce, people that I was in the studio with, people that I was rubbing elbows with, people that I was with auditions with. I knew that was my next move was to go move to either LA. I was in Atlanta, go move to LA or New York. And I told my parents, I said, I'm coming back home, I'm finishing school. I want a family. And I know if I go down this path, it's going to take me away from what I ultimately want in life 15 years from now. So you have to think your decisions that you make in high school, in college, yes, they will affect you in the long run. Everything in your life is brick by brick, decision by decision, road by road, and path by path. So at that moment, I literally said, I am putting down dance because this is not the life that I want. I don't want to be 40 years old, single, 45 years old, single, can't dance anymore, can't move around anymore, opening up a studio, living that life by myself. I wanted a different life in the long haul. And so, as women, you got to realize and remember, and even as men, we don't have the time to say, I'll get to it when I get to it. I'm going to work on this right now for the next 5 to 10 years. As women, there is a clock that you have a clock on having babies, right? You don't know. Women are preaching this IVF stuff and freezing your eggs. Let me tell y'all. All the women I know, I can name 30, 40 women that have gone in the struggle. I have a lot of women that I have access to. White, black, Hispanic, Indian. I know a lot of women. First of all, this journey is not as easy as people say it is. That's number one. So don't let somebody tell you, "Oh, girl, you'll be fine. You'll be able to freeze." Girl, there's no pressure to get married. Oh, you see Rihanna having babies at 37. Rihanna is a billionaire. Rihanna could have got a baby put in her and would nobody know nothing about nothing. So comparing yourself to a billionaire is absolutely ludicrous. That's number one into celebrities. But people getting on podcasts and social media preaching to young women that you have all the time in the world for marriage and babies, that is false. By the time you get to the age where you think you want to be married, your person or the person you're looking at is already married and already starting their lives with somebody else, right? And that's why you have so many women that are in their 30s and 40s that are willing to be side chicks just to have a piece of that dream man that they always wanted, right? So don't let anybody sell you dreams about freezing eggs and IVF, because I can give you three personal close relationships with people who had failed IVF after spending $30,000 to $60,000 per round on their fertility journeys. So it's not as easy as people think it is. It's not as accessible to everyone as people think it is as well. And then sometimes you're not even a candidate for that, right? You don't know if your body can withhold a pregnancy. So you can spend money on IVF and then your body can't even hold and deliver the baby. So you have to go down a surrogacy journey, or you have to go look at an adoption journey. So why put yourself in that type of stress and that type of um horrible situation that you can really avoid altogether by really looking and planning your life. And I think that's all the gentlemen are trying to say. It's about, you can do it all. You really can do it all at the same time. And having a partner, having a husband that is going to stand with you and work with you and love you and support you. You guys have distinctive role within your marriage. Y'all, it is the most beautiful thing. I cannot tell you. It is the most beautiful thing. Marcus knows, my husband, he knows our marriage and our family. And it is the most beautiful thing to have someone to do life with. And I mean do life with, not end of life, but experience life, live life, grow children. I was telling my mom this 2 nights ago. I said, "Do you know what it feels like to be able to talk to my husband, and my husband and I discuss our daughter and her personality and discipline, and my husband consider my feelings, and I really respect his leadership and his understanding, and we both read and we research about learning to make sure we know as much as the different stages that our children are in, and so we can understand them and discipline them and create structure and have a loving home." That is something that you don't hear about in marriage. You're not hearing about those conversations on the internet because everybody is so focused on talking such negatively about marriage, that in our community, because it's not all communities, right? But I just love how Trev and Sweeney stated it. They are painting the picture that you can do it at the same time, y'all. You can work if you want to. You can be a stay-at-home mom, like Darwin, like Bruce's wife, and his wife is beautiful and happy, and their kids are healthy, and their home works for them. So I was really offended at even her being brought up in a conversation that she's not on here to even defend herself for the decision she made for her own personal life to stand under Darwin's covering. I kind of felt like, whoa, that's kind of like that's not cool because don't nobody else want their family members talked about in a place where they can't mic up or cam up and come on here and defend themselves. So
Well,
I
Cassie,
can say,
let me before you
Casey,
finish, let me be clear on that. Oh, Casey, let me be clear on that. It had nothing to do specifically with Darwin's wife. It had everything to do with the questions that he asked her before they got married. It had nothing specifically to do with her choices and her decisions. It had to do with the way he approached the situation and the lifestyle he leads now. And if his wife was included in that, that's how she was brought up in the conversation. It had nothing to do with his wife or her choices specifically.
I know, but as a listener, as a person who was just like listening to the panel at the time, that may not have been the intended outcome for it to come off that way, but it definitely came off in a way of like your wife must be stupid because she's with you, right? Because you were asking the questions of, oh, you made her do this, oh, you made her do that. So if I was Darwin's wife and I'm listening, like I would be like, wait, nobody made me do anything. This is the man I chose to spend my life with. So that can still come off as disrespectful. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that perspective. Darwin, we can't hear you if you're talking to us.
We can't hear Darwin. Darwin, we can't hear.
We can't hear you, Bruiser.
Oh shit, my bad. What I was saying is don't let her fool you, Casey. Casey B, that is. And I think Trev, the one who brought up the topic, or I think me and Trev was actually having a back and forth. That's the reason why I brought up the scenario with me and my wife, because the topic was on I think persuasion, right? Wasn't it
Exactly.
persuading? And
Yeah,
I
it
was
was
like,
about persuading.
yeah, and I was using a scenario on how I persuaded my wife, or I pitched myself the outcome that I wanted to have with her together to my wife as a method of persuasion. And people were, we were just trying to come to an understanding of what that actually meant.
Yeah, and the basis was around women leaving their careers and leaving their jobs and sacrificing in order to be in a marriage. That's why it was a topic that I brought up today, because like we're discussing, there has to be sacrifices made, and sometimes people just aren't ready to make those sacrifices in life. And I think that's okay, regardless of the time clock that everybody has biologically. I think that you still have time, a time clock for things that you want to get done in your life, and especially before you have children or get pregnant.
That's what
Less
you
so
think.
marriage.
But why
Yeah,
can't
and that's what I
you
think. That's my personal
why can't you
opinion.
get married and accomplish those things? Like
And
why
like
do you
I
have to be
said,
single and
it's more
accomplish it?
so to speak to women and pregnancy, and about how when you do get married and you're intending on having a family, that includes you being pregnant. And there are
But you
some
don't have to
things and
get
some
pregnant.
jobs.
You don't have to get pregnant right away. So
Right,
what's the
right.
part
And
of holding
I
back the
agree with
marriage?
that. I agree with that. But again, like we're speaking on, when women choose to get married and be with a partner, a lot of times they're also choosing to have a family, because like Bruiser stated, a lot of men
All right.
are living their life solely to have a family and things like that. So that
But
was the basis of the conversation.
I'm asking Casey,
Whether or not,
you're
go
gluing them
ahead, Casey.
together. You're gluing
Yeah.
them together. So I'm asking you, take the kids out of it. What is the purpose of why would you hold back from marriage? That's what I'm trying to understand. Forget the kids. Why would you hold back from marriage? If you can do everything that you want to do
Mhm.
within the marriage, why wait to get married?
I mean, even with that perspective, there are some things that you might want to do or work on by yourself. And I think that speaks to the divorce rate in itself. A lot of people get into relationships and get into marriages without working on some things they need to work on individually, and think that their partner can solve it. And that's not always the case. So, regardless of where you are in life or the age that you are in life, there may be some things that you need to work on personally, individually,
And what
before
are
you
those things?
subscribe to
But
marriage.
Casey, you don't when you get married, you don't stop growing, right?
Thank you.
When you get married, two people will continue to
Uh-huh.
evolve for the rest of their life until they go into the grave. Okay, like
Absolutely.
my parents, my mother and father, it's four of us. They had
Mhm.
four children. They got married at 19 and 21, and so you do would I be like, would it make sense for me to think that what they were at 17, what they're the same people that they're now in their 60s after, and also after four children? My mom she was a stay-at-home mom for 12 years of our life growing up, and then she's had like four careers since then. So she's evolved and changed and grown, and my father has evolved and changed and grown, and my father has so many passions. He welds, he does artwork, he does home restoration. Like my dad does everything. So and my mother is into fashion and she modeled for a while. Like you're still gonna live your life within your marriage. Like life doesn't stop when you get married. You just don't
You
live
just
this great
adjust.
life as an individual, and then you get married and then it says, oh, okay, you're no longer that person. No, you become attached and you grow with another person, but you still have to be responsible for your growth. You have to be responsible for your attitude, your energy, how you show up for yourself, how you show up for your spouse, and how you show up when you do have children, how you show up for your children. You still have to be a responsible whole adult. But guess what? Life is going to happen and you will get knocked on your behind. You will get knocked on the floor. Death will happen. You will lose friendships. You will lose jobs. You will lose money. You will lose all kinds of things. And guess what? You still have to get up and go and become better and grow through it. And doing that, you're gonna do it by yourself, Casey, or you're gonna do it with somebody else. You're gonna do it
Right.
regardless, babe.
And Casey, I completely understand, and I'm not denouncing that perspective. The only thing that I'm saying is that some people make choices to do that by themselves or work on things by themselves before they get into a marriage. Are they wrong for that?
What I'm saying is keep saying before. There is
Yes,
going to happen your entire life. You're going to have to work
absolutely.
on yourself your entire life until you die. You'll be working on
Absolutely.
yourself.
But
So
there are
there,
some
so
things and
so it's
some
fool. What I'm
people.
saying is
Go ahead,
foolish.
Casey.
What I'm saying is foolish. Those people are foolish to think that they're gonna make themselves a perfect package before they get married, and then when they get married, they're just gonna stay this perfect package. That's what I'm trying to say.
See, Casey, I think you're trying to boil it down to perfection or to an ultimatum or to an exact, and that's not the perspective that I'm giving. I'm saying, based upon some people's life experience, there are some things that they choose to work on by themselves, and
And
I
what is
don't
that?
think people are wrong for
And that's what
choosing to
Bruiser
do
was
that.
saying. What are those
And Bruiser,
things?
when I say what are those things, like I said previously, I don't know everybody's experience and I don't know everybody's perspective. So I can't tell you what they're choosing to work on.
That's
I
so
can't
vague,
I
though,
can't
Casey.
tell
That's
you what
so
they're
And
choosing
she
to
vague.
work
promotes
on.
clarity.
It's
And she
it's
promotes
vague.
clarity.
It's vague because it's not my perspective. It's not my life. It's
But
not
you're
my
using it as an
story to tell.
argument. You're using
No,
it as
she,
an
It's
she
argument.
got
it's
she
not an
finished full
argument.
for
It's
her
a
product.
perspective, and I think that we all have to be respectful to everybody's individual perspectives and not try to dictate or force our opinion or our experience on them. Just because you might have chosen to jump into a marriage or get into a marriage when you were young or what have you, that does not mean that it made your marriage perfect. It does not mean that it made your marriage easy. The same way people making choices to do what they have to do individually does not mean that that's going to make them perfect for marriage.
I
My point
respect the
is you
perspective.
have to understand that not everybody is going to take the path that you think is best. And I
We
think
get it.
trying to force it down
I
somebody's
understand that
throat is
perspective too.
ignorant.
I understand that perspective so bad. I'm willing to insert myself in a space and get in front of it to do damage control. Just like fire. I respect fire so much that I'm willing to I do my best to avoid getting burned by it. That's how I look at people's perspective. I see damage. I see things that could potentially transpire at a later time, and I'm like, hey, look, I respect your perspectives so much. I'm gonna enlighten you on a few things, or a few things that are a few obstacles or challenges that are on the way, given the journey you're giving me. And what I wanted to say was, I'm not saying a woman can't pursue her opportunities. I'm saying the order matters. When you chase individual success before marriage, you're building a life that doesn't require a man. Most men won't sign up to be an accessory to your independence. But when you prioritize marriage first and build with a man who loves and leads you, you still get to win. But now it's with covering, alignment, and legacy.
All right. So
And
what are the
I
main
can agree
things?
with that,
We're not
Bruiser.
we're not trying to force our opinions on anyone about how things work. Because, like, if you don't want to get married, like I said, you ain't got to get married. Nobody's saying that. But what we're trying to, the point that we are really trying to push through is the fact that I don't think anybody in their right mind would say that you are going to get a better outcome as you age if you are prioritizing marriage. Who would say that you're going to get a better outcome as
I
you
mean,
age, as you're
Trev,
going to
that
have
might
a
go
smaller
ahead,
pool to
sorry.
pick from?
Did you finish your point, Trev?
You go ahead.
That might be a question for people that did get married later in life and have very happy and healthy marriages. So I can't say that it never happened. I can't say that it's unfathomable. I can't say that because a lot of people do get married in their 30s or later on in life. So I can't say that that's never going to happen. Maybe that's not the overt situation. Maybe that's not the main thing that happens, but I can't say that it doesn't. And so that's the point that I'm making. We can't make definitive statements and say when you age, you're not going to have a happy marriage. And I'm
No,
not
we
saying that
can.
anybody
Yes, we
said
can.
that. I can't say that anybody said that, but what I can say is we can't say that somebody's choices are going to force them to have a hard situation based on your experience or your life. Maybe that's
Based
what you
on experiences,
Yeah.
data, statistics,
yeah,
research.
Wait.
and maybe
My
based on
experience
data,
is
but a
I
lot of
don't.
people that do
Yeah.
get married in life lead tend to have happy relationships, and that's based on data as well. They tend to have long-term marriages, and it's a lower rate of divorce. That's also based on data.
I never saw that
Are
one.
you muted?
I never saw that one.
I was just saying, y'all only use data, when it's to y'all point. Because I could have sworn we went through, we looked it up that women with degrees at some point was hired to get married. Well, as far as the white community, because I look for the white community. And I'm like, dang, in the white communities, women with the education is more likely to get married. But why in the black communities, we're not?
Well, that's because they still prioritize marriage. That's the difference.
So my question to y'all would be, right? What is a woman to do until a man courts her who is marriage material? Or if it's a woman, like, because y'all be talking about the women that's not married, like she's in the hood, she's not surrounded by marriage material type of guys, so she has to work her way out, to get surrounded by the correct people.
You think that see, this is the problem. Like, y'all act as if
Can Casey repeat the question after you swing?
Yeah. The problem is that y'all act as if, okay, it's this one woman in the hood surrounded by a bunch of ain't shit ass people, as if there are other people who are just like her also in the hood. Like, people get married in the hood all the time. But I digress. You said, what should a woman do? Should she just sit back and wait on marriage and wait on this guy to come save her before she?
So when you say you approach me, I'm not working on my career or nothing. Like, and I ain't got nothing.
You could be doing all of that. You could be doing all of that. But why is it that y'all always say, I can't do this until I do that?
Can I answer that?
That's
Can I
the
answer that?
difficult part.
Can I answer that? Because that's the question y'all been asking all night, and I want to answer it from a woman who does that.
Don't you want your question answered first?
You said who?
Don't you want your question answered
first?
Yes, I do. Go ahead, Sweeney. I'm sorry.
You said, what are you supposed to do if you're waiting around on a man while you're waiting around for a man to vet you?
Sorry, I thought Casey asked that question.
Don't wait. Go. If you see a man you like, you see a man you desire, why don't you go up to him?
Remember, Bruce, I ain't got no daddy. I don't think that's wise without a daddy or that type of,
It don't even have to be that. Y'all get sued. Y'all get courted all the time. Y'all get approached all the time. There's a guy that you like and he likes you. All I'm saying is the question isn't the question isn't, do y'all have men who come into y'all lives even during the periods of time when y'all are going through y'all growth and all of that? Y'all have that. There's no shortage of men who don't approach you in this period of time in your mid 20s or early 20s where you're like, man, there ain't no men coming around because I'm focused on going to being a doctor. There's always men courting you. The question is, can you say, instead of you saying, hey, look, bruh, I can't deal with you because I'm focused on this doctorate right now, come holler at me in 15 years. Rather than saying, hey, I like you, you like me, this is what I plan to do. What are your plans? And more than likely, if y'all are in the same field, the dude is just as supportive of you as you are of him.
Well, Sweeney, the reason why I think women say that, and this is just from my own experience, when I tend to do that, a lot of guys will fake the funk for a very long time and they're not really for marriage. So as women, even my friends say this, they be like, well, obviously I'm the issue. I picked the wrong guy. So let me get to a space. Hold on, hear me out. Because I read this book called The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck, right?
Ooh.
And that, I love that book. It is such a good book. And it was talking about how people put their self-esteem in other people versus in themselves. And they said your ability to problem solve helps you build confidence in yourself. You know what I'm saying? And women who tend to not have confidence in themselves in other areas in life, especially coming from the background, y'all be talking about lack of dad and stuff like that, we make mistakes. And the thing is, sometimes if picking the wrong guy for us could mean that we can go from like having stability to no stability real quick. So it'd be like, nah, let me get stable real quick. So even if this don't work out, you are not a distraction to the foundation that I'm trying to build to survive.
So here's the thing. What you're afraid of in that particular dynamic doesn't exist. It's easy to identify to where you can cut it off almost at the head. Like early on. Hold on, wait, let me help you understand. How is it that you don't recognize that somebody is not good for that is not marriage minded if you desire marriage and you want it? The problem is the reason why y'all run into people who aren't actually who aren't actually serious about marriage because you're not serious about marriage. Because if you were serious about marriage, it don't take 5 or 6 years to find out if that person is serious about marriage. It takes less than a year to find out if that person is serious about marriage. How do you know that a person is willing to support you in your career and your goals and your aspirations and be able to support you? Because they will literally do it. It's not hard to see that.
So, Sweeney, I think I'm sorry, were you finished, Sweeney?
Go ahead.
I think that that's one of the problems that I've had on this panel is that we make declarative statements based on our own personal experiences or lack thereof. Because saying that it's easy to see if somebody is ready for marriage, and Di just stated that sometimes people fake the funk.
Oh no, wait.
It's two different.
Finish my statement. I didn't just say that it was just easy.
Within a year.
What did I say to qualify that statement?
Well, you could restate it. So
I
we're
said it's
clear.
not hard to determine if somebody is ready for marriage if you are already serious about marriage because you are actively doing things and saying things and asking questions and moving in a specific way that when you would easily recognize when the person is not giving you that same energy.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Di.
So Sweeney, I want to play basketball, right?
Go ahead.
I want to get better.
Yep.
I get on the court and I'm doing shit that's not going to make me better, but I think it's going to make me better. Like, I'm not doing drills that coaches would give to me. I just go out there and I'm looking on the court and I see people and people like, what the hell is she doing? She don't know what she's doing.
Can I pause you real quick?
Let me finish.
I don't get the basketball reference. I don't get the basketball reference.
Let me
Can you give me
finish.
like a real relationship reference so I can understand? Because I don't.
No, it's the same thing because it's a man thing. If I give a relationship reference, because every time a woman tells you from our point of view, you don't understand a woman's point of view. So I'm trying to I'm trying to give let me just finish my statement. In order for me to get better at basketball, I have to know what matters in basketball in order for me to get better. Just because I don't know what to do and I'm not doing the right exercises don't mean I really don't want to get better. When it comes to marriage, there's so many different ways of getting to marriage. It's not one cookie cutter answer. That when we're on our way to marriage, sometimes we as women, we have different obstacles than you all have. Like how y'all are able to turn off y'all emotions instantly when it's time to get to business. Like y'all can control y'all emotions. Y'all can't pick and choose. As a woman, that's not our luxury. We ate the apple. That's our punishment. So we have to, even though we might not like a healthy woman might not output those emotions on a daily basis, but she deals with that constantly over and over. It wasn't until I had experience in dealing with my emotions because I didn't have a dad. When you have a dad, your dad will instantly tell you, okay, handle it like this. handle it like this. And when you see a man handling it, it's different than just telling somebody. So we have to learn from experience. A lot of us women out here, we're going off of experience. And when guys do not have your best interest at heart and they know that you lack a certain area in your life, a certain protection, they will come and give you that protection. And once they give you a protection that you never got from your dad, you thinking, damn, out of all the niggas I done fucked with, damn, he giving me a certain type of protection. Maybe I should take a chance on him. And then when you do take that chance on him, he end up being like, nah, I don't want to fuck with you. Like, you ain't her.
What
And
is
it's
taking
like,
a chance?
you take a
Sweeney.
chance
Hold
on
on,
him.
Sweeney.
Like,
No,
you
I
take
get
a
it.
Sweeney,
chance.
hold on. Hold on,
But
Sweeney. Die.
yeah,
Sweeney trying to be your big brother right now. You know what you're doing? Shaking your head like, nah, that's not it. You don't know what you're talking about. You
no,
can't say in the same breath that women don't have fathers and they didn't grow up without that they grew up without fathers and so they don't know how to move when it comes to dating. But when you have a man that's trying to pour into you, that's not trying to be sexually involved with you, that he's really trying to pour into you and give you some sound advice that's going to help you and push you forward until the outcomes that you want, you negate it.
But
I don't
also that
understand
man
how
isn't
that.
her father.
Yeah,
So
I'm sorry,
it's a
what?
difference. I said that
Say
man
what?
isn't her father, and they don't have any, I'm not sure y'all relationship, but I don't think they have any personal basis outside of this where he knows her whole life
Kate,
story. He's grew
Kate,
up with her
Kate.
and things.
That's what I was trying to say, Casey. Like,
Respectfully,
Yeah,
if you're
Casey.
coming to this community, and I would say the Lapeef Network is a community. If you aren't aware of that, like a lot of us have been here for years, and a lot of us do know bits and pieces of our personal lives. And so, if somebody married a married man is giving you a perspective of married men, and you're saying you want to be married, and then you negate it and saying that he's not her father, so she shouldn't listen to him.
No, I'm
I
just
don't
saying that
comprehend that.
I'm saying not that he's not her father and she doesn't have to listen to him, but because he's not her father and she's speaking from the perspective of a woman that was raised with a father, or from a woman that was not raised with a father, it's a difference because she wasn't raised like that for 18 years to understand certain things. I don't
Right.
think
So where's
I
where's it
agree
gonna
with
come
the
from? So where's the
look,
knowledge gonna come from?
like
So
she
where's it
said,
gonna come from?
from
No.
experience and from
So
having these types of conversations. But she's not necessarily, I don't feel like she's negating what he's saying. I think she's
Thank
speaking from her own personal experience and
thank
she's
you.
taking in what he's saying as well. I don't think she's
Yes,
negating
I'm
it
not
at
saying what
all.
Sweeney is saying is wrong, but I'm saying
you can
Sweeney is
speak from
making.
experience, but what are you gonna do differently to change that? You're complaining about your
I
experience.
mean, we
How
haven't
are you
gotten to
gonna
that
do?
point.
Exactly. Y'all
I'm
going too
sorry. I'm
far.
sorry. Casey, me and Di have been on many panels before. So I've had this conversation in different ways with Di many times before. So I
Yeah,
know,
This
I've
is a
never heard
different
this
topic, Casey.
conversation.
This is
right.
a
So I know what I'm
completely
talking
different
about.
topic.
Yeah, I've never had this conversation, so I've been trying to hear her point out, and I think she keeps getting cut off by finishing the point.
I never get a chance to finish. It's been happening
Sweeney
all
did
night. It's
Sweeney
been
did
happening
not cut you
all
off,
night.
Di, you asked a question and he answered it and you said no. He didn't cut you off.
He did. I was still in the middle of my explanation when you jumped in.
Okay, I'll mute
Literally.
up. Y'all got it.
All right, go ahead. Go
Literally. I
ahead.
didn't
So
get a
we
chance to say nothing all night. I let everybody give their appointments all
let,
night
let,
and
no,
nobody ever came back to me.
let's
So
have
it's
our
just kind of
dialogue.
weird.
Go keep going with what you
Don't
were
feel
saying.
bad, Sweeney. This ain't the first time I've heard a conversation where someone's father failed him. So
No, come on, Bruiser. Come on, Bruiser.
No, but Bruiser is right though. It's the truth though. And the thing is,
we're getting
when we try to
derailed.
tell y'all the problems that comes with it, it's just like, yeah, but that doesn't make sense to us, and it wouldn't make sense to
That
you.
ain't what I said.
Somebody who have resources and access to people and different things, it wouldn't make sense to you. But all I'm doing, I'm not making an excuse for it, but I'm literally trying to put yourself in my shoes. So then when you
put me in
give
your
your
shoes.
advice, it's not just from your perspective.
Put
you
me in
can
your shoes.
see my perspective to give a
Put me,
constructive criticism.
Die. Put me in your shoes.
Okay, so like I was saying, because y'all was saying that y'all feel like women are more focused on their careers than marriage. And what I said was, when we make certain mistakes coming from a certain black background, sometimes certain mistakes can actually make your life worse. It can actually hurt you more. And remember, we are trying to talk to people that's in their 30s, their 40s, their 50s. So we can't say, well, in high school, you should have did this. We have to talk about what it is that we can do now. And that's why I was trying to tell you the reason why it's so difficult for us, because when you trust a man, when you submit to a man, you submit to his ideas, and you got to just pray and hope that, okay, his ideas are like really genuine in heart. And sometimes when you lack certain coverings and a man give you that covering, you thinking, okay, this is the one that God sent, when in reality he's just giving you that basic on the surface covering, on a surface level covering that most men give. And men like, oh yeah, you should know better. But it's like, if you never had that, for you it feels safe. It's like, damn, he's providing the safeness for me, so this gotta be fake, but after learning, after so many times, you realize it's wrong. But I'm just telling you, that's why some women will put their career in stability, because if they don't, then if he leaves her, she won't have nothing to fall back on.
So you know what we see happening right here?
Hold on, Trev. So with that being said, because you did say something interesting. You said you put your trust in a man, and then you what was the word you used? You said that you,
after he provides a certain covering, yes.
You
not
would
me,
do,
but
what,
I'm just saying, like,
you would do. They would do what? They would
so
do
for
what?
me, the first time I dealt with a heartbreak and I put my trust in a man.
No.
Okay.
Not after the heartbreak. You said that the man showed you something and you did what?
Oh, I started trusting him.
And then you did what?
Like, he would, whatever, like, he'll be like, okay, we're gonna move this way, we're gonna move this way, we're gonna move that way. Like, and I'm like, okay, I could do that. Like, I could rock with that. Or because I don't really have issues with like combativeness, but I would, like, I'm letting him get at me. Like, I'm letting him control the flow of the relationship, basically. And then sometimes it don't go nowhere. Like, it be like, damn, like, I'm.
So I can clarify. So the thing is, this is why I use the term marriage, because marriage is a very actionable thing. There is no way around it. It requires specific steps to actually do it. Now, I get it. Like, a lot of women get into a relationship and they trust the man, and they go through the relationship, but the marriage doesn't happen. Right? Because I remember you saying that what happens is that you'll trust this man, and then y'all trust these men, they ain't even marriage minded. But that's why I put the qualifier on women who are marriage minded and prioritize it. Don't fall for that, because it requires a certain action for it to be a thing. A woman ain't gonna stick around for 3-4 years trying to figure out if this dude is marriage minded or not, because she's gonna say, okay, you're not marrying me, you're not doing this, you're not. And the reason why I said it,
how would a woman know this though? You know what I'm saying? I've seen marriages where people were together for 7-8 years and then get married. I've seen marriages when people were together for 4 or 5 years, then get married. You know what I'm saying? So for you to put a number on it and be like, 3-4 years, it's like.
They are, but you have to, again, there's very actionable things that happen within that relationship that makes those two people understand that marriage is at the end of the road of this. Those two people, when you're talking about a group of people, two people who was together for 10 years and then they got married in year 11, or they were together for 15 years and they got married in year 16, there was never a time where those two people where there were times where they, got upset with each other in marriages and in relationships. That's what happens. But there's always that constant, I'm still here, we're still doing this. There's always constant conversations between those two people that let them two know that at the end of the day, if it comes down to marriage, you're still the one that I'm marrying.
Swinny, men do that, and that's the difference. Men, like you said, when a woman does that, she's into you. A man who's not into you, especially when you have things that he wants, will do that. He will stay around. He will try to pretend like he's fighting. He will pretend like he's changing. He will pretend. And the thing is, and it'll be for like 6 months, and then he back to himself. 3 months back to himself. So that's what I'm saying, Swinny. That's a long period of time to be thinking.
So you're saying that this person, see, when you're using words like they do this and then they're back to themselves, what that's telling me is that this person is revealing to you that they're not the right person, because they will pretend to do this for 3 months and then all of a sudden they go back to, they fall off the wagon and they go to hell with you and show you their true colors. And then they do it. Then you say, oh, well, I put enough time in, so let me do it another 5 or 6 months. And then they show you your true colors again. That's it. That if not the first time, the second time they did it, and I'm not talking about y'all experiencing issues in a relationship. People grow. People try to figure things out. I'm talking about when you're figure out in an instance where this person do not want you. They're showing you, I don't want you. And you say, well, I'm going to stick around anyway. They told you that. And especially if you in a person who is marriage minded and is serious about marriage will see that the first time or the second time and be like, I'm good on that.
But
And
Swing, what you don't understand is that's one way of seeing it. You know what I'm saying? But
what's the
guess
other
what?
way?
There's a next relationship. She only seen what wasn't the right way, but she still hasn't seen what is the right way. So when she gets to the next relationship, if she did what she was supposed to do in that first relationship, took accountability, did everything she was supposed to do, when the next relationship comes, guess what? It's a guy, but it's a different problem. It's not the same relationship problem with this guy. Now this is more than money. You know what I'm saying? Now it's a different guy and he's teaching her something different. You know what I'm saying? It's for women who do not have that foundation. That's why I said it's an experience and process thing, because what made this relationship go wrong don't mean my next relationship, that's the same thing that made this relationship go wrong. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
And
What
in
is
order to be in my feminine, I have to submit to some point to really figure out if this man is, you feel
what?
me?
Yeah, I get it that y'all have to bump y'all head, right?
Yeah.
And things y'all didn't have somebody that explained this to you in your life, and you have to bump your head.
Mhm.
How many years do you have to bump your head to realize what a real relationship or what somebody that cares about you actually look like? I don't think it lasts 10 years. I don't think you need 5 relationships to do that. I don't think you need 15 years to figure that out. It doesn't take I think most of y'all experience relationships and experience men as early as the age of 16.
Swing, it just takes accountability, but it's hard to take accountability when a guy is doing a wrong action. It's easier, just for instance,
What's the wrong action example of that?
So, for instance, if a guy is cheating or just using her, whatever, a woman instead, and this is not me, I don't do this because I've grown from my relation. Like, I don't do this, but you can't just blame him for being a cheater. You have to be like, okay, what attracted me to you? What made me feel safe with you? So I can make sure that I know that this is wrong. By me yearning for this isn't love. This is just trauma. You know what I'm saying? That's how that happens. Like, and I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't take a certain amount of years. It's healing, and everybody healing process is a different time frame, especially for women. So you can't just be like, oh, a year or 2 years or 3 years. As emotional beings, y'all wouldn't understand that healing process because y'all are not emotional beings, and emotions affects the brain.
Well, no,
No, y'all not like we are. Y'all say women
I don't
are
want to go down that
sensitive.
rabbit hole, but I will say this: just like y'all have y'all emotions and they're strong and they can happen to you in a negative way, y'all also wield y'all emotions in a positive way, where y'all are also easier. Where it's also easier for you to process your emotions sometimes to be able to get over the hurt that you experienced in that time, and you able to move on to the next person. I get it. We all experience issues. We've all had bad breakups. We've all had serious situations happen to us. We've all fallen down. We've all done this. All I'm saying is that it doesn't mean just because you experience hurt in this area, it does not mean that you have to say, screw that. And especially if you say you want it. If you say you want, now if you say fuck marriage altogether, I'm just gonna focus on my career, I get that. Then you basically saying screw marriage your whole life. But when you say I want marriage, but I'm not gonna do marriage or I'm not gonna do relationships until I get this done, and especially if it's done out of fear, that's always gonna be the ass backwards way of going into it, because it never works out in the end, because you're already walking into, you're looking at marriage from a jaded perspective. And then 2, you're not prioritizing it. I always say it's easier to do things with 2 people than it is to do it with just yourself. Like, unless you, like, you know what I mean? Somebody's responsible for you. You're responsible for them. They wanted to pick you up when you fall. You pick them up when they fall. It's always easier to do it with 2 people than it is without that person.
And I just want to let you know I agree. But when y'all ask questions like, why do y'all do it? It's not me making excuses. I'm just telling you why.
Yeah, and
And I'm not
I
saying
think
it's
that
right.
still
It's not
goes
going to get
back
you
to
towards
speaking
marriage.
to.
It's just dignity. Sorry, Casey.
I
Go
think
ahead.
no, go ahead. I think that still goes back to speaking to personal experiences and what people have gone through or seen in their life. That's just like saying that if somebody saw their mother deal with a man that cheated on them all the time, but they've been in a 25, 30-year relationship, that's how they view a good relationship. That's how they view a commitment. That's how they view long term. And so we can't dictate how people perceive their own emotions and how they, how they react to them. And my last point on this before Trust speaks is we are talking about getting married at a young age, and we're talking about statistics, and we're talking about data. So I did the due diligence to go and look up on NIH.gov the statistics, and it shows that studies have found that younger couples, especially those married in their early into mid 20s, have a higher likelihood of divorce compared to those who marry later on in life. And that speaks to the perspective that regardless of your experience or regardless of how good your relationship might be, that might not be the case for everybody else. And then we also don't know how that it can affect somebody long term in their relationship long term. So go ahead, Trey.
So,
the
all right,
reason why that's
hold on, Sweeney. Hold on a second, Sweeney. All right, so Casey, you just read something off, but that's only part of it, right? So there's a couple places, the University of Utah, there's Pew Research, and there's a few places, and what they
I
refer
read from
to is
NIH.gov.
gotcha. So there's what they call a Goldilocks zone, right? And the first part of it is absolutely correct. If you were to marry in your early 20s, then yes, you are likely to divorce higher than as if you didn't. But there's also data that shows if you are married after 35, then you also have a higher risk of getting divorced than if you would. So the Goldilocks zone is technically late 20s to early 30s, and that's it. So that's if you're talking about that. But if it goes way higher on either side of the spectrum, if you get married younger or older, so you'll get the same result. So either way, you're still within your late 20s, early 30s. So that's that part of it. But one of the main things I wanted to say is that it's almost like when we were watching a lady sitting in a car earlier in the video, and she just had no clue. She was so desperate. She wanted to ask white women what was up. It's like but the men could pick apart what was wrong with her, right? We could see like, yeah, I can see what's up with her. Like we already know, like, yeah, she gonna lose. We see the same thing in the rhetoric a lot of times on these panels, and the results that you yield are pretty much matching the demeanor in most cases. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. People who are typically married speak one way and have likely spoken that way prior to marriage, and people who aren't have a different idea. But a lot of them sound the same, at least to us men on the panel. Or I won't even include the other guys if they don't want to be, but I'll say myself. To me, pretty much sound the same. Most of the women who are not married say the same things. They say, yo, you should wait. I'm worried about my career, or why do you think that's going to work for me? There's been things like this has been going on for decades now. Like it's been tested. We know what works. We know what doesn't. We know what attracts men. We know what doesn't. It's simple. Men articulate what it is that they want and what they expect. Women want to get with these men, but are not able to compete or willing to compete or fulfill what this man is asking for. So how is it that you're going to get the result of marriage when you're not willing to do it and you want to play by your rules when it's actually competitive? That doesn't work.
I agree, Trev. I know this is very competitive out here. Trust me. I agree 100%. That's why I embrace the pain. Because it's a lesson learned behind every situation that don't go right, as long as I'm taking accountability. So that's my advice to y'all ladies that's going out there and deciding, like, because when most women say I'm putting my job first, in reality, I think that's our way of protecting ourselves, just like men do with, choosing not to settle down, knowing damn well he want a wife. Because once that woman don't be that, you be trying to dog out. You feel me? But I do think that's a way that women try to protect themselves, is with their careers.
So
sometimes.
let me ask you then, Dot. Could I ask you then, Dot?
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
Let me ask you this, Dot. That method, do you think it's useful, or do you think it's more to women's detriment?
I think it depends. It depends. I think if a woman is stable,
Really?
then I feel like if a woman is stable, it's detriment. If it's stable, it's detriment to her. But if she's not stable, I don't think that. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's a good.
I think it can be very beneficial to your relationship. I grew up in a two-parent home, and my father taught me that a woman should go to college, pursue an education, and if you want a career, you can have a career, because we speak about generational wealth and we speak about how you can be an attribute to the man that you're dealing with. And a woman, a lot of times, that isn't focused or goal oriented on having an education or having a career, she can be a detriment to her husband. So I think it can be very beneficial to make those some priorities.
And the only reason I could kind of agree with that too, because I do feel like a lot of women who be mainly gold diggers and stuff, like if you notice them be the women that be thirsty not to work or bring any type of substance. But I don't agree that you should, what you were saying, Trev, just avoid it with work. If you want to get married, go out there, do the work, make the mistakes, talk to people who are in marriage, do something active, if that's what your end goal is. And I think, if the opportunity comes up and you see somebody, get to know him, give him a chance if he seems,
I'll go as far as saying this. I'm
sound
gonna go as far as saying this. If you are not built to balance a marriage and school or working in the beginning, you ain't built for marriage, because you're going to run into a lot of trials and tribulations. Marriage isn't that easy, right? There's a lot of things that are going to have to deal with. There's a lot of decisions you're going to have to make. You're going to be constantly bombarded with challenges. Raising children, that's a different ball game. And a lot of people are doing that by themselves. I understand it, but it makes it easier with the parent, but it's still tough. There's a lot of decisions you got to make. There's going to be place where you want to be located, right? And when you start having to put children before you and living in neighborhoods because they have a good school system, making tough choices, whether we should buy this house or that house, can we afford this? Damn, the car broke down again. Like, there's a bunch of things that just happen. Life is going to happen to you. So if you can't get into marriage because you're trying to balance something else and it's giving you problems, then you probably might want to consider if you are even ready for marriage. And when you think about it, the people who have that mindset are typically not getting married today.
No, but I can say when my friends decide to make sure they're stable first, they do get a better pool of men. That's one thing I can say. When they do take that break and say, I'm not focused on this right now because I'm coming from a traumatic spot, let me do something that makes me be confident and love myself. So now that I'm loving myself correctly, I can see the difference, and I can see that this man is not loving me correctly, because that's not how I would love myself. Sometimes
did you mention gold digger earlier?
Oh my gosh, yes, Bruiser. I don't remember what.
I would argue. I think I could make a case. I think I could make a case that the gold digger is probably a better option than the modern woman. Number one, she gonna do whatever you want her to do. She gonna cook, she gonna clean, she gonna fuck, she gonna suck. She not gonna try to be a leader.
That sounds like Satan to me.
She not gonna try to be a leader. She's not gonna argue with you over authority in a relationship. She gonna play her role so long as she's taken care of. The modern woman, she ain't gonna divorce you because you unless you run out of all your money or some shit like that, or you can't keep them credit cards going. And yeah, she peeling off.
That same woman will
Modern
also
woman,
leave you.
she don't give a damn if you bringing her money. She don't give a damn if you running the household. Once her emotions get involved or some shit like that, or she feel like she can't make the decisions and shit, she gonna pull the trigger on the fucking relationship.
Yeah,
so why would she be the better one?
I said the gold digger. I said the gold digger today.
Why would she be the better one?
Right. That same woman.
The gold digger don't give a damn
you.
about their emotions. She don't give a damn
does,
about none of that shit. Yes, dear. As long as you got that
about.
credit card coming, you got that line, and she taken care of.
All right.
Do whatever you want, whatever you like.
All right. That same woman will also leave you for a man with more money. So I think the money is the priority, not the love or the care for you specifically. It's about your pockets. So I
That's
mean, if that's what you think is a better option, you
that's
go
how I
for
feel
it.
for men who be dating women off looks. Like they like, you getting older, you looking. I'm like, okay, well,
But
shit.
you
Yeah,
know
I
the
mean, I
funny
think
thing
it
about it though,
depends on the
Casey,
substance that you're looking for from a woman.
right? But Casey, here's what you don't understand. Like a dude who understands it is what a gold digger understands that. But he's getting what he needs out the deal, so he doesn't see it as a net negative. That's what Bruiser is basically talking about. It's like in that particular situation, if you fake the funk for me for 30 years, but you're everything I told that you wanted that I wanted you to be for me, that's a W. Like nobody's gonna look at that and be like, I got 30 years out of this woman. I'm 5 years from my deathbed at this point. And let's say she decided to, you know what I mean? Like it's a W. You had a woman that
did her
But
presented
time.
you.
being
And I think
5
she was
years
Like
from your
pretty
deathbed and
convinced
dealing
of
with a
that
woman that
outcome.
never loved you,
the substance.
I mean,
But you
how
gotta
are you gonna? I can't say how you're gonna feel on your deathbed, but to know that you were in a relationship with somebody that didn't love you for you or didn't care about your well-being and only your money, I mean, is that a W or is that a L?
if you got what you needed, like the thing is, if somebody can fake the funk for you, right? Think about it. If somebody can fake, like, think about if you had a husband that was able to fake being the perfect husband for you. And I ain't gonna say on your deathbed. Let's say
I mean, that
you
speaks to
die. Hold on,
principles, though.
wait. Let's say you die not knowing that he was faking the funk. You would never know that he was not this person for you because he was that person for you the entire time. I'm saying that he was able to be everything you wanted him to be, the loving man that cared about you, that screwed you on a regular and cared about your feelings and let you
I don't
talk about
trust.
him. He let you go off and do
I
your
don't
thing.
trust.
How do
I
you
mean,
not?
at this
How
point,
would you
Because you
hold
don't
on,
care
how
about
down,
would
me
you?
as a
Sweeney.
person. If you let me go
Sweeney,
now and
at this
you
point,
don't
we're
care about
You're
me.
changing the
going into it. Hold on,
goalposts
wait, Di, you're
because at
going into it.
first,
Hold on, wait, Casey.
go
Di,
ahead.
you're going into it assuming that you know he's faking.
But you just said that you know she's a gold digger,
Well,
so
no.
like you're switching it.
Oh well, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
My fault.
you're switching it.
Okay.
But knowing that the person is a gold digger, knowing that the person is faking the funk, that speaks to your principles as a person. Because if you don't honor trust and loyalty and honesty, I mean, that's your principles. You either lack them or you don't care for them, and so that's the decision that you have to make.
Well, fair enough. But I would say that those people do consider it but if they're in their lives, they consider it a net positive. If somebody can fake it for you and give you everything that you want in life for 30 years, some people are going to consider it a net
The
positive.
gold digger is a closer thing to submission than a modern woman. The gold digger, whenever you want some pussy, she gonna roll over and give you that pussy. She not gonna say, "Oh, my body is my choice, and I'm liberated in power. I do it when I want. I don't have to." Nah, as long as that money coming in, okay, boo.
Now, do I believe that those women actually last 30 years? Not really. I think Bruiser is over exaggerating that. They don't stick around for 30 years. You get maybe 8. You get in California, you get 10 years out of them.
What be irritating for me is that guys, because now I've been setting boundaries, and at first I didn't like require guys to take me out on dates, like I would like get to know them. They think I be wanting money. I don't want your money. I don't give a damn about that. I'm just setting boundaries to see your true intentions with me. But because I look a certain way, because I really think it's my looks. I'm not gonna lie. I really think it's my looks.
What
it's my looks and my accent. My looks and my accent.
What boundaries do you be setting?
Now?
What do you mean by what do you mean in that particular statement that you made when you said I be setting boundaries?
I don't like talking after 10 p.m. If you're gonna plan anything, I need a clear cut date.
You've been talking at the 10 p.m. on the panel. The hell?
That's different. This is a group.
No, it
ain't nothing open but legs after 10 o'clock. Y'all are married, so I'm pretty sure that none of y'all on this panel is trying to have.
No, if you was talking to a guy and y'all were dating, are you saying that you wouldn't have a conversation with him after 10 p.m.?
Not them first few weeks, and that's the truth. No, I'm not doing that.
You are a piece of work.
No, see, the reason why.
You gonna give us?
I'm just being honest.
It is 1:45 Eastern time. You are on a panel with us, talking shit with us after 10 p.m. But a guy that you are dating that you like and he like you, you
Because
talking
why is
about
he calling me at 10:45, 11 p.m.?
because he want to talk to you.
Well, I have to get up at 7 to get my daughter ready for school. So
Damn.
You know, oh, you are a piece of work.
So out of all the hypotheticals, you didn't want to.
I'm not gonna lie, Bruiser. Everybody who
You
calls
didn't want to not make
try
yourself
to
a single
link. They
mom.
not trying to talk. Y'all just saying
Yeah, you know they trying to slide in here. Y'all being
after 10 p.m. They want to link. Not every single guy,
So,
but after
no,
a while,
I get.
that's
No,
the
I
only reason
get.
they try to get you on this schedule. This
I
nighttime
get.
schedule.
I
No,
get if you get the "what are you doing" text message. I get that, and you cut that at the head. But if they trying to cut off all communication after 10 p.m. just because some dudes might want to
No, I
hit it
text
after.
them like, "Hey, I'll hit you back in the morning." I ain't like bogus, like, "Oh, just gonna leave."
But what if you say? What if you say? Okay, hit me back in the morning, but send me a pic.
You ain't getting a pic of my face yet. I will send you a pic of me, but I ain't sending no naked pictures to nobody, not even my boyfriend.
Come on, bro.
Well, no, I got
yeah. Ain't no way.
Everybody
if I'm a dude
ain't
that's
trying to
hit, I'm gonna try to hit at 10 a.m. I'm gonna try to hit at 3.
I'm trying to hit in the afternoon.
It's not like
it ain't like they like, oh man,
we're not
10 p.m.
But this is the thing: when a guy not really interested in you, eventually
married
those
with children.
boundaries are
That's
going
that
to
married
piss
with
him
children
off.
text right there.
Listen, those boundaries are going to run him away. If he's not really anything about me, my boundaries, whatever they are, they might be ridiculous to you. Every woman have different boundaries, but the guy who's really into me is going to respect my boundaries.
No, that boundary will run. That boundary will also run away the guy that want to talk to you after 10 p.m.
Yeah, true that.
It's gonna run him off too. He's gonna say,
Listen, I will make adjustments for him once he proves to me that
he's gonna make adjustment after you done told him don't talk.
Y'all gotta
to you
remember, this the courting stage. He gotta. It's just a give take. Show me your true intentions,
Casey,
and that's why I like the guys. This the reason why I like some of the guys I talk to, because they no. Some of the guys. Listen,
so Don, I believe
the ones that I
make him wait.
continue to talk to, they understand and they respect it. The ones that don't, they're gonna erase themselves. That's it. That's
not how that works.
Now, what if we live in GMT or what was it, CST time?
I'm a CST.
That's godly. Y'all, this is what happens when y'all done been hurt a few times. Y'all start creating these crazy ass boundaries that don't make no sense in real world.
No,
like,
it just fits my lifestyle right now. Those
I bet
boundaries
it
fit
does.
where I'm at in life.
That's a
And
hurt
if he
place.
don't
Really
like where I'm
does.
at in life, he's not the one for me. Why y'all gotta make it so difficult? Why do y'all feel like people gotta be in situations that's not their preference?
It's not.
We're just trying to let
weird.
you know how this comes off to other men, right? And maybe you don't really see it as that way. And I understand boundaries. You should have boundaries, right? But I don't think that should be one of them, right? Most dudes would be like, damn, that's weird. You know what I'm gonna think? Oh, she got a dude who she really going home to. I'm the fuck up out of here. So like, just think about that. Like
90% of it ain't positive.
If a chick cut me off at 10 p.m. and say
if
I
I
can't
was a
talk to
dude,
you,
I would
right
think
there
she
next
lived
door,
with a
then
dude. Exactly, true.
I'm like, she got a whole dude. Like,
exactly.
on.
She
That's
lived
gonna
with
run
her
him off.
man's.
You got
And
trust
she
issues.
can't
I
receive
don't have
no
time for
phone
those trust
calls.
issues.
No, it's
Those
not
are
trust
assumptions.
issues. That's common
Those are
sense.
assumptions. Those are
If
assumptions.
you not, if you can call
issues.
somebody
Those are-
after 10 o'clock,
Those are
no,
assumptions. And
die.
guess
It's
what? I don't
usually
say no names. Sweeney, this is the difference. I can admit I have trust issues. And guess what? I will tell you up front my intentions and why I'm doing what I'm doing. So there's no, you know what you're getting yourself into when it comes to me. I'm aware.
Let me tell you how it's gonna happen.
No.
Let me tell you. Hold on. Let me tell you how it's gonna happen. Hold on, sweetie. Wait.
Hold on, wait. No, I gotta address that.
Wait, I'll let you
she makes
talk.
her intentions
I'll let you
known.
talk, sweetie. This is exactly how it's gonna happen. She gonna hang the phone up. She gonna say, "Baby, it's 10 o'clock. I gotta get up for work in the morning." Click. Y'all gonna send that link for sound check. She gonna go in the back, and they gonna goddamn start the show. I'm gonna go on YouTube. I'm gonna be like, damn, I thought she said she had to sleep. She on goddamn Lapeef Thursday. I'm gonna send a super chat. I'm like, it's over, bitch.
Hold on, look.
We weren't never together, Bruiser. We wasn't never together. together.
Well, whatever we had
together.
is over. Whatever we
If
had.
you my
is over.
boyfriend, I'm gonna talk to you after 10. If we own it like that, yeah, I'm gonna talk to you after 10. If I don't like you and woo, but while we're getting to know each other and while I'm trying to figure out if I like you or
You
not,
on a panel
I'm
with a
not
whole bunch
gonna
of niggas.
know.
You talking to them?
Wait.
So,
Now, if
God,
I
we
like
understand
you, yeah,
boundaries,
you're right.
but
Hold on real quick. Die. You said
Yes.
you make your intentions known. At least they know where you're coming from. So you're telling me.
No, not
Hold
just
on,
my
wait.
That's
So
not-
you're telling me, I'm about to explain what I'm asking, so you can
Okay,
answer.
okay.
So you telling me when you say you don't want to be contacted after 10, you tell these guys, I don't want to talk after 10 because the only thing you want from me is probably sex.
Yeah, I don't trust you. Is it like the only
No,
thing?
no,
the only
is that what you're
the only thing
is that what you told
I
them?
don't say I don't trust you, but I'll say the only thing open is legs. So you know that's what I think you're on.
See,
Now, if he
see,
says something like, "Okay, I work in the mornings. I'm only off at this time," and I might make adjustments depending
what
on
if
who
he
you are. I might
what
make
if he says,
I'll
man,
make
I just really want to hear your voice and talk to you.
No, what if he say?
Hold on,
nah,
Bruiser, wait.
Hold on. What if he say? Okay.
I'll give you 5
What if he
minutes.
don't want you to
I'm
open your?
gonna-
What if he don't want you to open your legs, Doc? What if he just say, I want some head.
What the fuck, barbarism?
God damn it,
God,
Bruiser.
what the hell?
Die. What if
What the
die?
But Sweeney,
Die. Hold
back to
on.
your point,
Die. Hold
Sweeney.
on.
If he just
Die.
said that to me,
Die.
Sweeney, hold on, let me
When do you
answer
have
Sweeney's
time to
question
talk
real
during
quick.
the day?
Wait, let me answer Sweeney's question real quick. Sweeney, to your point, if he does say that, like, hey, I just want to holler at you real quick, let me get 5-10 minutes of your time, woo woo, I'm like, okay, cool. But I'm not gonna lie, where I'm at right now, I'm really trying to get on this schedule of waking up at 6, getting to the gym, making sure I'm handling my business. If I'm not, like tomorrow, I'm not planning to go to the gym. Tomorrow, my relaxed day because I gotta go to the superintendent office. Tomorrow's not my gym day. So okay, cool. That's why on some Wednesdays, I have not just because I didn't want to, but I really started filling my schedule up. So I'm truly being honest here. I'm trying to build self-discipline right now. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't understand that as a man, and not just that, I am trying to be careful who I court because I feel like if you're trying to get to know me and you're only calling me after a certain time period, to me, that's a red flag based on the man I've dated. Now, that might not be the case for y'all and the man you've dated, but for me, that has been a red flag for me. If you can't text me throughout the day and say, hey, what's
correction
up?
officer. He worked late.
No, we get that. Okay, I understand that, right?
Yeah, like
but
that.
This actually proves my point when
like
I told
from a
you
genuine,
about
like
this actually proves my point when I said that people who are marriage minded don't run into this issue, right? Because let's say for the sake of argument, you are having a dude does call
100%.
A dude does call you after 10 p.m. Now, a person who doesn't understand this and who isn't serious will say, I'm not talking to nobody after 10 o'clock because I done talked to this dude before and that motherfucker burned me, so I ain't talking to nobody. But a person who's serious would be like, okay, you want to talk to me? Let's have a conversation. I'll be on the phone with you, baby. Hold on, wait. And then the moment he says, what are you wearing? That's when you know he's not serious.
But Sweeney, do you understand if I like this guy and I get on the phone with him, we could be on the phone till 1 o'clock in the morning. Now I'm not getting up for the gym at 6 like I want to do because I decided to. You know what I'm saying? Why am I compromising my boundaries that I for a guy that I don't even know is worth it yet? You know
at that point, so again, you're trying to guard yourself from something before it even happens.
No, I know myself.
Wait. If you know yourself and you're serious, you can have a conversation with him and say, hey, yeah, what's up? What you talking about? What's going on, baby? Whatever. Y'all spit your sweet nothings. You talk about his day real quick. He tell you how some things are going on with him. He just really wanted to hear your voice before you went to bed. And you say, hey, babe, I really got to get up in the morning. I'll talk to you tomorrow. That dude will understand. But if you say, I ain't talking to none of you motherfuckers after 10 o'clock because that motherfucker burned me, you're not serious.
Pause, because ain't nobody burning shit.
God damn it. God damn it.
She said,
no, I
give up. I give up.
I get what you're saying, Sweeney, and sometimes it's not them. Let me take some accountability too. Sometimes it's me. Sometimes I draw the conversation out to 1, 2 o'clock. Y'all see me on these.
And if you do, be happy.
No, that's lack of discipline.
No. I get. No, you're right. But at least, you know what you did have? You know what you did have? A man that likes you and wanted to talk to you at 2 o'clock in the morning about some shit that was going on in your day. And you can say, all right, I know I talked to you at 2
at 7 p.m.
No, you're right.
Why we can't talk at 8?
And I'm sure that person who was willing to talk to you about your shit that's going on in your day, because you said you drove the conversation at 2 a.m. He was ready to get off at 12:30. You said, I want to talk to you another 2.5 hours, right? So he was willing to listen to you until 2 a.m. That means that you got somebody that wants to talk to you. Now, you can say tomorrow, hey, look, we was on the phone to 2 a.m. I can't be on the phone with you that late. Baby, can we talk at like 9 or 8? And you can mind that out with somebody. But if you're just trying to cut people off because you're trying to protect yourself from a problem before it ever even happens, you're gonna get the results.
Sweeney, I'm being realistic with myself. I can get there. I'm not saying I can't get there. I will get there, Sweeney. I will get there. I promise you I'll get there.
So
right now, until I got my discipline and I cherish my discipline more than a male's attention, I'm gonna focus on my discipline.
But you know what discipline is? Discipline is making something happen in the worst of circumstances and still being disciplined to make it happen. So what you're focused on is a routine, but when you add people to your life, your routine can change. When children come into the picture, your routine can change, but discipline is making something happen even when circumstances change each and every day, right?
So let me
So
build my routine.
the other right, because a
Then I
man would
can
have to
serve.
bend another man would have to bend his routine to make time for you, right? So you would expect the adjustments and for him to bend and fold to make time in your life, but then you're telling him he needs to be able to fit exactly into how you have your life set up currently.
See, Casey, I'm not like most women. I'm not gonna require that from a man until he determines he's like me. If he, I can't expect.
How you gonna
I'm
get
not
to
one
that,
of those
though?
women that just expect complete, like, oh, Princess Trimmy, you do this, you adjust your life for me, and I'm not gonna. No, we both, let's get to know each other. Let's make sure I trust you and you trust me before we start compromising our boundaries. We're like, I don't believe that.
But what I'm saying is, you're talking and speaking about how your day is set up. How do you know his day is set up to talk to you before 10 p.m.? What if his day not set up? So you just saying, oh, well, sorry, can't get to know you because this is my boundary to speak after 10 o'clock. So
Yes, because if
if
I'm
he
not who I need
works,
to be, I'm not gonna be who I need to be in that relationship for him.
so if he
Yeah.
works 10, 16-hour days, it doesn't line up to talk to you throughout the day. If he can't talk to you by 10 p.m., then you're just not gonna get to know that person.
On
That's what
weekends,
you're
we could
saying?
talk after Friday to Sunday. We could talk after 10.
Okay.
Die, it is
I'm muting
1:45
up.
on a Friday morning. We was on a Thursday night. You've been
Yes.
here till 1 o'clock in the morning. And 1
Your
o'clock in the morning
intentions
Central.
are different, Sweeney. What y'all think is so obvious to y'all is not obvious to women. We don't have the same
listen. Hold on, wait, listen.
Don't
You
speak
said,
for all women,
no.
because I definitely understand what Sweeney's saying.
You said you
I
have
know
a
that.
busy
We
schedule, and
already
you
know
said
your foundation is different than
you
mine.
said you have a busy schedule, and you got things that you need to do in the morning, and it's about discipline. So I would much rather you give this time, if you're gonna be undisciplined, give this time to a man that cares about you and loves and wants to be with you, than to give it to us.
100%.
I'm gonna just keep talking to y'all until I get from y'all of what man I should be giving that, that
So,
opportunity.
Doc, here's the main problem that we have with that, right? Something that you said a few moments ago that I couldn't shake, right? You said when a man gets with me, he knows what he's getting into. So that stance right there lets everyone know that you are telling men that they are going to have to fall into your
Acquiesce.
program. That is the opposite of how things work, right? Men are not going to want to have to fit into your men don't want to fit into your program, especially for what they are going to perceive as a frivolous reason.
That's
right?
not what
For
I
you to
meant.
have
You should have asked me first.
Say what?
That's not what I meant by that statement.
Well, this I heard it. We both speak English, and this is the thing, right? When you convey a message, it's going to be perceived. So you have to understand how to articulate it so people are going to get it. But the way that you presented it, and you presented it to damn near everyone one-on-one on the panel, and we all get the same message from you, right? And I would imagine that those men who are getting shunned at 10 o'clock for whatever reason are going to perceive it a certain way. But if you said a man has to know what he's getting into with me, then that means that you are unwilling to change the things that will be perceived as wrong about you.
But Trey,
right?
no
You're
man
not willing
has told me that.
No man has
And
told
if
you
they're
what?
not communicating, it's not the man
Wait,
for
wait,
me.
wait.
Do you
You said
understand
no
me?
man
If
has
he
no
gonna
man
dip
has told
just because
no
I
man
make
has
that
told you what?
boundary and not communicate, why would I want to be with a man like that anyway?
Well, if a dude that's not that invested in you is just
Period.
gonna haul ass, right? And you could turn away some good potential men, but once dudes see that females are being weird, they may not always question it. They'll just haul ass, right?
That's
They'll be like, "Oh, she
fine.
about to be a headache," and I'm out, right? So all I'm saying is that you shrink in your pool dramatically when you decide that you're just going to have hangups. This is a hangup. That's what that is. So at least that's how it's going to be perceived by
That's
men.
on
And
like based
unfortunately,
on
you're dealing with
who?
men. So based on men, right? Based on men, this is
I haven't gotten that
it's
feedback.
pretty much a consensus on this. Yeah, they're not.
Nah, this
That's
a
why you
clone.
need us to tell you
That's what
because
like.
This is a died clone. This is not the
wait,
die. The last.
wait a
This is
minute.
not
You
the
say you're
die I
not getting
talked to
that
on the last
I don't
feedback.
want to
one.
talk
They're
to
not.
a guy that don't know how to communicate. I'm sorry, I don't. I don't want a guy that
What
don't know
does
how to
that
communicate. I
mean?
hate like that's the same
This is a
thing y'all
clone.
saying that a guy when women think that a guy just supposed to read her mind and know what she wants, and that's stupid to me. That's stupid. If something that small you can't communicate about, I don't want to be with you. Honestly, I don't. That's something small and
Yeah,
stupid.
but a dude's
If
not
you
gonna want to
actually
tell you
told me,
that's some weird
hey,
shit in like one of
damn
your
it,
first
you told me
conversations.
that
He's
you
gonna be
had
like,
these
he didn't even
problems.
think
You
that.
told me you coming from this part in your relationship, but listen, I really want to talk to you. I really want to get to know you. And if you're not willing to make this adjustment for me, then we just gonna stop talking. Depending on what our conversations was up until that point, I might feel like, well, you ain't worth it, or I might feel like, damn, what we built to this point, I feel like it's worth it, and I want to get to know you more. I have that option. Why do y'all feel like we have
Why
to
do he have to
entertain
fight
every
you for?
person that approaches us? That's weird.
No, that's the question. The reality is you're making it a fight when it doesn't have to
Yeah,
be.
because
It's
these
not
are
a fight.
boundaries that you're
It's
willing
a
to
fight
bend
because
on.
you're
setting
saying why don't
boundaries
you
that
just
you don't
tell
believe
me
in.
that you don't like what I'm doing to you?
Yes,
It's like
because
he's
if you're doing something I don't like, I'm gonna express it. I'm not gonna sit there and act funny and do childish shit. I'm gonna let you
no, a
know,
man is
hey,
not
I'm
gonna
not with this.
listen. A man is not gonna sit there and start an argument with you about
That's
talking
not
to
an
you.
argument. That's a
Wait,
conversation.
that's not a conversation. If you tell me I can't talk to you after 10 a.m., 10 p.m., and I ask, I'm like, that. Why would you have some type of boundary like that? That would really that.
That's
Times out of
stupid
10,
for
that
you
is
to be offended by that. That's stupid for you to be offended by that.
you know.
Hey,
See how
Dad, real
quickly
quick.
hold on,
Watch
wait.
this.
You
What
see
has
how
been happening
quickly
these past couple
It's
months?
so petty
What is
and
going
small
on
that y'all
tonight?
wonder why people ain't getting married
You ain't been on
because
the panel.
guys don't want to communicate.
What is going
Hey,
You
on?
notice how
kidding.
it just
That's
you
weird.
said it wasn't an
Bro, that's
argument.
weird.
Hold on, wait. You said it wasn't an argument, and I'm just the avatar for that conversation. And you see how quickly it went there.
How?
Now, because it just go back and watch
This
the
a clone.
last.
This is a
Go
clone.
back and watch the last 30 seconds real quick. If you go back and watch the last 30 seconds, you said this wouldn't be an argument. And I just question why you would do something like that to me. If I was calling you after 10 and I'm like, I don't want to have that type of conversation with you. I was going to say something else, but you immediately jumped to why it's stupid for you to even question me on some shit. That's an argument. That's
And
a
Trail
head.
made it clear. Men want to
No.
get with women 24 hours a day.
No,
After 10 o'clock don't make no
No,
difference.
I'm saying it's stupid because
right.
no, I'm saying if you said what I said was stupid, what I'm saying, if you're gonna label that as stupid, you have to label you being mad at the fact that I have a boundary is stupid. That's why I said that. Because if you're gonna label that,
Where does your boundary come from?
thing.
Your boundary come from your trauma.
Not just trauma, but I'm also trying to build self-discipline. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes with the stuff we set as boundaries, I already gave it to y'all that, of course, some women have these boundaries because they're trying to avoid pain. Also, part of that, we have these boundaries because we're trying to become a better person. For me, I'm trying to become a better person and I'm trying to avoid pain. But I do realize that I can't have enough discernment if I'm not, like I said, in a healthy spot. With me being a new entrepreneur, getting into the superintendent's office, just doing everything that I'm doing, if I'm worried about survival, how can I be the woman that I need to be for you? And a man is not going to come into my life and just worry about survival for me. I don't have a dad to cover me, so worry about the survival portion. When women are worrying about survival, the dating aspect, it becomes cloudy.
Do you know how to conform?
You said who?
Do you know how to conform?
Can you?
You got the opportunity. You got an opportunity. A man giving you an opportunity to compel him to marry you. And there's things that he desires and there's things that he wants. Are you okay with conforming to those things if you don't already, showcase what those needs and desires are? Right.
Yes, right now in my
So
life, even
what
though
if
I'm
one of
not
those conform? What if one of those conforming is allowing him to communicate with you past 10 o'clock?
if he's in the position to do it, like you said, he showed me that his intentions are true, and he's like, "Hey, to keep this going, I need that. Okay, I got you." If that same guy be like, "Hey, I want to cover you. I want to do this," I never experienced it before. Like I said, I'm not too much in my trauma to not do something that I haven't done before. So I will be open minded to it, and I will just make sure that this guy's not somebody who's gonna like abuse me, take control over me. He got my best interest at heart. Yeah, there's gonna be mistakes in learning that, but if a guy came to me, he's willing to cover me. He's telling me, "Hey, I don't want you to do this right now. I want to, and I can help you get you to a better spot, marriage, wife." I'm like, okay, I wanna learn from you. I never met a guy like that. So a guy like that approach me, I'm gonna be in awe. I'm gonna be like, okay,
What about
I want to
you? What
learn.
about you, Dorji?
You never met a guy.
What about you, Dorji?
No, I haven't, honestly.
Can you
I haven't.
conform?
You don't even know what I was about to say.
That's easy.
Oh, I
for
thought you was
me.
talking about what I said. I'm sorry.
Well,
Hold on,
I'm
what you
definitely
say?
talking about what you said, but you ain't even know
I
what I was
said
about
that's
to say.
easy for me.
I'm sorry, Swing.
Oh shoot, you might need to school that in. She said it's easy for her to conform.
She said,
Hey,
What
get
am
that,
I
man.
schooling? Well, I mean, I'm very nocturnal, so I don't care when a man texts me. He can
I
text
don't
me
care.
at 3. I'm up late anyway. That's just
God,
my lifestyle.
God need to take her ass to bed. She got school in the morning. I don't know
am
why she out here
tired.
with us
I
at
am
2 in the
I mean, even I have a first shift job too, and I can still stay up late. I'm just very active at night.
You willing to make the sacrifice for your man,
But I'm
right?
pretty sure you got a structured lifestyle right now to where you can make those type of, you know what I'm saying, those choices. For me, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not perfect. I'm not gonna get up here and act like I got it together like most of these women, because we're not even in the same age group. I don't, and I'm trying to make sure that I'm making better decisions for myself. So when I do date a man that's for me, it's not coming, like I said, from a place of trauma, him feeling the hole that my dad didn't, feel. I want it to be
So you got
Wait,
daddy issues.
what you mean, Dad? What you mean? What women in what same age group? What?
women in different age group. People, when they tend to be older, they're more stable, they're more experienced, they're more they have more resources, like they just know better, they've learned, they made those mistakes, you know what I'm saying. I'm at a different place than most people that we talk about on the panel, and I
No,
think
Dad. No. Don't try to chalk that up to older women. You can be where you want to be right now at your age. People get prepared for life at all different ages of
okay.
life. Some people come out the womb ready and don't need to knock their head a million times. They listen to the people around them and they don't make mistakes. Everybody doesn't need to fall 15 times to
You
get
gotta
up
go to work in the
once.
morning.
But
You
Casey,
drinking
I'm
this stuff
sorry,
on
that's not
regular?
my situation. I do know that, but unfortunately, Casey, that's not my situation. But okay, I agree.
Dad, why am I getting this sense that you're so annoyed by every time I open my mouth on this panel tonight? Like you're
Because I
rolling your
feel like
eyes,
whenever I
you
have
putting
something to
your
say,
head
just because you can't
down.
relate to it, you want to discredit it, and I don't like that.
You
I
don't
don't like
know
that.
what
Just because
you
you
don't
can't
know
relate
what
to
I
it,
can
don't
relate
mean that
to
my
it.
experience
You
ain't
don't
my
know what I can
experience.
relate to. You
Okay.
don't know me personally, so how you gonna tell me what I can relate to? And I always have tried to pour into you, lift you up, and now you sit on this panel tonight, rolling your eyes, putting your head down. Every time I open my mouth, I've been quiet for the past 30 minutes, and I've still been on here. I said, let me just continue to listen, be respectful, because she said I was cutting her off.
You
But
were.
this is how
You
we
did
everybody
it
cutting
this time
everybody
when you
off.
just got this, when you first started
Everybody's
talking
cutting
now.
everybody off.
Okay,
Everybody's
Casey.
cutting everybody
But when you
off.
start off, it'd be like, Diamond, that's not true. Diamond, that's not what you're experiencing. Diamond,
I
that's
said,
only for
die. I
you. And
didn't
it's
call your
like,
name,
bro,
Diamond.
like, how do you know it's only for me? I've met a lot of women who can relate to what I'm going through, my experiences, my mind frame, and everything. So, yes, you do come off
Die.
sometimes as
Die.
discrediting. And that's not
Die.
disrespectful to say, that's
You
just
flip
my
flop.
opinion.
You
That's just
flip
my
flop. You flip flop. And we haven't been on this panel with each other for months. And what you're saying tonight is absolutely false. Yeah, I guess it's because you're triggered for some reason. Because the last conversation we had, you thanked me for talking to you with such kindness,
I give
and so
credit where
now
it's
you're
due.
getting on
But just
here
because I
saying that
give
I
you credit
always
don't mean I have
attack
to.
you.
But Casey,
Saying that I always
that
attack you
don't even
is a
make sense
lie,
because I give
Di.
you
You're
credit in one
lying.
area do
You're
not mean I
lying.
cannot don't mean I can't
Nobody's
disagree with you.
discrediting you. I'm
Casey,
telling you a different
Casey,
point
that's
of
how I feel
view.
about this
Don't tell me what
conversation.
I'm
How
doing.
I
I'm
felt
not
about last
discrediting you.
conversation, I felt like you
What you
wrote me. How
feel
I
if
felt
you
about
lose in an
last
argument, that's
conversation,
your
I felt
fault.
like that. But about this conversation, I feel different. Don't confuse the two. And just because I feel like this about this conversation,
I
Casey,
wasn't even
I don't mean I
talking that
dislike
much
you. I don't
towards you
dislike you.
tonight.
That's just how I feel about this
Nobody was
conversation. It
talking.
sounds like
When
you're
I
more
got on
hurt
this
than I
panel
am. Like,
earlier,
I'm
I was talking
confused.
to Darwin Sweeney and talking to KC. I wasn't even directing my conversation towards you. So what are you talking about the conversation tonight? I only been on here for like the last hour and 15 and I've been quiet for 30. So what are you talking about this conversation
The
tonight?
conversations when you were addressing me, the
Discredited you
part of
so
the
much.
conversation when you were addressing me, Casey, the part of the conversation when you were
So me
addressing me.
giving you a difference of opinion is automatically discrediting you.
When
That's
you
what you
say
equate that.
the discrediting part is when I say I feel like this and this is my experience, and you're like, no, Diamond, don't say that. No, Diamond, it's not all women. I'm speaking from my point of view. I made that clear
You
from
if
at the
you
beginning
say
of this my video.
women this and women that,
Because I'm
you can't
talking
speak for
about
all
women
women.
who sees it from my
You
point of
can't
view.
speak
Women
for
who
all
goes through what I
women.
go. No, it's not for all women. It's I
Okay, so
already
don't say
explained that.
women this
I
and women
give these
that.
disclosures before my statement, Casey. I give these disclosures. I say there's some women who do this. There's some women who do this. But me, when I do, like when it comes to
That
this
wasn't what
type
I
of woman,
responded to, Di, and we're not about to play
so it's
stupid
like,
right
what's the
now.
point of
That
this?
wasn't what I
Like,
responded to.
okay.
That wasn't what I responded to.
Oh no, you
And you
don't,
know
Joy.
that.
Don't turn your camera on. I know you got your toy out. Turn your camera on so we can expose you. Exactly. Put the toy up.
It's kind of like this is the thing about me. I've been coming on this panel for over 3 years. I don't change when certain people come on this panel. I don't change my opinion. I don't change the way I talk. I don't change my point of view. I don't care who's sitting on this panel. It could be 15 different people, 15 different ways on 15 different Thursdays. KC, me, I'm gonna always be the same exact person with the same point of view, the same opinion, and you can run every tape back and it won't be no flip-flopping on different subjects based on who's the panel on
You
what
gonna see
particular
growth
night.
in me. You ain't gonna see the same thing you seen 3 years ago. Guarantee you gonna see growth in me. Sorry.
I don't know. I stand on principle and principle doesn't change. So just like God is the same God as he was 50 years ago as he is today, relationships don't change and principles don't change. So if
My
you I'm
relationship with God
set
actually got
I'm
better when I grow. I'm
I'm
sorry.
set in my principles. I'm set in my principles, and I know the woman I am, and I've known that my entire life. And I've asked God to continue to reveal who I am supposed to be as I grow older and evolve. So when I say I speak what I speak and I stand on what I stand on, that's because what I believe. And all I try to do is lift you up and give you a different. You always talk about older women, this older women that. Yes, an older woman trying to lift up a younger woman to say, "Oh,
So
look
that's
at
what
this down
triggered
the
you because
road.
I said older
Oh,
woman.
look at this. Oh, look because
That
you
was the
always
trigger. That was the
you
trigger. It
oh
finally comes
you're
out. It's because I said older
no. I
woman.
was trying to see
And
if
when
you're
I say
talking
this
to
to my
me.
mentors,
I
they
want
don't
you
get
to talk. I
offended.
want
Are
you to
you
say my
offended that
name.
you're older than me? I'm
God, if
confused. Like now
God,
the
I
real
love being my
trigger
age
comes out.
sweetheart. I've had
And that's it.
15
You must have
wives.
thought that I was saying that in shade when I really
God,
wasn't. I say that as a
God.
sense of respect.
I
Like
wanted,
I'm
if you were talking
confused.
to me,
That's
I
what
wanted to
triggered
you
you.
to
That's
address
what
me.
triggered you. That's what triggered you. I apologize if
Die.
that was triggered you.
No,
I really
I
wasn't
don't
referring to you as
play
an older
die. I'm
woman.
not passive aggressive,
I won't.
babe.
I
I'm
promise
not.
I won't.
So if you're
You've
talking
been
to
doing
me,
okay.
and I think Trev does this a lot too, because a lot of people on this panel like to say, oh, well, some people this and some. No, say who you're talking about. It's okay to speak directly to a
That's
person. If you want to say something, it's okay. It's okay to say, hey, are you talking about me? Are you addressing that towards me?
Casey, I'm talking
It's
about
not
all the
about
older
being
women on the panel.
triggered.
All the older women. And you took it offensive. For some
Die.
reason, you took it
Die. It
offensive.
was
There was
me.
even nothing
Die. It was
offensive
me,
about
you,
what
and
I said.
Casey. And
Because
Casey's 27.
dating
It
experience
was
that
me,
those
you, and
people was
KC,
going to be
die.
different than mine. What's wrong about that? I'm
Die. It was me, you, and
like,
KC. What all older women on the panel? It was just 3 women, and we know KC was
no, but
in her
I've
20s.
gotten information from other older women on. You know, there's other women on the panel that's older. You're not the only woman I've been on the
Lord
panel
have
with.
mercy.
What are
Okay,
you
die.
talking about?
No, you're
What are
not
you
listening.
talking
That's what I'm
about?
talking
You're not
about.
the
You're
only
not
one
listening.
who had this type of opinion. Like, I'm
You're not
confused.
listening.
You're triggered because I said
You're
no.
not
I
listening.
won't consider you. I mean, older.
Die,
I
you
won't
can't
consider
trigger
you
me.
older anymore. I'd
You
say
can't
more
trigger me,
mature. I don't
sweetheart.
even know what other thing to say. That's what you're triggered
Die.
about.
Die.
Like,
Look,
there's
I've been
nothing
trying
else
to
to be
pour
like
into you.
mad
I've
about
been trying
my
to pour into
opinion.
you
Like,
and look
I'm
out for
confused
you.
what the beef
And
is
you think
about
this a
right now.
game? You think life is a game? You think this a joke? You
I
think this
think
panel
this
a
is
joke?
funny because
You
there's
think this is
nothing to
funny?
beef about right now. There's literally, you didn't say nothing
Nobody
personal
who's
about
tried
me.
to
I didn't say
help,
nothing
no
personal
one
about
who's
you. I don't even
tried,
know your name.
nobody
Like,
who's
just trying
tried to
to be
help
like,
you, or you ask all of these questions. You always have a question, but then you don't want to hear the answer, or you don't accept the answer,
okay, I'm
right? So you ask all of these questions, and when you get the answer, you go, "No, that's not it. No, no, no. I don't know. No." You always negate or deny what's being told to you after you ask the question. You ask,
that's
"Why
not
do
the
men
case.
do this? And why do men do that? And why is it that men do
I
this?
go
And why
against
is it
their
that so?"
reason. I go against their reasoning for saying this is why women. That's what I go against. And then women start to do this. That's when I start disagreeing. But why men? I'm not gonna never disagree with them on why men do what they do. I don't care. I do care what men do what they do. I do care, but I don't care to
I don't care.
advocate for them because I can't advocate for them. I can't say what the man wants and do wants. I just told them, far as the men in my life haven't had an issue with it, and if they did, they should speak up in the dating realm because everybody don't have people to go to. If this is what's happening in the dating realm where people are not talking and having conversations about simple shit like that, that's an issue. Period. That's an issue. That's an issue. How are we gonna talk about big stuff and we can't even talk about what's your preference in time? I told you my preference. I can have that preference. I can have that boundary. But if a man comes into my life and he shows some sign of substance, yes, I will alter that boundary for him. But for you to tell me, oh, that's ridiculous for you to have that boundary in the first place, not if I'm willing to alter
Who
it for
said
a man
that?
with
Who said
substance.
that? Who said that?
Okay, you didn't say that.
That's
So
the words I
come
said.
on. Now,
That's the words I said. Don't lie.
Hello, motherfucker.
Don't lie. You weren't actually listening because you already feel away. If you feel away, your ears are closed. Just when I started talking, what did I say? Every time I start talking, Di, you rolling your eyes and putting your head down. What is it with you tonight?
so
That was
nobody
what
heard
I
Casey
started
agree
to
with
say.
Winnie when she said Diamond, that was a ridiculous boundary. When Bruiser and y'all start telling me you're
I
you're
said, what
shorty,
else did I
you're
say with
man,
that,
she didn't
Di?
agree.
What
Am
else did I
I
say? What else did I say? I
it
said
don't matter
you
what else you said. You asked me what I said that I
a
felt you feel
man
me
you would
discredited
be
about, and
expecting
I
a man
told
to
you. The
acquiesce to
topic
what
is
you
what
have
did I
going
feel like
on.
you were discrediting me about? Why did I have this energy of you discrediting me? Let's stick to the topic. That was the reason why I had that energy towards you discrediting me.
Because I did because
And
I agree
Casey,
with
do
Sweeney.
that
Because
mean
I
you're a
wasn't
bad
because I wasn't
person?
with the
Do that mean you
sisterhood.
don't give a fuck
Because
about
I
me? I
agree with
never
Sweeney
said none of
against
that.
you.
You
I'm
took it that like you
discrediting
the one
you.
who started breaking up shit
That's what you
like
telling
I
me?
didn't give a fuck about you, and you said about this on the last. What I
I
said
didn't curse. What are you
has
talking
nothing to do with
about?
this podcast. What are you
I
talking
didn't
about?
curse.
Just because
What are
I
you
said I
talking
feel like
about?
you discredited me, don't mean
Di, you're
I
not
feel
listening,
you
babe.
feel me like I feel some type of way
What are
about
you
your character.
talking
No,
about?
Di, you don't hear
like,
me.
I'm confused.
You hear me. You don't hear me. You don't hear me. And the energy on tonight, like, is not becoming of you. Like, it's not. Because you have not been with this F what y'all talking about. Like, this is not, you have a beautiful spirit and you have a calm spirit, but this defensiveness, I'm not trying to hear y'all F all y'all. Like, it's just not, it's not it. It's really not. It's not. And that's why you talking about getting triggered. No, I felt confused because I'm like, damn, this somebody who been coming on this panel for, all right, never mind. I'll mute.
Yep, JR can go ahead and end it from there.
You're
Go ahead and
welcome.
read the super chats. We go ahead and cut this out, man.
Hold on, let Dory G close before we get. I gotta hear what she got to say.
I'm about to cut up, man. I'll holler at y'all tomorrow.
No. Go ahead. Don't peel out, Sweeney.
Man, I'm about, man, it's late.
Look, I guess
I got work in the
Hey,
morning.
Tori.
Well, I just remember, like, on King Talk, y'all talked about how long distance relationships don't work. And then on here, you said you can get married and work on your career at the same time. Like, you was advocating for that. So I thought about a couple of careers that would fit in the category of long distance relationship and, you know, trying to do that at the same time as marriage. And that's one, a deployed military man, and two, someone who is in the trucking industry who is not local. So how is it that you can work on that career, those two careers, and still try to have marriage or try to build up to marriage? And then you guys said at the same time, long distance relationships don't work.
Well, the difference would be in those particular situations is somebody's trying to start out in a long distance relationship, and then a long distance relationship being a circumstance that you experience within the relationship or marriage. Then you have to, like, for example, a man that gets a job in trucking where he's has to work, go on the road. Those people do tend to make adjustments, but even in those situations, you tend to see a lot of those marriages and relationships fall apart where they're saying, hey, he's not home. When someone is deployed, you often hear that there's a lot of issues that arise in those marriages where someone is deployed overseas and the person is at home. There's infidelity, there's a lack of communication that goes on. So yeah, those issues most definitely arise, which makes long distance relationships. We're not necessarily saying that a long distance relationship absolutely cannot work, but what we're saying is that it's not the ideal situation for you to go seeking out.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like especially when men are a dime a dozen. You can throw 50 cent worth of nickels out and hit 45 cent worth of motherfuckers who live in your city. Why you got to pick somebody who, if you live in California, why the hell you got to pick somebody to live in New York? Mm-hmm. When there's at least somebody within, you got all this range around you. You said, and the only person that this is going to work with is the person over there in New York City.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was going to say, so then, because what I was trying to allude to with like Callie's situation, she was saying that she doesn't have time. And with these types of careers, you also have the issue of time, right? So it's kind of like, that's why it's like, you can't really say, oh, I could try to do my career and, you know, try to have a marriage at the same time, because you need the time. So that's kind of what I was trying to get to, is how would we put that together in that case?
Yeah. I mean, I will say this, two serious people that are adamant on making it work, make it work. Two serious people who are adamant on making a marriage work, makes it work. Whether there's distance involved, whether there's traveling, whether there's issues with kids, whether there's issues with death in the family, people who are adamant on making it work and they're constantly saying, yes, I do, every single day, every single hour of the day, they get through those issues. But if you fly by the night, you put up roadblocks, you're trying to safeguard yourself from shit, you're going to run into these problems, because that's the reality of it. When you're preparing for something out of fear and out of hurt and out of pain, oftentimes what you're going to get is painful, fearful results.
Okay. And so in Callie's situation, then, when she says she doesn't have time, you guys are saying that she should try to make time, basically, even though she knows she doesn't.
What we were saying to Callie was, if you're going to sit here and say that this is what you value and you want this, we're telling you, you're putting the cart before the horse. If you're saying this, but if you admit that, and if you're going to put the cart before the horse, tell us, I'm telling you, damn the horse, I'm riding out in this cart. But that changes the conversation where we got to tell you, well, I know that that's what you want to do, But here's the reality for you. That can get extremely difficult going down the line. If you're going to go this route, it's an extremely hard path to travel. And we've seen many women who've traveled that same path as you that we spoke to ad nauseum on several panels, and they've all experienced it. They all put the cart before the horse and said, damn marriage, I'm gonna do this. I want to get married one day, but I want to focus on my career. I want to do this. I want to do that. And then I can make marriage a priority. Oftentimes, the people who come back and tell the stories of the ones that did do that are still having issues when it comes to relationship and marriage. That don't mean that they're miserable or that they hate their lives, but that when they explain how dating is for them and how marriage is for them, they often come and say that, man, it's been extremely difficult for me to find relationship in this later time in my life. And you know what I mean? And they say, and we have to tell them the truth. Like, well, at that period in time, you didn't prioritize marriage. And the best time to get married to someone is in your youth, where you experience everything with that person. That person experiences your youth, your middle age, your old age. They're more likely to appreciate your old ass when they experience your young you. When you go through life with somebody, it becomes a little bit more understanding. It becomes a little bit easier. But if you prioritize everything else, if you try to put everything in a checkbox, you would never be ready for what you're saying you're trying to wait for. And I learned that the hard way myself. Me and my wife could have been married a long time ago, but we kept saying, well, wait until we graduate college. Well, wait until we do this. Well, wait until we do that. Now, granted, we still understood we wanted to do it with each other, so we were still together, but we kept putting the roadblock up there, and it didn't even have to be there. Everything we did outside of our marriage, we could have done well within our marriage, and it would have got the same result, if not a better result. We'd have probably been further along now than we would have been had we actually did what we were supposed to do then, got married, got on the train, figured it all out, then pushing it off the entire time.
So your solution for Callie is basically to just make time. That's pretty much how you would handle a situation where she doesn't have it.
If you're saying that you want it, make the time. Be open and then make the time for it. But you can't close yourself off from it and then say, oh, well, I'm going to open this door later and then something's going to come through that I want. The problem that we have with a lot of women is that they close the door completely and say, I'm going to close this door in my life and I'll open that door when I'm done with this. And when you try to do that, it doesn't work a lot of the time. More often than not, it doesn't work. I'm at least telling her, open the door and then put some effort into that, just as much effort as you putting into everything else in your life. Because I guarantee you, she's not just juggling one. It's not just one thing that she's juggling.
Yeah,
she make time for all the other shit she want to do. She says, oh, well, I can juggle being this and I can juggle being that, and I'm going to make time for that. And I'm going to, you know what I mean? People do that all the time for the things that they want. If you want it, then juggle that shit along with it.
Okay, so
can I say, Dory, can I say something real quick to interrupt y'all conversation? Y'all, most of y'all on here know my heart and how I feel. And damn, I was about to address Guy, but she got off of here. But no, it's cool. I'll say what I gotta say anyway. I've always said to me and my brothers always discuss that as we get older, we don't ever want to get in a place where you get to an age that nobody can tell you anything, right? And because there's been like some pieces of our relationship with our parents where we're like, okay, y'all can bend a little bit more on this and listen to where we're coming from a little bit more on this, or see our side now that we're all like grown adults and married. Hey, Di, okay. So I was saying I was having this conversation with my brothers, like I don't ever want to get to a place where as I get older and as I age, that my children won't be able to give me their perspective and we be able to have an open dialogue and know that at the end of the day that I'm respecting their point of view and their dialogue, um, and that they even feel comfortable to have a dialogue with me, right? Because I talk to my parents like literally every single day, multiple times a day. Like that's how close we are because I feel that that's a safe place, right? And so I say that to say that especially you've seen me interact with people on this panel, right? And I don't really say what I gotta say. I don't really go back and forth with people because I'm just like, okay, I just say like you do what you do, whatever. You don't have to listen to what I'm saying. You don't have to take heed to what I'm saying. Like if it doesn't stick or apply to you, as they say, chew the meat, spit the bones, or whatever. But I have a soft spot for you. I can't explain it. I've seen your heart multiple times. As much as you get combative and you get amped up and you get hyped with everybody, I've seen your heart. I've seen you have a very tender, soft personality under all of that back and forth that you give. And I don't know if you remind me of somebody like a little cousin, sorority sister. I don't know what it is, but I always feel like, okay, no, I'm not backing down from Di because I want her to hear me. And it's only because I care. Cause I've told Lapeef many times, like, I'm not doing a panel, like I'm not, like I've had interactions with certain people. I'm like, nope, I can't, I'm not gonna go back and forth with that person because I don't agree with them. I don't align with their thought. And I'm not about to waste my breath. But the only reason tonight I had so much passion in talking to you, and I apologize if you took that passion for me trying to discredit you or talk down to you. I hear you talk about the outcomes you want, and I just can't let it go that either me or some of the things that the guys try to share you, I know for a fact, that I've seen it happen in real life that they're telling the truth. Not just because I just love Trev, Sweeney, and Darwin and Marcus so much. It's just like, oh my God, I love everything they say. No, it's because I can identify and I've seen it play out in real life with real people that I know, whether it may be family members, classmates, co-workers, or just lifelong friends. Like I've seen the stuff that they play out. I'm like, no, that's true. Yeah, that's true. And so when you disagree with it, it's not that I want you to feel discredit. I'm like, no, Di, like they are saying facts, like it's facts. And if you listen and take heed to it, it can actually help you. But I know you take it as like I'm trying to beat you over the head with to think the way exactly how I think. I understand we come from two different backgrounds. I understand that you speak for your friends and people that may identify with your way of thinking. I understand that. I'm not trying to discredit you, but it's only about hoping and pouring into you a different point of view. And if you say, okay, this is, I just, you know, say, okay, I'll go along with everything y'all saying. No, you don't have to say that. It's just, okay, consider the extra thought, especially when it's coming from men and you're dating men. That's the only thing. So yes, I came off passionate. I wasn't triggered by the older woman. I'm like, I love being a older woman of wisdom. I've lived a lot, and I feel like God has put in me a lot to share. So I don't mind my age. I don't mind being 40. Like I'm very happy with that. I have a whole life to show my age. Like I've lived 10 lives at 40 compared to some people, right? And I thank God for that. And I just was like, wait, is she trying to address me? Like just address me. Like talk to me. You know you could talk to me. Like say, Casey, I don't appreciate this, or Casey, you discrediting younger women or whatever. I just wanted you to say if that's what you wanted to have a conversation with me about feeling discredited in that conversation, to just say, Casey, I'm talking about you. Yes, you. You know what I'm saying? I don't get
Yeah.
my feelings hurt easily, dog. Like I
No,
got three brothers, dog. Like I am built Ford tough. And when I don't talk to people I don't care about and that I don't see a point in talking to. I don't waste my breath. That's not in my personality. And
And I
so
could tell, and that's why I respect it. And that's why I said I don't. What I said the last time I talked to you, I meant it. But you remind me of just the strong Black women I've had in my life. And I think at times they don't
What?
realize that sometimes their delivery or choice of words sometimes could be offensive. So that's why when I was trying to tell you what made me feel discredited, it's like it wasn't coming from like an emotional place. I was triggered, but I was able to understand, okay, I'm triggered. This ain't Casey, you know what I'm saying? But I'm triggered. What triggered me? Okay. Although when you probably said, okay, Dad, that's not right. You shouldn't feel like that. To me, the reason why it triggered me is because it's like you would have to know what I went through in life for me to feel like that. And even though I know that feeling has to change, the process of changing those feelings is like it doesn't come overnight. The thought process, it's just so much that goes behind it. But when you said that, it definitely triggered me, and that's why I brought that up, because it's like when people start off their statement like that, like, oh, you shouldn't feel like that, it's like, how can you tell me how to react? How can you tell my brain how to react? I know that this is something I shouldn't be processing right now, and it's something I'm working on already. That's my point of being vulnerable with y'all. So y'all can see what causes me to feel like this. You know what I'm saying? So then at that
Well,
point,
it's like the shock. It's like the shock. I'm sorry, Dad. It's like the shock of something. If a person say, I'm ugly, and a person say, no, you shouldn't feel that way. Like, you're gorgeous, right? Because you're like, no, don't do that. That's not for you. You're beautiful. You shouldn't feel that. It's not that they're trying to discredit. They're showing you a different way and a different way of thinking. So that's all. But I
yeah,
hear you.
it's just when you didn't empathize when we first, like, okay, I could see how you feel that way, but you shouldn't feel that way. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes when you just go straight to you shouldn't feel
Right
that
to it.
way. Yeah, I just analyze that about myself when I'm communicating with people. And that's why I was trying to tell Trev, this is how I do with guys when I'm getting myself into situations. Hey, I know I'm emotional. I'm sorry, did I do too much? Okay, I understand that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was trying to tell you, hey, I felt discredited. You know what I'm saying? And it's not just by you, Casey. That's why I'm like, it just wasn't by you. That's why I used the term older women, because there's other women who's mature on this panel who didn't go through certain things that I went through in life, that when I'm feeling like that, and they're like, nah, that's gonna be a problem when it comes to you finding marriage. And it's like, I know this. Like, I know this, but I'm just trying to tell y'all why, because the guys ask, well, why do y'all think like this? Well, if you really don't want my explanation and you just really want to give your answer, just give your answer. But when I give my explanation, it's like, well, you shouldn't do that. And it's like, I know, but you asked me why. So I'm just telling you why. That's how I was feeling. But I apologize, because I know I was I always want to make sure I do, give you respect. And when you was trying to get through to me and come to a mediating place, I was
Yeah, you was being a hard ass.
yeah. And that's just a different side to me. And that's why I want to tell you, it doesn't mean that I don't care about you or nothing like that. But when I know there's clear miscommunication that could possibly lead to something worse, I just try to like, I haven't learned a more mature way, but for me, that's maturity.
Yeah,
Because
it took me
you
by
being
surprise
honest
because you
is
always
hurting.
show respect. And I was like, whoa, okay, what's this head rolling, I'm like, me and her don't have this type of interaction on this show. We disagree, but we don't get nasty with one another, because that's just not the way me and you, we'll disagree all day, but we've never had a point where I felt like you were being like nasty towards me. And so it threw me off. And that's why I was like, oh, okay, hold on. What
And
is
that's
going
why I'm
on?
apologizing to you, because you didn't, although that was my intentions to make you feel like that, but I don't think it was your intentions to make me feel discredited. And that's why when I tried to communicate first, like I said, it has a lot to do with childhood trauma, things that even me and my mom are still going to therapy for. And it really stems from her, So that's why when you did it, and she usually, when I was younger, used to speak to me in the way you speak, but without giving context, just the energy. That's why I'm like, okay, wait, I'm triggered. I felt discredited. Like, hold on. Like, I didn't know how to
Yeah.
go from there. I'm just like, let
Yeah,
me just
but
be
yeah, you
quiet.
could say that. You could say that without being like out, not beside yourself. Like, you can do
Yeah.
that. Like, nobody is telling you how to be, or say, oh, you got to be in line with what I say. Like, no, I'm not telling you that, and I don't expect that from nobody on this panel. Like, I speak for myself, and I'm okay with standing alone. Like, I don't need cheerleaders. I don't need nobody. But all I'm saying is, like, people that I have familiar with on this panel, I'll be okay. Wait, what's going on? We can disagree, but let's not step out of boundaries with each other, and try to get each other mischaracterized of who we are as individuals. Because at the end of the day, the camera's got to cut off, right? And people see this, and this is stamped in history forever. So I try to make sure I stay in who I am and what I represent at all times, because I do that in the world, and YouTube is just an extension of the world. Like, this isn't a fairy place to me. I know some people come on here and become actors and all that kind of stuff, but this is just an extension of real life, right? And I have a life. I represent a lot of people, and I do a lot of things. And so, how I deal with you, I want to be respectful. I want you to feel respected, whether you agree with me or not. I want everybody on here to feel respected by me, but I don't want to be disrespected being here either. You know what I'm
And
saying?
I
Yeah.
agree. Yeah, I just thought you really didn't care. Like, when you was like, after that, when I thought
Oh,
you were trying to hear me. Yeah, I felt like you didn't care, and I'm like, okay, so why should I care about what you feel me? But I could see
okay.
that's not what it was, and I appreciate you taking that step, because it means a lot to me, and your kids are gonna have a great mother. I'm just gonna say.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
sweet.
No, because my mama learning that right now. Like, she's learning, like, okay, even if my intent wasn't to offend you, you were offended. So I apologize. And like I said,
Mhm.
I'm apologizing for intentionally offending you. I just try to
Oh
take
no, it's good. I got
or
your
trying
skin,
to get
babe.
under your skin like a little sister, I guess you could
No, yeah, it's all good.
We can see super chats. Sir Shady 7, the statue was hilarious. Tweaking, well, twerking is not power. Sir Shady 7, Cali be destroying dudes on Call of Duty salutes. Sir Shady 7, Shannon and Smokey will win their cases. It's not a lick, but it is annoying that these women are doing the last hurrah of Me Too, because soon it'll be over. Just Blaze with the 499 says, we've told you black women, but you all don't listen. It's becoming redundant, pointless, and tiresome. So this is why the whites are winning. Prophecy to Savior, $5. Can we be honest? Black men are marrying black women way more than male women. This is propaganda. Don't believe the hype. My head hurts. We can't be this dense, right? AP accountability partner $5 says, hell no, Darwin. They do exactly what she's doing. LOL. Sure, Society 7. Actually, it happened to actor Keenan Thompson, Cali. AP $5 says, oh, for the record, black men are marrying black women at an 85% clip when they actually get married. Prophecy. Darwin. That will never happen because most are not worried about men's desire. It's all about their own desires. That's the problem. It will never change. Prophecy again, $5. Darwin. Always got to take shots, shaking my head. Sometimes it's not the time or place for that. You just derailed the convo. LOL reminds me of the evil Kermit meme. Prophecy, $10. I would say Darwin can be an ass most times, but would be lying if I didn't say most men are marriage minded. Me and my friends are married, and my brothers as well. Prophecy. The problem is Darwin see and knows Callie is a woman of good morals and want to be married, but fam, you can't shame her into doing so. You made this convo intense for no reason. Prophecy again. Darwin. You can want the best for Callie, but it comes off like you want her to move at the timetable you think is best for her. That's not your choice. Just Blaze 199. Darwin, stop bullying her to marry. Relax, dude. Prophecy $10. Call Callie. Darwin can be an ass, but I think he is trying to say most black women wait till after they pursue their careers for marriages. And he doesn't want that for you. Darwin, articulate yourself better. Damn shame. AP. This is why JR says stay out of the chat. You can't take us seriously. The chat is full of trolls and BS. Triggering comments. Ignore the noise. Callie. Brown with the foul super sticker. Thank you. Prophecy. $5. KC. Stop the cap. First you said he made her quit school. Then you tried to shame him for her working as a Marine. You kept trying to get your gotcha moment. What struck the icon? What's going on, brother? 199. When people show you who they are, believe them. Prophecy, member for 35 months. Super chats or nah? LOL. I'm just saying. Prophecy. That said, her boundary works like JR phone 4 years ago during the pandemic, but in reverse. No minutes after 10, but free on weekends. Laughing my ass off. D-Rob, also remember $10. Pretty missed that. I bet some of them little boundaries go out the window after you get flipped around like you're supposed to. Truth and Reality Undefeated, $2 says, who's smashing a chick that's built like a statue, like that statue? $2. This is diabolical, JR, in his villain era where HR. Prophecy, $2. I need HR now, JR now. LD, can we change the subject? And lastly, Construct Icon 199 is 10 o'clock. Do you know where your girl at? Nope. I want to thank everybody that's contributed to the platform. Thank you, Miss Casey, for blessing the platform with your presence, and Miss Dory G as well.
Yeah, I had another point, but I guess we'll get it.
All right, well, you can. I'm sure Darwin gonna stick around for that. And Darwin gonna stick around. Hit the like button.
Challenge. I don't know if he's ready.
Happy Mother's Day out there.
He ain't ready, fam.